Hi, everyone. Is Ageless Multi-Collagen. Thanks to Ageless Multi to both my physical and mental health. And Ageless Multi-Collagen is one of the best on the market, which is why I highly recommend that you have bought it for friends and family members. And we all agree that this for every order of Ageless Multi-Collagen today, BioTrust will donate a nutritious meal to a hungry child in your honor. Get yourself a bag of Ageless Multi-Collagen at healthwithlisa.com. And right now, you can get it for up to 51% off. As an added bonus, if you order today, you'll get free shipping, free VIP live health, and even fitness coaching for life. Not to mention a free e-report on the 14 foods for amazing skin. Invest in your health today so you're not suffering tomorrow. And take advantage of everything Ageless Multi-Collagen has to offer at healthwithlisa.com. Back to the broadcast. So let's start first with this powerful report by Judicial Watch. Here's the article on judicialwatch.org. New Judicial Watch study finds that there are 353 U.S. counties in 29 states with voter registration rates exceeding 100%. Judicial Watch announced today that a September 2020 study revealed that 353 U.S. counties had 1.8 million more registered voters than eligible voting age citizens. In other words, the registration rates of those counties exceeded 100% of the eligible voters. The study found 8 states showing statewide registration rates exceeding 100%, which include Alaska, Colorado, Maine, Maryland, Michigan, New Jersey, Rhode Island, and Vermont. The September 2020 study collected the most recent registration data posted online by the states themselves. This data was then compared to the Census Bureau's most recent 5-year population estimates gathered by the American Community Survey, ACS, from 2014 through 2018. ACS surveys are sent to 3.5 million addresses each month, and its 5-year estimates are considered to be the most reliable estimates outside of the regular consensus there. Now, here's a screenshot of all the counties that this is happening in, according to that Judicial Watch report. Now, my question to you is this. If this was revealed back in September of 2020, before the election took place, why weren't actions put in place to fix these issues? And furthermore, why isn't any of this under investigation? But the good news is, right now, according to reports, William Barr is investigating parts of election issues. Take a look at this article on foxnews.com. Barr authorizes investigation into substantial allegations of voting irregularities despite scant evidence. The American people need to be assured that our election has integrity and that what we vote is actually happening. But right now, there's so many corrupt things happening, leaving many people in the United States of America to question the validity. And Fox News and many sources have been revealing some of those irregularities. And if you've been on Restrictive Republic, you've been seeing a lot of what's going on as well. But that's not all. The interesting part is once William Barr put together this investigation, one of the leaders decided to quit. Take a look at this article here on NewYorkTimes.com. Barr hands prosecutors the authority to investigate voter fraud claims. However, when you read through the article, it says this, and it reveals, having familiarized myself with the new policy and its ramifications, he wrote, I must regretfully resign from my role as director of the election crimes branch. A Justice Department spokeswoman did not immediately respond to the request comment by Mr. Pilger's message. Doesn't it seem odd that when asked to investigate voter fraud, the one who is in charge of investigating that voter fraud just mysteriously quits? I mean, really? What is going on here? He's been appointed to do that job. William Barr told him to do that job, and suddenly he quits. It leaves me with an eerie, feeling that there's more to the story. But thankfully, We've got some GOP members also calling for audits and investigations. Check out this article on Breitbart.com. Representative Paul Gosar calls on Arizona officials to investigate the accuracy of the Dominion ballot software after reports of glitches, which we have been reporting many of those glitches here on my channel. ABC27.com. Pennsylvania Republican leaders call for an audit of the election process. And I have to agree that needs to be done. And personally, I think we should be doing it on a large scale, considering it hasn't been done, right? At least as long as I know, it needs to be audited, and that's my personal opinion. But that's not all. Check out what the White House had to say about the election.
We are fighting for the rights of all Americans who want to have faith and confidence, not only in this election, but in the many elections to come. There is only one party in America that opposes voter ID. One party in America that opposes verifying signatures, citizenship, residency, eligibility. There is only one party in America trying to keep observers out of the count room. And that party, my friends, is the Democrat Party. You don't take these positions because you want an honest election. You don't oppose an audit of the vote because you want an accurate count. You don't oppose our efforts at sunlight and transparency because you have nothing to hide. You take these positions because you are welcoming fraud and you are welcoming illegal voting.
We need to uphold our election integrity no matter what side of the fence we are on. Now, here's one last piece of the puzzle that I want to add to this report, and this is on Tucker Carlson and a bombshell that he dropped. Take a look at this article on Breitbart.com. Tucker Carlson, big tech censorship is one of the worst forms of 2020 election tampering, and he cites Google suppression of Breitbart News. Now, in the article, I'm going to quote exactly what Tucker Carlson had to say, and here's just a piece of what he said, and I quote, "The tech monopolies has spent the final weeks of the presidential election suppressing the voices of Trump's supporters and hiding damaging information about his opponent, Joe Biden. That happened. We saw it firsthand. We experienced it, and you may have too. In August, Facebook banned the pro-Trump Super PAC committee to defend the president from buying any campaign advertising. What? What election has that happened in? None. None. Just a few weeks ago, as you well know, the New York Post published true and accurate details of Biden's family lucrative and damaging overseas influence peddling operation, which was real, which Joe Biden knew about. Facebook, in turn, limited the distribution of the article, and Twitter blocked people from posting it. In other words, they censored it. They kept people from knowing about it. And on what basis? Nothing in these articles was untrue, but they censored it anyway, along with any content that was critical of lockdowns and mandatory mask wearing. Why? Because Biden supported it. And in the very conclusion of what he has to say, if we're going to have real and fair elections going forward, then we have to end Silicon Valley's total control of information. It's the very first thing we must do. We can't have free and fair elections without that. If the voters aren't allowed to learn critical facts about political candidates before they vote, you cannot have a democracy. And of course, that's why they're doing it. That's powerful information. I don't personally think Trump took enough action, little to none in my opinion, against what's going on with Silicon Valley. And as a result, it bit him in the keister this U.S. election. If we want real integrity, as Tucker Carlson said, we need to handle what's going on with big tech control over what we can and can't say. They have no right to say you can talk for lockdowns and mask mandates, but you can't speak against them. You can talk about President Trump, Russia collusion, but you can't talk about Hunter Biden and the emails. Enough is enough. Anyhow, thanks again for tuning into my channel. I'm Lisa Haven, signing out.
back. We're going to be back in the game. It's not American alone. Number one, I've had the opportunity to speak with now 6 world leaders, and the response has been very fulsome, energetic.
President-elect Joe Biden talking about his interactions with foreign leaders as they are congratulating him on his election. Joining us now to talk about foreign policy now and in the future, the Secretary of State of the United States, Mike Pompeo. Mr. Secretary, thanks for the time.
Thank you, Brett. Thanks for having me on this evening.
So what do you say to world leaders who are reaching out to Joe Biden, now the president-elect, leaders from all kinds of countries, Belgium, Canada, Estonia, France, Germany, Greece, the list goes on, even Saudi Arabia, which was President Trump's first stop, congratulating President-elect Joe Biden from the King of Saudi Arabia. What do you say to them?
Well, I'll actually be in Paris on Monday, and I'm headed to Saudi Arabia after that. There's still an awful lot of work to do. We're reminding everyone that all the votes haven't been counted. We need to make sure the legal process is fully complied with, and then America will do what it does best. We'll have a leader in the White House at noon on January 20th, and we'll continue to execute American foreign policy. It's what President Trump wants to make sure that our entire team does all the way through, every day. It's what we're focused on. It's what I have my team focused on. There's still a lot going on in the world. We're pretty focused here in America on our own election. There's a lot still going on in the world, and we're focused on making sure we keep Americans safe during this time period.
You know, you were asked today about the concerns about a smooth transition, and you said it will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. Were you being serious there?
We'll have a smooth transition, and we'll see what the people ultimately decided when all the votes have been cast. We have a process, Brett. The Constitution lays out how electors vote. It's a very detailed process laid out. We need to comply with all of that, and then I am very confident that we will have a good transition, that we will make sure that whoever is in office on noon on January 20th has all the tools readily available so that we don't skip a beat with the capacity to keep Americans safe. That's what I was speaking to today. I think it's important for not only the American people, but the whole world, especially our adversaries, to know that we will achieve this in a way that's deeply consistent with the American tradition and keeps us all safe here at home.
Understanding that we're following all of the legal ongoings in the various states, and you're right, the electors aren't chosen until December 14th. But there has been a concern in the past about transitions that have been delayed, and that somehow on a national security front, that makes the U.S. weaker at some point. Do you disagree with that?
I'm not worried about that at all. I was part of a transition on the other side. I came into an administration from President Obama's when I was a CIA director. We managed it. We did it very efficiently. It didn't take as much time as some might be pretending that it's going to take. I am very confident that all the things that need to be done will be done in an appropriate way, that we will deliver that. And if I'm an adversary, I would not think for a moment that in this time between now and January, that was the moment that they might have an opportunity. It's simply not the case. President Trump and our team are on watch.
So back to my first question. Is it improper for these foreign leaders to be reaching out to Joe Biden?
You know, if they're just saying hi, I suppose that's not too terribly difficult. But make no mistake about it, we have one president, one secretary of state, one national security team at a time. It's appropriate that it be that way, Brett. I will say this. One of the things that I have observed now, almost 4 years into my time in this administration, is that previous folks just refuse to get off the stage. So they talk about healing and all these transitional things. Frankly, I've watched Ben Rhodes, Susan Rice, and John Kerry and Wendy Sherman be active on the world stage in ways that weren't consistent with what the Trump administration is doing. I regret that. It wasn't in America's best interest that they chose to behave that way.
For all the focus back at the beginning of the Trump administration on incoming National Security Advisor Michael Flynn and his phone calls and the talk about the Logan Act, are you worried that that is happening now?
I'm always worried when people are engaging in activity, speaking with foreign leaders in a way that represents things that might be representing things that aren't true, or might be attempting to influence American foreign policy in ways that are inconsistent with what the law requires. You know the Logan Act. I know the Logan Act. I hope that all those folks who are out there having these conversations aren't violating that law. I'm sure the Department of Justice will be keeping a good eye on that for us.
You know, foreign policy didn't get a ton of coverage in the presidential election, a little bit, but what's your biggest concern with a Joe Biden foreign policy?
Well, I think America's biggest concern ought to be that we'll return to a policy of appeasement. And I think the administration used the term leading from behind. It's the antithesis of what President Trump has done. We've been very realistic, whether that was moving the embassy to Jerusalem or taking down Qasem Soleimani and reducing the threat from Iran, or recognizing for the first time in 40 years that the Chinese Communist Party presented an enormous threat to the security of the American people and, frankly, jobs and our American economy. I think the things that the Obama administration did put Americans in a worse place. I think that people's jobs and lives were less secure than they have been for these past 4 years. And I hope that a president who comes into office in the middle of January of next year will have a much more robust, more capable, more confident national security approach than what they had for those 8 years.
Which is the more imminent threat right now? Iran, Russia, China?
Brett, those are hard questions to answer. And when I think about the challenges that America has presented over the next 5 or 10 years, the Chinese Communist Party is absolutely the central threat. They are here. They are influencing the way we think about the world. They have technologies that are very capable. They have stolen intellectual property that's destroyed millions of jobs in places like Kansas and Iowa and Michigan in our heartland. We cannot let that continue to happen, and President Trump has made real progress in getting the world to recognize this threat.
Should Joe Biden be receiving the presidential daily brief, the classified version?
I'll leave that to others to sort out whether that's appropriate or not at this point.
You know, when you say that it's going to be a second Trump administration, the president has tweeted out that this is a corrupt election, that Democrats are trying to steal the election from him. Does it make it harder for the State Department in dealing with other countries where we have tried to say to them, a democratic republic and our way of voting is the way to go?
You know, that's a great question, Brett. I don't think that's the case at all. In my time at the State Department, we worked hard in countries all over the world to help them build out election infrastructure, to make sure that they had transparency, to make sure that they follow their own rules, their own systems. That's all we're asking for, is to make sure that we follow our own rules, our own Constitution, our own law. We have a transparent system, one that we need to keep pressing on. We need to make sure that every vote that was legal is counted, and those that might not have been legal aren't counted unless they were. That's what we ask in countries all across the world. I think they see us doing that. I actually think other countries reflect on how America is proceeding through this process, and I think they're encouraged by the fact that the rule of law is something that matters here. It's something that we at the State Department encourage every nation across the world to do.
Two more things. One was some people were surprised that your West Point classmate, Secretary Esper, was fired. Were you?
Mark's a good friend, and Mark has served this nation both in his time when we were cadets and his time in uniform. I wish him well. The president gets to choose those folks that he wants to serve, and I'll leave it there, other than to say I'm proud of the work that the entire team that the president has had for my 4 years has accomplished. I'm hopeful we'll have more time to continue to work to keep Americans safe.
You fought to have Gina Haspel at CIA. The FBI director currently. Do you think the president's going to make changes there as well?
I'll leave those decisions about people to the president. I'm focused on the mission. I'm focused on working with the team to make sure that we deliver on behalf of the American people.
Okay, last thing, 2024, either way, do you have aspirations politically, either at the highest office in the land or a certain Kansas Senate seat that may come open?
Brett, you know me better than that. I appreciate you asking, but I'm focused. I'm focused on what I'm doing today. I'll keep at that.
Well, Mr. Secretary, we appreciate your time, and we'll check back in before January 20th.
That sounds great, Brett. Thank you, sir.
All right. How awesome was it? We had to sit down and watch that whole hearing because that's going to be very important in the future. And you'll have to remember. Now, there was a lot of grilling, a lot of smacking down. It was pretty awesome to see a few of them. Totally. You know what? We need to clone Josh Hawley. Okay. We need to clone that guy. We need more people that are like, oh, America, America, America. We don't need the losers jumping out of helicopters and then whatever rolling over. Usually the ones that flex the muscles more are the ones that are just jello inside and you can snap them over your knee, and they bend a knee to money. And that's the thing. We follow the money and we can find a lot of interesting things. So a lot has happened this morning, and I told you this was going to be an insane week. A lot of them complained, as you heard, for those of you that did watch that 3-hour marathon of a McCabe spanking. A lot of them were talking about how, the DOJ's director of election crimes resigned. That's the adult way of saying you're fired. And then, how Esper was removed. So, North Carolina just went to Trump. And that comes on the heels of some arrests that I heard about. Now, so that's really interesting. We're talking super fraud. Maybe that's what the message was, to those other reporters that had the longest face ever when they were reading some little text they had in their hand and they look sad, like someone took away their, it's like when you have that ice cream cone and then it drops, and it sinks and you're just like, damn, the ball just fell off my cone. That's like super messed up. That's what they look like. So again, one person that knows a lot about everything is Pompeo. He knows what's going on because he's in the swamp. It's the deep State Department. That's where the most corrupt people are. That's where their weaknesses for money are exploited with their interactions with the UN, NATO, kings, princes, queens. They get all, oh my gosh, look at me. I have like another passport that like totally lets me go anywhere. So they get like heads inflated. You know what I mean? It's a different type of environment, especially when you're in, the international office, foreign service in general. They think they're special, like they have special privileges because they do. They have a lot of easements, right? But a lot of them get cocky and a lot of them think that they can get away with a lot of things, kind of like Bill Taylor and his nice black UBS credit card that may or may not had provided him some really incredible hearing where he could hear phone calls that weren't on speaker. They're very cocky. So if anyone knows what's up, it's Pompeo. He was a spook senator, head of the spook agency, the one on paper, right? The one that was corrupted, right? And so he knows everything. So I think it's important that we hear what he had to say today when he was questioned at a presser. And he looked super awesome. Okay, let's just take a listen to him. I can't wait to see his face. I want you guys to see his face. And those of you that are listening to the podcast, picture the little emoji with the smirk face.
Hi.
Is the State Department currently preparing to engage with the Biden transition team? And if not, at what point does a delay hamper a smooth transition or pose a risk to national security?
There will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. Right? We're ready. The world is watching what's taking place here. We're going to count all the votes. When the process is complete, there'll be electors selected. There's a process. The Constitution lays it out pretty clearly. The world should have every confidence that the transition necessary to make sure that the State Department is functional today, successful today, and successful with the president who's in office on January 20th, a mid-afternoon, will also be successful. I went through a transition on the front, and I've been on the other side of this. I'm very confident that we will do all the things that are necessary to make sure that the government, the United States government, will continue to perform its national security function as we go forward.
So you believe there's widespread voter fraud, that the reports that we're getting from Pennsylvania, from Michigan, showing vote totals and massive leads or significant leads with 99% reporting are going to be overturned, and that the United States failed to conduct a fraudulent free election?
Rich, I'm the Secretary of State. I'm getting calls from all across the world. These people are watching our election. They understand that we have a legal process. They understand that this takes time, right? It took us 37 plus days in an election back in 2000, conducted a successful transition then. I'm very confident that we will count, and we must count every legal vote. We must make sure that any vote that wasn't lawful ought not be counted. That dilutes your vote if it's done improperly. Got to get that right. When we get it right, we'll get it right. We're in good shape.
Should foreign leaders?
Okay, so that response, okay, I'll tell you what. Look, when we get it right, we'll get it right. That's a threat. So for those of you watching this, first of all, the opening, the smirk was perfect. Second of all, they're causing problems and turmoil globally. And also, let's just put it this way, right? He pretty much laid it out, legal votes. Now, do you think that the whole world doesn't know how corrupt the previous administration is? Do you think that they don't know who Barack Hussein Obama is? You think they don't know who James Comey is? You think they don't know who Joe Biden is? You think they don't know who McCain was? You don't think they know who Bush was? They all freaking know, because they had to concede, they had to trade, and they had to buy, pay, pocket, line pockets, give out free passports. They know. They know. So the rest of the world is standing ready because this is a war, and they realize it. Now, one war that you need to stay out of is the one of the nations congratulating Joe Biden. So you have to understand that in other countries, your prime minister, your presidents in other countries are controlled by the crown, interests, and deadlocked, really. So when you see leaders like Netanyahu come out and congratulate Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that was done purposeful. That was done to show that America is really anti-Semitic. So for me, it was more of a jab, like, come on, man, you got Jerusalem. You forgot that? But, maybe he blinked twice that he needs help. We need to stay out of that. Don't jump into the anti-Semitic. The Jews did this. Just let the president handle it. He got it. But you know what's funny? Out of all the countries, Turkey, which is in a lot of trouble. See, this is why President Trump didn't take a stand against Turkey. Do you see now? See, Turkey stood there and they were like, no, we're not going to congratulate anyone. We're going to stand fast, because Turkey knows they're already in hot water and they're on the verge of being eliminated by the EU and China. So, and Russia's not doing well with them either. So they're like, oh, well, President Trump hasn't denounced me completely. And I just picked a fight with, geriatric lover, co-prince royalty Macron, activated the Pakistani rebels in France, BS credit card that may or may not had provided him some really incredible hearing where he could hear phone calls that weren't on speaker. They're very cocky. So if anyone knows what's up, it's Pompeo. He was a spook senator, head of the spook agency, the one on paper, right? The one that was corrupted, right? And so he knows everything. So I think it's important that we hear what he had to say today when he was questioned at a presser. And he looked super awesome. Okay, let's just take a listen to him. I can't wait to see his face. I want you guys to see his face. And those of you that are listening to the podcast, picture the little emoji with the smirk face.
Hi.
Is the State Department currently preparing to engage with the Biden transition team? And if not, at what point does a delay hamper a smooth transition or pose a risk to national security?
There will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. right? We're ready. The world is watching what's taking place here. We're going to count all the votes. When the process is complete, there'll be electors selected. There's a process. The Constitution lays it out pretty clearly. The world should have every confidence that the transition necessary to make sure that the State Department is functional today, successful today, and successful with the president who's in office on January 20th, a minute afternoon, will also be successful. I went through a transition on the front, and I've been on the other side of this. I'm very confident that we will do all the things that are necessary to make sure that the government, the United States government, will continue to perform its national security function as we go forward.
So you believe there's widespread voter fraud, that the reports that we're getting from Pennsylvania, from Michigan, showing vote totals and massive leads or significant leads with 99% reporting are going to be overturned, and that the United States failed to conduct a fraudulent free election?
Rich, I'm the Secretary of State. I'm getting calls from all across the world. These people are watching our election. They understand that we have a legal process. They understand that this takes time, right? It took us 37 plus days in an election back in 2000, conducted a successful transition then. I'm very confident that we will count, and we must count every legal vote. We must make sure that any vote that wasn't lawful ought not be counted. That dilutes your vote if it's done improperly. Got to get that right. When we get it right, we'll get it right. We're in good shape.
Should foreign leaders?
Okay, so that response, okay, I'll tell you what. Look, when we get it right, we'll get it right. That's a threat. So for those of you watching this, first of all, the opening, the smirk was perfect. Second of all, they're causing problems and turmoil globally. And also, let's just put it this way, right? He pretty much laid it out, legal votes. Now, do you think that the whole world doesn't know how corrupt the previous administration is? Do you think that they don't know who Barack Hussein Obama is? You think they don't know who James Comey is? You think they don't know who Joe Biden is? You think they don't know who McCain was? You don't think they know who Bush was? They all freaking know, because they had to concede, they had to trade, and they had to buy, pay, pocket, line pockets, give out free passports. They know. They know. So the rest of the world is standing ready because this is a war, and they realize it. Now, one war that you need to stay out of is the one of the nations congratulating Joe Biden. So you have to understand that in other countries, your prime minister, your presidents in other countries are controlled by the crown, interests, and deadlocked, really. So when you see leaders like Netanyahu come out and congratulate Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that was done purposeful. That was done to show that America is really anti-Semitic. So for me, it was more of a jab, like, come on, man, you got Jerusalem. You forgot that? But, maybe he blinked twice that he needs help. We need to stay out of that. Don't jump into the anti-Semitic. The Jews did this. Just let the president handle it. He got it. But you know what's funny? Out of all the countries, Turkey, which is in a lot of trouble. See, this is why President Trump didn't take a stand against Turkey. Do you see now? See, Turkey stood there and they were like, no, we're not going to congratulate anyone. We're going to stand fast, because Turkey knows they're already in hot water and they're on the verge of being eliminated by the EU and China. So, and Russia's not doing well with them either. So they're like, oh, well, President Trump hasn't denounced me completely. And I just picked a fight with, geriatric lover, co-prince royalty Macron, activated the Pakistani rebels in France. I'm in a lot of deep water here, so I'm going to just stay neutral. Mexico, AMLO had the cojones to say, I'm not going to call it. It's not over. And obviously, China didn't say anything either, which I am going to allude to something. Okay? I'm going to allude to something. And this is an allegation, hypothetical. This is totally my opinion, and drawing from what I see. China is a threat. China is a very big threat. But China is standing on a fence right now where they can jump into the NWO fence because they have a lot of interests and get eliminated in the process, to some point get diluted as a nation. Or they can decide to maintain that fence and not side with anyone and take the repercussions. Now, in order to do that, they would have to allow it to be two sides, good and evil. So this is my thought. They're playing, empires and the emperors and their history. If you look back and you draw back on their past, they're not people that are short-sighted. They're very patient. I've said this before, and they'll sit there and sit there and sit there. And their game is not to come and attack you with weapons. Their game is not to come and just infiltrate you. Their game is to play with you, infiltrate you carefully, like in your phone devices, hence why they manufacture them, the clothes, your food, right? And then let the rest of the world cannibalize itself, and then they swoop in for the kill. So right now, it would have been an ideal time for China to come forward, but their risk would be a 50-50. These people have been around for thousands of years, and they know the art of war very, very well. And they are a civilization that has withstood the test of time. So do not underestimate the Chinese playing both fences. But I think they're leaning heavily toward the American one. Now, even though we give him flack, even though I'm just saying, even the people of China don't want what they are now seeing they have. So again, if the president failed, the world would fail. Now, that's that on China and those relations. I thought it would be fun for us to kind of visit history a little bit in regards to, I wanted us to listen to the last portion of JFK's final address to the United Nations. And it's 10 minutes. It's pretty interesting. Well, it's actually, no, I'm only going to play about 4 or 5 minutes. It's pretty interesting, and it's very telling if you hear what he says, with open ears. So I'm going to play this for you.
Increased exchanges of people and books and broadcasts. For as the world renounces the competition of weapons, competition in ideas must flourish. And that competition must be as full and as fair as possible. The United States delegation will be prepared to suggest to the United Nations initiatives in the pursuit of all these goals. For this is an organization for peace, and peace cannot come without work and without progress. The peacekeeping record of the United Nations has been a proud one, though its tasks are always formidable. We are fortunate to have the skills of our distinguished Secretary General and the brave efforts of those who have been serving the cause of peace in the Congo and the Middle East, in Korea and Kashmir, in West New Guinea and Malaysia. But what the United Nations has done in the past is less important than the tasks for the future. We cannot take its peacekeeping machinery for granted. That machinery must be soundly financed, which it cannot be if some members are allowed to prevent it from meeting its obligations by failing to meet their own. The United Nations must be supported by all those who exercise their franchise here, and its operations must be back to the end. Too often a project. I also hope that the recent initiative of several members in preparing standby peace forces for United Nations call will encourage similar commitments by others. This nation remains ready to provide logistic and other material support. Policing, moreover, is not enough without provision for Pacific settlement. We should increase the resort to special missions of fact-finding and conciliation, make greater use of the International Court of Justice, and accelerate the work of the International Law Commission. The United Nations cannot survive as a static organization. Its obligations are increasing, as well as its size. Its charter must be changed, as well as its customs. The authors of that charter did not intend that it be frozen in perpetuity. The science of weapons and war has made us all, far more than 18 years ago in San Francisco, one world and one human race with one common destiny. In such a world, absolute sovereignty no longer assures us of absolute security. The conventions of peace must pull abreast and then ahead of the inventions of war. The United Nations, building on its successes and learning from its failures, must be developed into a genuine world security system. But peace does not rest. 2 years ago, I told this body that the United States had proposed and was willing to sign a limited test ban treaty. Today, that treaty has been signed. It will not put an end to war. It will not remove basic conflicts. It will not secure freedom for all, but it can be a lever. And Archimedes, in explaining the principles of the lever, was said to have declared to his friends, "Give me a place where I can stand, and I shall move the world." My fellow inhabitants of this planet, let us take our stand here in this assembly of nations, and let us see that if we, in our own time, can move the world to a just and lasting peace,
I just wanted to say, isn't it funny how President Trump kind of said stuff that sounded like that? He didn't get any applause. I'm just saying. I just wanted to point that out for a second. He kind of said the same thing, but didn't. And I wanted you to listen to the double speak as well, because there was a lot of double speak. It was pretty interesting. One fun fact that a friend of mine brought to my attention was that when Nixon was running with JFK, no president has ever won an election, has ever lost an election, lost an election if they won Ohio, or was it the other way around? Darn. But Ohio is game, and it hasn't happened since then. That was when they tried to steal the elections at that time too. A friend of mine told me in passing. I haven't delved into it, but maybe some of you have. So I thought I'd just reference that. Now, JFK was a Trojan horse. He came in with the title, the pedigree, and the illusion that he's going to be serving their interests. I mean, he was the perfect boy, right, to put up. And when he went in there, he showed his true face. Because back in the day, the president was the president. It was after JFK that changed. He realized, he knew that there was a fourth unelected branch of government, but he just didn't know how dangerous they were and how embedded in everything they were. So that's what happened. So I think that I want to put something, where is it? I want to put this, it's a report by Al Jazeera, Qatari funded, of course. They hate America. They love Biden, adore Biden. And here's where they're talking about how the Attorney General of the United States authorizes election probes with little evidence of fraud. Little evidence. Little evidence. What does he mean by little evidence? I want to know what the Qataris, consider evidence, like giving you a head on a platter, maybe videos of people altering ballots. How about the post office workers that we've already arrested? How about the ballots that people are just finding everywhere? How about, I don't know, postal workers telling them that they were doing it? How about the unions that are backing Joe Biden and are, the union for municipal and county employees that hired all the poll workers and watchers? Just, I want to understand what part of the proof do they need? Do they need the ballots to start talking? Because we can't make that happen. So what is it that they actually require for proof? I don't seem to understand what they mean by evidence. I mean, evidence means I'm showing you this is this. Look at it. Love it, hate it. It's right here. Here's a video. Here's some audio. Here's some paper ballots. Here's some Sharpies. Here's some dead people. Apparently someone who's 6 years old can vote. I'm like 42 and sometimes I struggle to read shit. Could you imagine if I was 186? Come on, man. And I'm using that Biden thing on purpose, pun intended. So listen to their report. Let's see. Where is it? Here we go.
Mark Esper finding out he'd been terminated by tweet. Esper, dubbed Jesper by the president, finally fell foul of the Oval Office in the summer. As racial justice protests swept American cities, the president considered putting troops on the street. Esper insisted that wasn't going to happen. The election is still on Donald Trump's mind, sending out a series of tweets about states he claims are in dispute. In the Senate, the Republican leader said the president was right not to concede right now.
President Trump is 100% within his rights to look into allegations of irregularities and weigh his legal options.
But his Democratic counterpart admitted he was worried where the president was taking the country.
Baseless claims by the president and his supporters that there's been widespread voter fraud and that the election was somehow rigged or stolen from President Trump. That kind of rhetoric is extremely dangerous.
Republicans say they're just at the start of the legal battle.
This election is not over.
And are pulling together evidence to put before the courts.
One, we do have a whistleblower, which I discussed earlier this week, who was in Detroit as an election worker, not as a Republican poll watcher, who under affidavit says that they were told to backdate ballots, that their supervisor came and they were there on November 4th. Ballots that came in with no date, they were told by the supervisor, backdate the ballots to November 2nd or November 3rd so they will count. So that has been submitted to the to the U.S. Attorney in the Eastern District of Michigan.
We haven't had to put it. Attorney General William Barr has told prosecutors to investigate any substantial allegations of fraud before the results are verified. It's been seen by critics as a political move to give more credibility to unfounded allegations made by the president. Joe Biden is in no doubt, though. He's won, and he's already getting ready for day one. As America hit 10 million COVID cases, he announced his coronavirus task force, which will go to work straight away.
I will spare no effort to turn this pandemic around once we're sworn in January 20th. To get our kids back to school safely, our businesses growing, and our economy running at full speed again. And to get an approved vaccine manufactured and distribute as quickly as possible to as many Americans as possible, free of charge. We'll follow the science.
2 more people who were at the president's election night event have tested positive for COVID. Cabinet Secretary Ben Carson and David Bosey, who is leading the legal efforts in the contested states. As America spike in cases, Vice President Mike Pence, who leads the administration's coronavirus task force, is heading to Florida for 5 days on vacation. Al Jazeera, Washington.
Chris Haynes is an associate professor of political science and legal studies at the University of...
Yeah, we don't need to hear Doha give us their news, but this is the coverage that they gave in regards to the election meddling and the fraud. So I want to take you around the world, well, not super around the world, but kind of around the world, so that you can see what they're saying. I'm going to take you to The Hill and The Guardian, and I'm going to tell you something again. So yesterday morning, right before the tweet went out that Esper's been terminated, Esper was with Mitch McConnell and AG Barr appeared as well. And it was at that time that they had a discussion together and that Esper was fired. Now, again, I repeat to you, the AG was present and he had the Senate Majority Leader present too. There could have been more people. As far as I know, it was just 3 of them. I wasn't a fly on that wall, so I am just giving you what I know. Now, it was actually reported too by people that they met together right before he was fired. So The Hill took to put together a piece, of course, you know, because AP is called the presidential race for Joe Biden. I think they missed the memo about Pennsylvania and North Carolina, but okay. And I wanted you guys to hear what they had to say. It is very important that we are able to identify the subtle ways that they throw in their fake news, and more so to determine how they expect to come back, because they never thought she would lose, but they never thought they'd get caught either. So take a listen to this.
Mr. President, yesterday the President informed us that Secretary Mark Esper's tenure leading the Department of Defense has concluded. When the Senate considered Secretary Esper's nomination, I said you could hardly invent better qualifications to run the Pentagon than his resume. From West Point and the 101st Airborne to his time as Secretary of the Army, this leader has stepped up when his country needed him. The Secretary brought integrity, expertise, and steady leadership to the Pentagon's top job. I'm grateful for his work to keep our country safe, modernize our military, and implement the Trump administration's new national defense strategy to address the challenges of our time. A decorated combat veteran himself, he won the respect of the men and women of our armed forces. The country is grateful for his career of service. During this time of transition, I'm confident in the professionalism of the men and women of the Department of Defense, not to mention our uniformed services. We're lucky to have such capable and duty-focused men and women on the watch, defending the Constitution, deterring our adversaries, and protecting the peace. I expect to speak with Acting Secretary Miller soon to discuss the serious threats facing our country, whether from foreign terrorists or great powers like China and Russia, who may seek to exploit a period of uncertainty. All this highlights the need for continued sober and steady leadership at the department. Now, an entirely different matter, as we continue to complete the process of our own election here at home, there's also news on the continued growth of democracy half a world away. My colleagues know that I've had a special interest in the democratic aspirations of the people of Burma for decades, dating back to my days leading the Appropriations Subcommittee for State and Foreign Operations. Burma held elections on Sunday, which we hope will represent another step toward a more democratic and prosperous future. For too long, the people of Burma were denied democracy by a brutal military junta. To this day, its influence remains a significant impediment to progress, and as with many new democracies, the elections face many challenges, ranging from continued conflict to the coronavirus pandemic. But when the votes are counted and Burma's next government is seated, more hard work will await. The government will need to continue advancing.
So I'm going to stop it there. We don't need to listen to that. I mean, we should. I listened to it to find out what's going on in Burma. There's a lot of hands in that, both good and bad, and so it's pretty interesting. But the point that I wanted to make is that after Mitch McConnell was found beat up, didn't want to talk about it, Suddenly he's in the middle of a discussion with the AG while Esper gets fired. That's all you need to know, because when someone gets fired or resigned, the AG isn't there. Now, word on the back channel, very, 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 very trusty back channel at the Department of Justice is Richard was turning up for work and he was out. So they told him, you either resign or we fire you. And that's because, you've served so long, you were a career, resign or we fire you. And he didn't get a very good resignation release either. Kind of like the same type that McCain would get. McCabe. Oops. Freudian slip right there. So he got caught. He's in charge of prosecuting crimes for people that are for crimes committed during our election period. And I'm telling you, myself, I've seen the hammer in action, midterm elections in 2010, and how they do it. I've seen it. I know it. They're all rigged. Every single state. This is why it's important that we audit all 50 states, not just the ones contested. We shouldn't say, Trump won, let's leave it alone. No, every single one, because we want to gut it. Every single person should go down. Every single state and city employee that was sitting there, they knew. I mean, they're not dumb. They knew. There's a lot of them they knew. So they all knew. They all knew, and they let it happen because, in the end, they threatened them with their 401ks. If Trump comes in and then DNC goes defunct, then we can't cover your assets. And then we can cover your assets. We'll confiscate everything Blumenthal has. Pelosi, do you know how rich these people are? Damn. We'll cover your 401ks, your pension plans, and we'll eliminate every single piece of debt that every American has. You'll be good. Don't worry about it. That's what happens. But see, these dumb teacher unions, city employee unions, they like the security their unions give them. And the union says, if he loses, we go away. We unions disappear, and you will not have us to make sure that you can't get fired. And your money, it's going to go away, and you're going to just have regular Social Security. You're not going to have your pension that you've been paying into. They threaten them like that. Oh, you don't think that's real? Oh, yeah, it's totally, totally, totally real. So now I want you to see a mishmash that in CN here, a mishmash that the Guardian put together of Republicans reacting to President Trump's refusal, they call it refusal, to concede the election. They wanted him to concede an election that hasn't even been determined yet. So bizarre. It's like they're bullying him into giving up the presidency. Not so fast.
Trump is 100% within his rights to look into allegations of irregularities and weigh his legal options.
I think that it is a corrupt, stolen election. We believe these people are thieves.
President Trump should not concede. Keep fighting for every legal and live vote.
Fox News can confirm that Attorney General Bill Barr will instruct the Department of Justice to probe, quote, substantial allegations of voting irregularities.
Joe Biden has won this election. Why can't you acknowledge it?
It's time for the president's lawyers to present the facts, and then it's time for those facts to speak for themselves.
I have been heartened to see a few of my Republican colleagues, it's 3, I believe, congratulate the winning ticket.
It's important for the cause of democracy and freedom that we don't allege fraud and theft and so forth unless there's very clear evidence of that. And at this stage, that evidence hasn't been produced.
The president's allegations of large-scale fraud and theft of the election are just not substantiated.
Let's not have any lectures, no lectures about how the president should immediately, cheerfully accept preliminary election results from the same characters who just spent 4 years refusing to accept the validity of the last election.
But too many, including the Republican leader, have been silent or sympathetic to the president's fantasies.
You know, they can all go to hell as far as I'm concerned. I've had it with these people. Let's fight back. Let's give President Trump all the due process the law allows him. If we don't do something about voting by mail, we're going to lose the ability to elect a Republican in this country.
Yeah, well, there's not going to be another Republican or a Democrat. See, I'm going to tell you what what is it called? The Big Gatsby? No, is it? Gosh darn it. It could be. But as you noticed, you saw Pat Toomey, right? What is he? He says that he's a Republican. Does he look Republican to you? Yeah, we're removing that clown too. So see, here's how it goes. So in 2016, well, it was earlier than that. It was like 2008, right? Fox came up on the scene, embracing every single conservative with arms wide open. Come here, my lovies. I will embrace you because everyone else is liberal. No, everyone else is a commie. And I agree. Millie Weaver said it best. We shouldn't call them liberals. That's like too sweet and cute. They're not. They're commies. You're either for America or a commie, period. So they're commies. And they say, darn those commies, you come to us and we will embrace you. And everyone was mesmerized. They have some great voices like Tucker. But as Tucker is saying some amazing things, they've got tickers under reinforcing the whole Russia agent, right? So suddenly Fox in 2016 starts to take a little bit of a turn. You know, you see people like Geraldo Rivera, you know, that has a selfie picture just like the one that Anthony Weiner has, only uglier. I'm just saying. Then you have like Juan, you know, and then you have people questioning things. Then you have Megyn Kelly bouncing from one place to another. And they're all part of the military industrial complex at Fox. They're also in OAN and Newsmax. I'm not going to lie. We all know it. So what's happening now is that they were activated to, now that they've mesmerized American conservatives and they had them by the cojones, they were like, come to us. President Trump lost. We're calling for Biden. And it's like, it's unfortunate, but you know, whatever. So suddenly the people that are over the age of 40 that usually aren't so snazzy on social media, may not have Newsmax, may not be on Twitter, may not be able to see things on Facebook because they have successfully deployed programs to silence people, right? Silence. They control everything on the airwaves, you know, like radio, for example, TV, social media, regular media, websites taken down, your pocket, the whole 9 yards, papers, you name it. So they've mesmerized them all, and now they've hijacked them where they feel like nothing's, they've lost. Now, Fox put their money all in on them stealing these elections. And in the meantime, what you see is that now two channels, one 2 years ago came up and got military industrial complex assets in there. And then another one that was creeping up. I was watching it because I like Jesse Kelly, man. He's like super funny and I like to watch him opine. So, you know, suddenly we have this new channel. And so I want to show you the clues of where you can see, you know, repeat offending. You know, this is how it goes. Like I've said before, I'm not saying that everyone is corrupt, but if you are being driven by big interests, I'm sorry, you're not guided by your own inner light. That's basically how it goes. So it doesn't mean that I don't watch them. It doesn't mean, whoa, did my PC just freeze? Okay. So I guess I wasn't supposed to show you that video, huh? I guess people don't like it coming out, huh? Because everything's frozen. So I don't know. I'm just going to keep talking and I'm going to check my chat and see if people can still hear me yapping, even though everything froze on my screen. So can anyone hear me? Because I can't see your chats. I could check YouTube. Let's see. Man, every time I do something like this, it always happens, right? Always happen. Yapping is good. Okay, so you guys can still hear me. I just can't do anything. So I'm just going to talk. So what I noticed was a few little subtle changes that we see all the time, actions that we see all the time happen. Where they, like Donna Brazile, everyone freaked out. I mean, that was like a super red flag, right? It's like, why are you bringing Donna Brazile, who gave the questions to Hillary Clinton, to Fox? Well, it's okay. You're going to see it. And I'm just teaching you so you can see the hints. Recalling the little hints from before is one thing, but it's important that we can recognize them so that way we trust our inner gut. It's all about trusting your gut. Don't trust anyone but your gut. That is exactly what you should be doing. Trusting your gut. Nothing else, nothing more, just you. God gave you a brain. It's those beautiful 6 inches between your ears. That is all you need to concern yourself with. Your gut tells you everything because it is from your gut that you fight. Your gut helps you fight. And so it's important that you listen to your gut because it cannot guide you wrong. Definitely not. Man, it's like, guys, I have like a pale screen right now. This is so annoying. So annoying. So annoying. I hate that when it happens. And, I hate the word hate. So I wanted to show you a clip where Megyn Kelly was making her debut on Newsmax. That's where it stopped me because she was talking for unified message. Remember the one that was absolutely not unified and decided to jump ship and go to the military industrial complex side. And then they booted her because she realized she was in the wrong place that didn't agree with, I don't know, American values and stuff, frivolous things like that. And then she tried to, kind of redeem herself, and that didn't work either. And she kind of has just been floating around, wherever. And now she's finding a home on, certain things. Now, listen, a lot of people can make mistakes. But when you've worked for both military industrial when you've worked for both sides of the same military industrial complex, that's a big deal. That is a very big deal. So the title of the video that I was going to show is Megyn Kelly calls out the unifier Joe Biden. And that's the video that I was going to play for you. Which is pretty interesting. I was also going to run through to you to show you how these people have been planning a coup for months now. And that was information that had been gathered by sources and infiltrators, right? Whoever that person may have been that slits their wrists and watches all these insane Zoom calls of all these soy people. But they had a plan. And what was weird is that plan came from the AFL-CIO, which is a big union conglomerate that has a lot of federal and state and city employees in it. And it walks through what their plan is and what contingencies they have in place. Now, for me, that was a big deal, just having that document. And I didn't see it much discussed by I would say, employees of the federal government or anything like that. So it didn't really bother me. But then, lo and behold, yesterday, there was a meeting with governors talking about how they were going to slow walk the certification of elections. And specifically, the discussions had Governor Doug Burgum of North Dakota in there. Now, yesterday was the deadline or the day that they were supposed to be certifying the elections. Now, I was alerted earlier this morning that they were going to certify them this morning. And that was from inside the Secretary of State's office. Mind you, the Secretary of State has been in office for almost 30 years. Like the guy is so senile, it's not even funny. Not even funny. I mean, he can't even. You think Joe Biden will? Then we have to go into will the real Joe Biden please stand up? But we have to. Gosh darn it! This is really killing me. I'm trying, you guys, to see how I can bring this up, but it's just not being my friend. So the Secretary of State that has been there for such, almost 30 years, which is pure insanity, right? Decided that, no, today we're not going to do it. We're going to kind of just do something else. We're going to do it on Friday. And it's like, why are we waiting till Friday? I'll tell you why. Apparently, criminal, and I didn't expect that because in the morning they were waiting for the certification. But apparently, there have been criminal filings against the state of North Dakota. Suddenly, there were precincts. They made like polling precincts, like 27 of them, and then there were only 17, and then they were all at the same place. So it was really bizarre. And so an investigation has been called for. I mean, they've provided it to the U.S. Attorney of North Dakota, to the sheriffs. This is actual fraud. And one might say that it was mishandled by the Secretary of State. I don't buy that for a second, because here's what happened. So about a week before the elections, I think I tweeted out a screenshot of North Dakota's canvassing ballot. So what they do is, to see that their systems are all go, they take a random pool, completely random pool, to see where they're at. Do you know why they do that? They want to see how much they need to cheat and program. This is why states do it. They say, oh, we're just checking to see, if everything's okay. Well, in that random pool, the write-in for governor got 38.9%. The governor incumbent that finally won, right, apparently, got 20%. And then the Democrat got something small. Now, I'd go and see it, but my computer's stuck. So maybe you guys can find, I don't know. I'll probably retweet it later. So what's bizarre is that's a very big deal, 38.9% for the write-in. And then on election day to barely make it, that doesn't sound right. That really doesn't sound right. Because every single write-in vote, like for one county where the governor won, you can count the people with your finger in a square, and all of them will stand up and tell you exactly who they voted for, because they cannot stand the Chinese governor, Doug Burgum, because he deployed drones, he deployed mandatory FEMA camps so kids can stay overnight if they have to, had those DNA harvesting parties, lock them all down, even though sometimes your closest neighbor is like 20 miles away. I mean, when I was in North Dakota, I'd have to drive 100 miles to get to something that looked like civilization, and actually have, I don't know, like a Yankee Candle or an actual restaurant, because Pizza Ranch does not constitute a restaurant. Okay. Because that's what they call fancy. I'm dead serious. It's true. That's what happens in little places. So, it's a big deal, because for them to delay it to Friday, even though they were supposed to be done yesterday, means that an investigation is happening. Now, here's the kicker. The guy who's actually U.S. attorney is Drew Wrigley. He was he governor or lieutenant governor? Gosh, I keep forgetting at some point. So do you really think with the same Secretary of State that he served and with the same attorney general that he served, that he's going to turn them in? You know what I mean? Super corruption. So hence my comment that North Dakota will play a big role, because North Dakotans are pissed. They're pissed. If you want to see corruption, think about it. You've got a dinosaur that's basically on life support, running your elections, your everything. Then you've got an AG that's in there for 22 years, and he walks around like he owns the place, dominates the banking industry, albeit he's not the president of this bank, but he appointed his son. So if you want to buy a house or get a property, you got to get the mortgage through him. I mean, these are real things, you guys. And this is a state. We're not talking like in a town. And don't forget that the governor of North Dakota physically owns over 50% of the damn city of Fargo. Like it's his, like the land is his. Okay, it's his. So while all of us realize corruption on a federal level, I want to take you on a micro level so you can just understand the gravity of how these things are happening in states. I mean, look at Alaska. Like what's going on in Alaska? Did we forget to count? Do we need to send Count Dracula or Big Bird out there to teach you how to count? Too much Common Core for you? What happened? Glitches. And the glitches, I want to say, aren't so much the computers get stuck. It's when people try to access it. So if you remember, they said, oh, DHS was just hacking the election. Remember when they said that? Well, you know, Homeland Security does monitor things. And when you're using non-attribution methods and someone is trying to monitor you through appropriate channels, it'll cause your channel to stall, which means that you're using non-attribution methods. Non-attributions means you can't find where where I'm at. You can't find my network, right? I'm bouncing around. I look like something else. I look like I'm coming from your daughter's iPad, whatever. So this is why they had so many glitches. And this is why there was such a delay, because they got caught. They all got caught, or else, you know, Dick wouldn't have been fired, or what did they say? Resigned. Oh, this is driving me insane, because if I do anything, I know it's just going to terminate my feed. So I'm just going to talk. I mean, I always talk. So what we need to see is that this week started off with a boom on Monday. The resignation / firings, right, that happened were incredible, but also all the arrests that are happening nationwide. See, no one is reporting it. The local media has put a gag on it, right? And you're relying on your local media. So it's important that you take your phones out. You see something, report it. You hear something, report it. Because they're not going to tell you who got arrested. They're not going to tell you who was rounded up. But what I can tell you is that North Carolina is now looking like it's President Trump. And now we got Pennsylvania. So it's ready to go. Now, you know NPR, right? I tweeted out this morning that it's really important that we have control of our money. Not only who we pay in Congress or the Senate, but where we spend our money. And NPR has done a complete disservice to our nation, calling elections, doing hit pieces. So fact checkers have now become our thought police. Well, I'll have you know that NPR is at the top of that list. And what they're doing is they're doing a hit piece on people that create content on YouTube, Twitch, whatever it is, calling them disinformation agents. And so, believe it or not, at 2 a.m., because yesterday me and Millie went on for like 2 hours. I think we were off at like an hour at 1 a.m. I only hopped on for like, I think the last like 40 minutes. But when she got off, she had a message from NPR telling her, oh, we emailed you, but, you know, you probably didn't get it. We're writing a story. And she's like, all right, well, do you usually like DM or text or whatever people that you're going to do hit pieces at 2 o'clock in the morning? Like, she was pretty straightforward. Now, they're doing hit pieces because they're concerned as to why people like Millie Weaver and others, including myself. And you know what sucks? What's weird? I'm going to tell you this. So this morning, when I woke up, I skimmed through messages and then I flag them like in order, how I'm going to look at them. And on Facebook, I was trying to see stuff from my mom and I had a bunch of Facebook messages. And the messages were saying, how come all the real patriots were kicked off of YouTube and Facebook and you and Millie are still around? I was like, well, one, my content's actually original. Okay. 2, I don't know. I mean, I'm working within the guidelines, you know, they don't know how much trouble I'm at, you know, how much difficulty I'm having with YouTube. On one of my YouTube channels, I can only premiere and upload like that. And on the other one, I'm streaming, but I'm constantly getting smacked with copyright, like on both of them. Like right now, as I'm talking, I probably have like 50 copyright strikes in my inbox. So their question is how we're still around on social media when everyone mask was off. And I'm like, that's so strange. Like, what? Are they salty? Do they want us to, like, what, resign from using Facebook and YouTube and whatever because, you know, camouflage is able to be executed better? I mean, I'm not understanding. These are supposed to be patriots. Why are they asking me these questions? So I kind of left it. And then this morning we reconvened and it was like, you know, NPR is doing a hit piece. And I was like, you know what's funny? I got a barrage of messages kind of along the same lines. Like, why are you still on YouTube? Why are you on
Let's bring in now Jordan Sekulow. He's the executive director at the American Center for Law and Justice, joining us.
You know, I watched your state, and we saw your state had a mess in 2000 and then kind of had a mess in 2016. You got a new governor fixed the system, and we watched Florida flawlessly with a lot of mail-in ballots, double, triple the population of some states we're talking about, 2 time zones. Basically, we could have called the race with complete confidence at 9 p.m. on election night. Here we are a week later, still counting ballots in a lot of these states. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, Florida's gotten good at 2 things. The one is dealing with hurricanes. We've had so many of them. And the other is at counting votes. And the problems we've had in recent years have been due to incompetent officials like down in Broward and Palm Beach County that the governor replaced. And you saw how that worked. And those are counties that went for Joe Biden, by the way. But the fundamental point you make is the right one, and that is this. At the core of our republic, its legitimacy comes from people's confidence in the elections. And right now, you've got half this country that has doubts about the veracity of this election. And that's why the process that exists in the law, there's a process in the law that exists after the election, before the results are certified. That process has to be allowed to move forward. Otherwise, we're going to have a result here that half the country will harbor significant doubts about. And that's bad for the country. That's why both sides should be welcoming having this process be open, transparent, and according to the rights afforded to both candidates by the law.
You know, you look at the margin, and the president nearly got, 10 million more votes than he had gotten in 2016. You look at the dramatic increase in Hispanic Americans voting for the president, African Americans voting for the president. We see the House of Representatives. I think we're around 15 new female House members. And it seems like the Republican Party that it's in ways that people never predicted are changing, and I'd give Donald Trump the credit. And that is, people said, well, if he wanted to build a wall, that would hurt with Hispanic Americans. It hasn't. The president was able to increase that vote dramatically. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that by controlling borders, having, a legal system, that allows Americans less competition for jobs, and means that wages rise, which set record low unemployment for every demographic group in the country. Is this like the coastal elite Democratic Party versus a new Republican Party of working men and women?
Well, I think the future of the Republican Party is a multi-ethnic, multiracial, working class party. And what I mean by working class party are normal, hardworking, everyday people that don't want to live in a city where there's no police department, where people rampage through the streets every time they're upset about something, where their kids are afraid that they're going to fail a college course because unless they agree with their crazy professor, where they're afraid to speak out on what they believe on some issue because they might get fired from their job, where they're going to be called a racist because they wear a MAGA hat or have a sticker on their car. And people recoil at all this and more. And I think one of the things that we also forget is these are people that work hard and they don't want their small businesses shut down. They take the pandemic seriously, but they have to make a living. And they're tired of seeing their jobs sent to another country and everyone telling them in both parties, well, that's just the way it works. Well, it's not working for them. And they don't like crazy people. And a lot of the elements that control the Democratic Party today are crazy. I'm not saying every Democrat is crazy, but I'm telling you that people who are crazy and have crazy ideas have an extraordinary amount of power and influence in that party. Well, I can tell you this, well, I hear it's a good point. I don't know if Joe Biden, I wouldn't say Joe Biden's crazy, but I will tell you that in his administration, if there is one, it is going to have people on that cabinet that are out of their minds. The defund the police people, the Green New Deal people, the people that want to, do all kinds of things that undermine the vitality of this country's economy. The people that don't believe there should be any immigration laws. You talked about immigration. That issue is important in Hispanic communities, but it is offensive to presume that just because you're an immigrant and you live in an immigrant community that you think we shouldn't have immigration laws. And I think that's the arrogance that comes from the far left that people rejected and voted for Donald Trump because of.
Now, tonight, millions of Americans, you do feel betrayed, according to Politico. Look at this. 70% of Republicans, they don't believe this election was free, fair, and for good reason. We saw blatant election law violations in state after state. We've watched the poll observers push 6, 20, some even saying to cameras and now on affidavits 100 feet away. Mail-in ballots with no postmarks, laws blatantly changed last minute or just ignored. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Coming up, we're going to show you examples of serious irregularities. Also bring you a report out of the state of Georgia tonight, where the authenticity of certain absentee ballots is now being called into question. Let us be clear. With razor-thin margins in multiple states, you, the American people, have a right to investigate every single claim of fraud and abuse and have a duty to count every single legal vote. And after years of being lied to, smeared, slandered, and frankly censored now by America's most powerful institutions, bureaucrats in the deep state, the hacks in the media mob, the 99%, we're not just going to take their word for anything. We know we can't trust them. Listen to how Senator Marco Rubio of Florida summed it up earlier today. Take a look.
The fact that 70% of Republicans don't believe the 2020 election was free and fair, that should be of concern to everyone. That's why both sides should support allowing the post-election process provided for in our laws to work, to move forward. Our election laws call for recounts in close elections. They provide candidates the right to contest votes cast in violation of the law. Now, for those in the media who are angry that Republicans won't just take their word for it that Biden won, I think you need some self-awareness. You spent 4 years claiming the Russians hacked the last election. You supported Democrats when they went to court to overturn the governor's race in Georgia in 2018, and you say nothing when to this day they claim that they won that race.
Look what they did in Florida, Ohio. Let's see, 2 time zones, more people, bigger population than many of the states, high population of older people, mail-in ballots. All integrity, full confidence in the outcome. Same with Ohio. Senator Rubio will be here in a moment. Also, Senator Rubio is absolutely right, and he joins the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, many others across the country, backing the president's legal challenges, determined to count every single legal vote. Now look at your screen. Instead of investigating claims of election abuse like a real news company, fake news, CNN is airing a list shaming Republicans who haven't publicly congratulated the network's dear leader. Now, predictably, the mob and the media, the outlets, flat out refusing to investigate any election irregularity. And this includes several major claims out of Wayne County, Michigan. Look at this sworn affidavit, one partisan observer saying poll workers were looking at how a person voted by peeking inside an absentee ballot secrecy sleeve before classifying them as problem ballots. Same observer also reporting the poll workers were allowing people to vote who were not in the state's qualified voter file. Another affidavit, by the way, under the threat of perjury, Detroit city employee claiming election workers at a Detroit satellite voting center repeatedly coached voters, telling them to vote for Biden and other Democrats. And that's not all. 4 other individuals came forward in Wayne County, all signing legal affidavits alleging suspicious irregularities and other major issues. And let's not forget the so-called software glitch in another Michigan county that caused 6,000 votes to swing in favor of, Joe Biden. Now, the same software was used in 47 Michigan counties out of their 80-some-odd counties, and JustTheNews.com, John Solomon reporting it was used, that software, in 28 states. Now, it's not just Michigan. For example, look at Arizona. Another affidavit, another election observer claiming that poll workers incorrectly rejected numerous ballots. In Nevada, an affidavit from a poll worker alleges that he regularly saw people walking in with multiple ballots. Same poll worker also claiming that a group of people formed a human wall to block visibility as others were marking ballots. Really? And meanwhile, a second affidavit out of Nevada accusing poll workers of having a blatant disregard for the signature verification in mail-in ballots. Look at your screen. We have sworn affidavits out of Wisconsin, out of Georgia, serious allegations from Pennsylvania, where election observers were literally blocked from doing their jobs. We'll keep that rolling as votes were counted. And according to the RNC, nearly 500 affidavits have been completed in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada. And of course, many of the reported irregularities surround mail-in voting. And as Congressman Jim Jordan pointed out, months before the election, as the president pointed out months before the election, widespread mail-in voting is wrought with issues because of inaccurate voter rolls, lack of ID verification, ballot harvesting, concerns of surrounding an increased reliance on the U.S. Postal Service. Look, let me be very clear. You got to take this seriously. If we don't put an end to this universal mail out all the ballots without any voter ID standards, Republicans will never win again. That's my prediction. It's that serious. State legislators, they've got to do more. And first, all claims of abuse must be investigated. Nearly 72 million people now voted for Donald Trump. Do they not have a right to know the integrity of our election? They've got to do more. And first,
don't believe the 2020 election was free and fair. That should be of concern to everyone. That's why both sides should support allowing the post-election process provided for in our laws to work, to move forward. Our election laws call for recounts in close elections. They provide candidates the right to contest votes cast in violation of the law. Now, for those in the media who are angry that Republicans won't just take their word for it that Biden won, I think you need some self-awareness. You spent 4 years claiming the Russians hacked the last election. You supported Democrats when they went to court to overturn the governor's race in Georgia in 2018, and you say nothing when to this day they claim that they won that race.
Look what they did in Florida, Ohio. Let's see, 2 time zones, more people, bigger population than many of the states, high population of older people, mail-in ballots. All integrity, full confidence in the outcome. Same with Ohio. Senator Rubio will be here in a moment. Also, Senator Rubio is absolutely right, and he joins the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, many others across the country, backing the president's legal challenges, determined to count every single legal vote. Now look at your screen. Instead of investigating claims of election abuse like a real news company, fake news, CNN is airing a list shaming Republicans who haven't publicly congratulated the network's dear leader. Now, predictably, the mob and the media, the outlets, flat out refusing to investigate any election irregularity. And this includes several major claims out of Wayne County, Michigan. Look at this sworn affidavit, one partisan observer saying poll workers were looking at how a person voted by peeking inside an absentee ballot secrecy sleeve before classifying them as problem ballots. Same observer also reporting the poll workers were allowing people to vote who were not in the state's qualified voter file. Another affidavit, by the way, under the threat of perjury, Detroit city employee claiming election workers at a Detroit satellite voting center repeatedly coached voters, telling them to vote for Biden and other Democrats. And that's not all. 4 other individuals came forward in Wayne County, all signing legal affidavits alleging suspicious irregularities and other major issues. And let's not forget the so-called software glitch in another Michigan county that caused 6,000 votes to swing in favor of, Joe Biden. Now, the same software was used in 47 Michigan counties out of their 80-some-odd counties, and JustTheNews.com, John Solomon reporting it was used, that software, in 28 states. Now, it's not just Michigan. For example, look at Arizona. Another affidavit, another election observer claiming that poll workers incorrectly rejected numerous ballots. In Nevada, an affidavit from a poll worker alleges that he regularly saw people walking in with multiple ballots. Same poll worker also claiming that a group of people formed a human wall to block visibility as others were marking ballots. Really? And meanwhile, a second affidavit out of Nevada accusing poll workers of having a blatant disregard for the signature verification in mail-in ballots. Look at your screen. We have sworn affidavits out of Wisconsin, out of Georgia, serious allegations from Pennsylvania, where election observers were literally blocked from doing their jobs. We'll keep that rolling as votes were counted. And according to the RNC, nearly 500 affidavits have been completed in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada. And of course, many of the reported irregularities surround mail-in voting. And as Congressman Jim Jordan pointed out, months before the election. As the president pointed out, months before the election, widespread mail-in voting is wrought with issues because of inaccurate voter rolls, lack of ID verification, ballot harvesting, concerns of surrounding an increased reliance on the U.S. Postal Service. Look, let me be very clear. You got to take this seriously. If we don't put an end to this universal, mail out all the ballots without any voter ID standards, Republicans will never win again. That's my prediction. It's that serious. State legislators, they've got to do more. And first, all claims of abuse must be investigated. Nearly 72 million people now voted for Donald Trump. Do they not have a right to know the integrity of our election is at stake? Secretary of State Mike Pompeo had a great answer. The world is watching. We must get it right. Here's how he answered a question.
There will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. All right, we're ready. The world is watching what's taking place here. We're going to count all the votes. When the process is complete, there'll be electors selected. There's a process. The Constitution lays it out pretty clearly. The world should have every confidence that the transition necessary to make sure that the State Department is functional today, successful today, and successful with the president who's in office on January 20th, a minute afternoon, will also be successful.
Now, this isn't just about this president, Joe Biden. It's big. This is about election integrity in this, the greatest country on earth. Now, it's about following the rule of law. It's about holding bureaucrats and the media accountable. President Ronald Reagan often said, trust but verify. I'm a trust but verify guy. After 5 years of lies and conspiracy theories, the Russia hoax, Hillary's dirty dossier, FISA abuse, lying to a FISA court, spying on a presidential candidate and a president, fake polls, fake news, fake everything, we, the American people, I don't have any trust in these institutions. None. So now more than ever, verification, authentication, investigation, critically important. Now, tonight, millions of Americans, you do feel betrayed. According to Politico, look at this. 70% of Republicans, they don't believe this election was free, fair, and for good reason. We saw blatant election law violations in state after state. We've watched the poll observers push 6, 20, some even saying to cameras and now on affidavits 100 feet away. Mail-in ballots with no postmarks, laws blatantly changed last minute or just ignored. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Coming up, we're going to show you examples of serious irregularities. Also bring you a report out of the state of Georgia tonight, where the authenticity of certain absentee ballots is now being called into question. Let us be clear. With razor-thin margins in multiple states, you, the American people, have a right to investigate every single claim of fraud and abuse and have a duty to count every single legal vote. And after years of being lied to, smeared, slandered, and frankly censored now by America's most powerful institutions, bureaucrats in the deep state, the hacks in the media mob, the 99%, we're not just going to take their word for anything. We know we can't trust them. Listen how Senator Marco Rubio of Florida summed it up earlier today. Take a look.
The fact that 70% of Republicans don't believe the 2020 election was free and fair, that should be of concern to everyone. That's why both sides should support allowing the post-election process provided for in our laws to work, to move forward. Our election laws call for recounts in close elections. They provide candidates the right to contest votes cast in violation of the law. Now, for those in the media who are angry that Republicans won't just take their word for it that Biden won, I think you need some self-awareness. You spent 4 years claiming the Russians hacked the last election. You supported Democrats when they went to court to overturn the governor's race in Georgia in 2018, and you say nothing when to this day they claim that they won that race.
Look what they did in Florida, Ohio. Let's see, 2 time zones, more people, bigger population than many of the states, high population of older people, mail-in ballots. All integrity, full confidence in the outcome. Same with Ohio. Senator Rubio will be here in a moment. Also, Senator Rubio is absolutely right, and he joins the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, many others across the country, backing the president's legal challenges, determined to count every single legal vote. Now look at your screen. Instead of investigating claims of election abuse like a real news company, fake news, CNN is airing a list shaming Republicans who haven't publicly congratulated the network's dear leader. Now, predictably, the mob and the media, the outlets, flat out refusing to investigate any election irregularity. And this includes several major claims out of Wayne County, Michigan. Look at this sworn affidavit, one partisan observer saying poll workers were looking at how a person voted by peeking inside an absentee ballot secrecy sleeve before classifying them as problem ballots. Same observer also reporting the poll workers were allowing people to vote who were not in the state's qualified voter file. Another affidavit, by the way, under the threat of perjury, Detroit city employee claiming election workers at a Detroit satellite voting center repeatedly coached voters, telling them to vote for Biden and other Democrats. And that's not all. 4 other individuals came forward in Wayne County, all signing legal affidavits alleging suspicious irregularities and other major issues. And let's not forget the so-called software glitch in another Michigan county that caused 6,000 votes to swing in favor of, Joe Biden. Now, the same software was used in 47 Michigan counties out of their 80-some-odd counties, and JustTheNews.com, John Solomon reporting it was used, that software, in 28 states. Now, it's not just Michigan. For example, look at Arizona. Another affidavit, another election observer claiming that poll workers incorrectly rejected numerous ballots. In Nevada, an affidavit from a poll worker alleges that he regularly saw people walking in with multiple ballots. Same poll worker also claiming that a group of people formed a human wall to block visibility as others were marking ballots. Really? And meanwhile, a second affidavit out of Nevada accusing poll workers of having a blatant disregard for the signature verification in mail-in ballots. Look at your screen. We have sworn affidavits out of Wisconsin, out of Georgia, serious allegations from Pennsylvania, where election observers were literally blocked from doing their jobs. We'll keep that rolling as votes were counted. And according to the RNC, nearly 500 affidavits have been completed in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada. And of course, many of the reported irregularities surround mail-in voting. And as Congressman Jim Jordan pointed out, months before the election, as the president pointed out months before the election, widespread mail-in voting is wrought with issues because of inaccurate voter rolls, lack of ID verification, ballot harvesting, concerns of surrounding an increased reliance on the U.S. Postal Service. Look, let me be very clear. You got to take this seriously. If we don't put an end to this universal mail out all the ballots without any voter ID standards, Republicans will never win again. That's my prediction. It's that serious. State legislators, they've got to do more. And first, all claims of abuse must be investigated. Nearly 72 million people now voted for Donald Trump. Do they not have a right to know the integrity of our election is at stake? Secretary of State Mike Pompeo had a great answer. The world is watching. We must get it right. Here's how he answered a question.
There will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. All right, we're ready. The world is watching what's taking place here. We're going to count all the votes. When the process is complete, there'll be electors selected. There's a process. The Constitution lays it out pretty clearly. The world should have every confidence that the transition necessary to make sure that the State Department is functional today, and successful with the president who's in office on January 20th, a minute afternoon, will also be successful.
Now, this isn't just about this president, Joe Biden. It's big. The world is watching. We must get it right. Here's how he answered a question.
There will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. All right, we're ready. The world is watching what's taking place here. We're going to count all the votes. When the process is complete, there'll be electors selected. There's a process. The Constitution lays it out pretty clearly. The world should have every confidence that the transition necessary to make sure that the State Department is functional today, and successful with the president who's in office on January 20th, a minute afternoon, will also be successful.
Now, this isn't just about this president. The world is watching. We must get it right. Here's how he answered a question.
There will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. All right, we're ready. The world is watching what's taking place here. We're going to count all the votes. When the process is complete, there'll be electors selected. There's a process. The Constitution lays it out pretty clearly. The world should have every confidence that the transition necessary to make sure that the State Department is functional today, successful today, and successful with the president who's in office on January 20th, a minute afternoon, will also be successful.
Now, this isn't just about this president, Joe Biden. It's big. This is about election integrity in this, the greatest country on earth. Now, it's about following the rule of law. It's about holding bureaucrats and the media accountable. President Ronald Reagan often said, trust but verify. I'm a trust but verify guy. After 5 years of lies and conspiracy theories, the Russia hoax, Hillary's dirty dossier, FISA abuse, lying to a FISA court, spying on a presidential candidate and a president, fake polls, fake news, fake everything, we, the American people, I don't have any trust in these institutions. None. So now more than ever, verification, authentication, investigation, critically important.
Wow. Hey guys. All right. So we're supposed to be watching Andy McCabe's butt pucker on live stream, but it's really not there yet. So I think maybe we could do some morning housekeeping and kind of recap what's happened in these days, well, yesterday, and what the media is trying to cover up and not tell you, and how hard it's been to keep my mouth shut. This is what did Schumer say? It's the new dawn. You know who used that phrase? Stalin did. You know who else used that phrase? Hitler did. You know, every single dictator has used that phrase. So that was pretty interesting. Now, Mail to the Chief is going out like crazy. I know the president is always very excited to hear from us. You know it, right? He's an emotional guy. We see him when he's on stage. We see him, and it's pretty insane. Now, let's see. I'm going to share my Twitter feed to tell you what's important to know today. And let's see. Let me get my Twitter up and shared. Because, yesterday Millie was doing a show talking about and dropping an actual document. And I was kind of like, all right, so should we wanted to send it to a few people first before we release it, and kind of talk about their plan, because they have a plan, right? They have a plan. We trust their plan, okay? Because they're sticking to it like crazy. So this morning I got off the phone early with a source of mine in Bismarck, North Dakota, because yesterday they were supposed to be certifying the elections. That was their normal deadline because they were finishing the write-ins and stuff, right? Or the last minute votes, whatever you want to call it. The provisional ballots too. And so I get a text, and well, it's not a text. I can't say. And my source says, all right, Tori, we're certifying them. They've already done it. So we're getting ready. And then it's like, oh my gosh, they just put it off. So obviously other reporters that I had tipped off that they're certifying, which means that we could kick off an audit, reached out, and the Secretary of State made the following statement. Okay. It's so insane. Where's the statement? There it is. The state canvassing board will meet at 1:30 on Friday the 13th, November 13th, to certify state and district election results. Damn. So last minute they pull it. So why are they doing it then? What are they doing? In other news, people are a few years behind on the news. So you have to wonder, why is it that, Vox is now reporting that the former Google CEO, Eric Schmidt, applied for Cypriot citizenship. We were here talking about it when I told you guys that in 2015, Eric Braverman was not missing. He was in the Ukraine with Google raising money for CrowdStrike because they needed to find Hillary's emails or documents and other stuff and election meddling software on the DNC server before anybody else could. And if I've stated it many times that USA, Ukraine, and Cypriot passports is what all these clowns have, all of them. And let's not forget, Cyprus is part of the crown. Now, in other news, Albert Bourla talks about the Pfizer vaccine and says, I'd really love to take the vaccine, but other people have priority. So what's the rule of thumb? Rule of thumb is if the chef won't eat their food, that's a red flag. So if the people that are making the vaccine don't take the vaccine, that that's also a red flag. So I wanted to share a clip of Tucker yesterday. Hold on, because I want to show you how this psyop stuff works. Okay, it's so incredible because while Tucker was spitting truth on air and letting the world know what's going on, who's going on. They literally were putting out.
Good evening. Welcome to Tucker Carlson.
Hold on, let me share it. They were literally putting tickers, inferring that the president of the United States is an agent of Russia. And that was pretty incredible. So Tucker just shared this video. You're not going to see the ticker on this, but I want you guys to pay attention to what the media conglomerates do. Tucker was spitting truth, but what did they do? At the bottom of the screen, they were running. Oh, Putin won't, congratulate Joe Biden, but yet he was so quick to congratulate Trump. And it's like, why would Putin congratulate someone that's not been elected and is not president-elect? Like, what is going on here? Take a listen.
It's hard to trust anything you hear right now. We've heard you. We're grateful that you trust us, and we will try to be worthy of your trust. We want to begin tonight by assessing some of the things no doubt you have heard about last week's presidential election. There are conflicting versions of virtually every part of that story. But as of right now, here's what we think we know. For much of election night, Donald Trump seemed to be leading in a number of key swing states. Then early Wednesday morning, he began to fall behind. That trend continued more or less for several days. On Saturday, the media declared Joe Biden the president-elect. Biden quickly accepted welcome to Tucker Carlson tonight. The Biden campaign now has something called the Office of the President-elect. It sounds official, which of course is the point of setting it up. And in the end, it's possible it will be official. If after all the questions have been answered, it becomes clear that Joe Biden is the legitimate winner of the presidential election, we will accept that and we'll encourage others to accept it too. We're Americans first. We want what is best for this country. We want our system of government to continue. Whether it does continue, though, depends in part on how we proceed from here. As of tonight, tens of millions of Americans suspect this election was stolen from them. That means we now live in a country where a large percentage of our population no longer believes that our democracy is real. That is sad. It is also dangerous. It could easily get worse. What we're doing in response is hardly the solution. It is making our country much more volatile. It is setting us up for something bad. In a democracy, you cannot ignore honest questions from citizens. You're not allowed. You can't dismiss them out of hand as crazy or immoral for asking. You can't just cut away from coverage you don't like. You can't simply tell people to accept an outcome because force doesn't work in a democracy. That's dictatorship. In a free society, you have to convince the public of your legitimacy. You have to win them over with reason. Democracy is always a voluntary arrangement.
So that heeds true for everything. They will skew the public opinion to convince you someone is bad, someone is good. Now, what's interesting is that the actual website, take a look, of the Senate, right, is not airing the hearing, but for some reason Fox has it on with no picture, which is very, very, very concerning, but we're going to hear it anyway. Ooh, there's the picture. What the heck is happening? Okay, so has it not started? Where is it? We're going to watch this, guys. We are going to watch this and we are going to enjoy it. We're going to watch
pointing out facts are not demonization. Good for Megyn Kelly. Watch this. Martina, the vitriol went well beyond Trump. Some 70 million people have been called vile, bigots, racists, and xenophobes are now being threatened with being put on target lists as punishment for supporting him. They've been demonized by the very people now sanctimoniously demanding civility. Amen, Megyn Kelly. And Megyn Kelly joins us, the legendary broadcast journalist and talk show host and friend. Megyn, great job on Twitter lately. How are you?
Thank you. Good to see you, Mr. Kelly.
Good to see you. You have been calling out liberals who are so intent on settling scores right now. I applaud you for that. But first off, overall, how are you feeling about this election? You're a lawyer. I mean, what do you think is going to happen right now?
Well, I mean, I've been looking at the legal challenges, and to me, to be perfectly frank, they do not seem that robust. So if I were going to put my money on whether this works out for Trump or it doesn't, I'd probably put it on it's not going to work out for him. Mainly because the vote tally is not that large, right? So like he's fighting over handfuls of votes in each state when it comes to alleging voter fraud. And, you know, if he lost a state by like 25 votes, we might be in business, but he's losing them by, 20,000, 50,000. That's just not going to get turned around by voter fraud. So if I were a betting woman, I'd say this piece of the race is over for Trump.
Well, wait a second. Okay, you might bet, but you don't win every bet. You lose some bets. And look, my fingers are crossed. And I do think that technological stuff in Michigan seems very, very strange. That system that seems to be flipping votes rather systematically against Trump. And also, you know about how they changed the rules in Pennsylvania. I mean, the Supreme Court, doesn't that look, is there hope there?
That's the one I like the best. Of all the legal challenges, that's my favorite because the courts had no business jumping in when managing elections is the business of the legislators. And so it shouldn't have done that. I understand it was COVID and they wanted different rules, but it's too bad. I want different rules at the Burger King when I want to get in late at night. It's closed, but I don't run Burger King, so I can't do that. And these judges had no business jumping in there. And I think it really did change the effect of the election. And these are serious matters. People need to have faith in the election. And there's a reason why they don't let just some judges take care of it. So if I were Trump and I want to put my, my best bet someplace, I'd be putting it in Pennsylvania. But I also just don't want to raise your audience's expectations to an unreasonable level. This is a very uphill battle for him at this point. And while I totally think he should pursue it to the last minute, because every voter who voted for him deserves to feel that they had their vote counted and deserves to have the tires kicked on this electoral process and how sound it is. If you have to be realistic about what the chances are.
Look, the guy has been underestimated and counted out many times before. It felt a little bit like Access Hollywood weekend this weekend, actually. And we saw him come back from that. So I just feel like this thing is not over. We'll see. In the meantime, fantastic job with the Megyn Kelly podcast, which I have listened to. It's terrific. And also, you are going where a lot of people are afraid to go. You're strong. You lean a little bit to the right, my sense, center right, perhaps. But liberals have lost their minds. They lost it when Trump won, and now they've also lost it when they think he lost. Does that make sense?
No, I'm right. I mean, to me, it was ironic because what set me off was Biden tweeted out Sunday morning or late Saturday night, a nation unified, a nation strengthened, a nation healed. Okay, so no, it isn't. It's not even close. And what I tweeted out was that was written by a man who's been in his basement for the past year because the nation's extremely divided right now, extremely divided. And you need look no further than Joe Biden's own party. AOC within his party is one of the ones trying to get accountability lists together of Republicans who voted for Trump. There's a big project underway right now from a guy who worked for Obama, trying to get accountability lists going, not just for people who worked in the Trump administration, but for any of their, quote, enablers. Who does that mean? Your voters. The voters, the people who voted for Trump now need to be on the accountability list. And what are they going to do? They're going to try to stop you from getting a job. They're going to try to blackball you. They're going to try to stop you, they said it explicitly, from getting any sort of a publishing deal. And they're going to threaten the publishing houses. Not only are they going to get in trouble and the book a Trump supporter is writing will get boycotted. The entire library of the publisher's books will get boycotted. This is where we are. And Joe Biden's like, a nation keeper. Well, no, we aren't. And my observation was, because Biden's been saying this all along, that he's the unifier. He's the one who's going to bring us together. It sounds delightful. It sounds great. I want that, and I want world peace, and I want all the puppies and kittens to be adopted. But let's get real. It's not connected to the reality on the ground in this country right now. And the only reason you're hearing Biden and all these Democrats call for it is because they won, right? It's always the person who wins who's suddenly like, let's have unity. But what have they been doing for the past 4 years, Greg? They've been calling all of the Trump supporters, not just Trump, that'd be bad enough. Not just Trump, all of his supporters, racist, bigots, xenophobes, misogynists, sexist, transphobes, you name it. And now it's like,
so did
that stuff we said, we're good, right? Aren't we good? Get over here. Come on.
So, Megyn, it was very frustrating to me to watch Joe Biden be on the national stage, multiple debates on 60 Minutes, which is ostensibly the most prestigious show in broadcast journalism, and not be confronted in a serious way about very obvious and basic questions about his integrity and his family's business dealings. I thought that was, quite frankly, a sin against what remains of journalism. And I did wonder what it would be like if you were on that debate stage moderating. We've seen it before.
Hold on. Let me just say something. See, I don't have a problem that Newsmax put her on. In fact, I love to have, people that I disagree with on, because it's through conversation that you educate the public, right? And you point out their issues. At that point, he should have turned around and said, but you called them all those things too, Megyn. Why are you calling them out? You did the same thing. That's the deal. See, that is the responsibility you have when you have an audience to be true to yourself. So if you're telling me you're true to yourself by, saying this is wrong, they shouldn't be putting people in baskets, not using the race card, the victim card, the isms, right? Then stand by it no matter who's your guest. I'll tell you what, anyone that I had, I know a lot of you heard a few of my interviews that I have had. There were a few interviews that I had with people that were saying things that I completely disagree. I made that clear. And I would point out the flaws in arguments. And this is done through debate. And you point it out and you call them out. If you see fake news, call it out. If you see someone saying something that's doublespeak, call it out. That's the way it should always be. You should call them to the carpet. Because what they want you to do is subscribe to groupthink. It's just another honeypot. You know how they have people and they have honeypots? So your entertainment is also a honeypot. Your pundits are also a honeypot. You have to remember that. You're the commodity. They need you to survive.
Or how does the media recover from this? Because they have been so wrong about so much and so selective in their questioning and who they hold to account and who they let off the hook. What do you make of the state of the media right now?
I would have loved to have had a shot at him on the Hunter Biden thing. Like, is it Hunter's laptop? Have you asked him? Why not? Did you have the meeting, whether it's on your calendar or not? You don't remember meeting with the third executive at Burisma, a company where your son was getting $50,000 a month? That didn't strike you as odd? You didn't look into it. Why not? You were the vice president. Didn't you have an obligation to know what your son was doing with respect to foreign policy that might affect the administration? We could have gone on for a while, but I was on my couch. No, in response to your larger question, journalism as we knew it is gone, Greg. It's gone. And I said this on my podcast. It was like a kamikaze mission to take down Trump by media, right? And they may have done it. They may have taken him out, and they certainly took themselves out too. And there's no coming back from it.
They haven't done diddly squat. And the thing is, if she was, if I say something and it was wrong, I'd totally admit it. I think all of us should. I do a lot of things that are wrong, and I'll admit it. I've had to eat crow on the whole RBG because, I thought we had that in the bag, but I still stand by it. I'll say, oh, okay, but still. So that is what you need to just be paying attention to, because, there's other elections coming up. and you're the commodity. None of these people can survive without you. So it's important that we stay focused and see what is happening. On the other end, though, there was a great report that they just put up about an hour ago in regards to what Barr is doing in respects to the voter fraud. So that's pretty interesting that that is happening. But before we go there, I want to go into I want to travel back in time. Gosh darn it. Is it here? I'm trying to see if the interview starts there. It's something that Reagan said. There we go. It's that question that plunker asks. So I want you guys to listen to this interview from, it's from 1988, I think, with Reagan. And it was very interesting to hear him say what he said. So take a listen.
More blacks to executive and policy-making positions than all the previous governors of California put together.
And I asked you about your family because it was such an important part of your early childhood. You didn't have a lot of money in that family. Your father, as you've written in your own book, drank too much. He wasn't able to hold a job in a lot of different places. And yet you always stayed together as a family, even though there are big differences between you and your brother, Moon, for example, about how you see life and how you conduct yourselves. And here you are, the President of the United States, your financial future is secure, you've got a very good marriage, but within your own family now, there are these strains. Michael has written a book that has been critical of the way the family's been conducted. Patty and Mrs. Reagan are not talking. Is that just an affliction of modern life? Is that how we've changed in this country?
Well, it might be. Patty now, we feel, and we haven't given up. But Patty came up at that age when all the rioting was going on the campuses, and if I went near one of them, they'd burn me in effigy. But no, the rest of the family is united. And the book about that Mike, if you'd read it, it's a very unusual book. Mike was adopted. And this was a book about this. And so the first part of the book is his attitude, which he's now confessing to. But the last part of the book, it's almost as if it's by a different human being. Nancy was the one who told him how to find when he wanted to. And she was dead, but he found he has a brother. And so the last part of it, and we're as close as can possibly be. And he is, I would recommend that book to anyone with adopted children. He was writing of the resentment that was within him about his situation. And it's a fascinating book.
Mr. President, you're about to go off into retirement. Richard Nixon studies international affairs a lot these days. Gerald Ford works on this commission for the new presidency and plays a lot of golf and does a lot of speaking. Jimmy Carter pursues his interest at the Carter Library and in terms of the Middle East and the problems of the inner cities.
Going back out on the mashed potato circuit and trying to arouse the public to demand some changes, which it is their right to demand. The line item veto for a president, the balanced budget amendment that most of the states have, but the federal government doesn't have. Thomas Jefferson called attention to that. And there are things that, well, for example, the 22nd Amendment that was passed by our own party here as revenge for Roosevelt, that says that 2 terms is the limit for a president. This is the only office that's elected by all the people. I think that is an infringement on the democratic rights of the people. And now that I'm out of office so that they can't accuse me of wanting to do it for myself, I'm going to see if I can't mobilize the people to demand the repeal of that amendment. It is an invasion of their democratic rights to vote for whoever they want to vote for and for however long.
So we'll see a lot of Ronald Reagan speaking around the country?
Yeah.
In terms of the Middle East
and there are things that
playing it over,
well, for example,
in case
the
you missed it.
22nd Amendment that was passed by our own party here as revenge for Roosevelt, that says that 2 terms is the limit for a president. This is the only office that's elected by all the people. I think that is an infringement on the democratic rights of the people. And now that I'm out of office so that they can't accuse me of wanting to do it for myself, I'm going to see if I can't mobilize the people to demand the repeal of that amendment. It is an invasion of their democratic rights to vote for whoever they want to vote for and for however long.
So we'll see a lot of Ronald Reagan speaking around the country?
Yeah. As if you look.
Mr. President, as you look back on this extraordinary life that you've had, covering most of the
So that's just a little seed that I'm giving you, okay? Let's just leave it at that, just for now, just a little bit. So I'm going to wrap this up because we had a long day with the hearing. But before we go, I really want to play this great piece and that Newsmax put together so we can comment on it.
Times prosecutor resigned on Monday after Attorney General William Barr told federal prosecutors that they should examine allegations of voting irregularities before the states move to certify results in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, Republicans back the president's refusal to concede. Joining us to weigh in is Arizona Representative Andy Biggs. Congressman Biggs, thanks so much for coming on today.
Thanks for having me. Good to be with you.
Absolutely. Okay, at last check, Arizona is still counting votes. How many are left? And do you believe the president still has a chance at winning your state?
Yeah, he's down in the 14,000s to Biden. There's about 60 to 70,000 votes left. I think there's runway there. He can still bring it in. He's going to need to win about 60% of all the ballots that are left. And the good news for him is that a significant portion of those ballots are in the Phoenix metro suburbs, like my district or David Schweikert's or Debbie Lesko's district, where he did pretty well in those districts. So there is runway there. Yes, he could still pull this out.
You say that. And yet, if you've been watching other networks, they've already called your state for Joe Biden. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think it was a disservice to not only Arizona, but the entire nation. It actually changed the narrative that night. If you recall, it was all up in the air, and they did it very quickly. One of the networks did with regard to Arizona. And what that did is it all of a sudden changed the narrative. So they were saying, oh, well, look, all he needs now is Nevada, then he's going to get 270. So in reality, there are irregularities here. Plus, there's the ballots to be counted here. We had people standing in line. You had over 1 million ballots to count. It was, in my opinion, grossly irresponsible on the part of that particular network. And I think it actually changed the narrative and changed where we sit today because of that call.
Wow. And of course, media outlets are not the ones who decide the outcome of the election.
No, they don't. And that's the problem, that people don't seem to understand it. But when you realize just what's at play for them, you understand why they're doing it. So I'm going to walk you, actually, I should play a little bit of this video before I walk you through their plan quickly and how they're applying it to others. So this is a short clip. This is how we're going to wrap it up, where you're going to see we trust their plan 100%. So this is them talking about how they're going to simulate the coup and what they're going to be doing. Now, this is the Sunrise Movement people using the same template that union put together.
So I think we're going to start with our election simulation timeline to a meltdown today. Is everybody ready? My name is Nadine, she, her pronouns, part of Shutdown DC, and we're glad that all of you are here. This is going to be pretty fast paced. We're going to put you into teams. I'm going to let you know that we've got a team of Rowan, Barbara, myself, and Patrick, who are going to be shepherding this operation.
So here's the format. Everybody's going to be divided into, I think today we're going to be in 5 teams. And each team is going to take on a role of one organization in the political landscape surrounding the 2020 election cycle. We're going to, throughout the game, each of your teams should try to develop a plan that takes advantage of your unique organizational capacities and moves forward your interests and also anticipates the plans of opposing teams. Is this a plausible plan of action that makes any sense at all in the world? The second is it realistic in terms of your capability? If you're assigned a group that's in a small area, that's based in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, you're probably not going to run a national mobilization. Does it build power? Are the action plans that you come up with building up over time? And do we have people power in the process? The final question is this risk aware? Do you anticipate how other players are going to take action? Do you understand the risks that you and your community are facing in this particular moment? So in each one of the rounds, the Supreme Court will dole out scores, and the Supreme Court's decisions are final and not up for discussion or debate.
The teams are loosely based on similar organizations in our real world. There's 5 of them, starting off with keepgoing.org. They are a national nonprofit organization that invests heavily in campaigning and get out the vote work for Democratic candidates. The legal team insists that all actions be legal and that participants sign a waiver saying they will not break the law. There is Wisconsin United, a Wisconsin statewide community organization that organizes around racial and economic social justice issues. They maintain strong relationships with local labor unions and some progressive officials. We have the United Grocery and Bakery Workers Union, a labor union representing 130,000 grocery store workers, mostly in major cities around the U.S. The union is bound by no strike, no lockout clauses, or walkout, I believe, clauses in all of its contracts. We have Liberty City Antifa, a militant anti-fascist network in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They have about 25 active participants, but can turn out about 200 people for big actions. Very few existing relationships with local community organizations. And finally, we have Capital Disruption, a DC-based network of organizations and individuals that have been around for about a year, organizing direct action events around climate justice and other issues.
If you are in breakout group 1, you are Keep Going. If you're breakout group 2, you're Wisconsin United. If you're breakout group 3, you're the groceries and bakery workers. Group 4 is Liberty City Antifa. Group 5 is Capital Disruption. Spend some time getting to know each other and coming up with your big plan about how you're gonna win this game.
You're part of Team 4, which is Liberty City Antifa. So I'm sharing.
Oh, we're in the Antifa. Cool.
Yeah, so I'm sharing the slides with you.
We move the needle, right? Our job is to be on one end of the continuum.
Did you guys see that? They were like, oh, so we're with the Antifa group. Okay, I get it. They're not even Antifa. Like I said, when I saw Jack Posobiec saying, oh yeah, we infiltrated Antifa, it's like Antifa's a freaking front. Like, who would say that? They're a front. Like, these people didn't even know they were belonging to that group. You heard it yourself.
Radical action that partly makes everything else seem much more doable, more moderate. So we get to play to our strength.
Okay, I'm going to say something really dirty here. Watching them, the only thing I could think of is their sex life. I kid you not. And it's not a very good scene.
The being at one end, at a particular kind of radical intervention.
We're supposed to have an overall plan, even though we don't know the situation. So I think it's just to disrupt things, and I don't know what Antifa does.
Okay, yes, why don't we move towards that?
Yeah.
Disrupt.
Small, highly disruptive actions, right?
And be consistent to it, no? Be consistent every day. I mean, we have to be.
So now that everybody knows who's in their group and what your overall plan is, Barbara, what's the first scenario?
So it's election night, and polls have closed, and Trump is showing a slight lead in the popular vote.
Okay, just so you see, look at the date at the top. It says September 16th. Funny how all these states are in play right now. right? It's almost like they planned it.
And an overwhelming lead in the electoral vote. You can see the points here. We got Florida with Trump +3, Biden +1, Trump in Arizona, Pennsylvania has Trump +4, Michigan, Biden +1, Wisconsin, Trump +6.
And you'll notice that slides 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 are designated for you to take notes and answer these questions about what your message is, what your strategic point of intervention may be, tactics you might use, and anything you can share about an action plan. This is your mission should you choose to accept it. Election night 2020.
I'm going to go in thinking Antifa is going to be in coalition, but doing its thing and being on the radical end, but part of the package.
What did you learn about group dynamics, about how you worked in your small groups, how groups related to each other or didn't relate to each other? What do we need to do in the next few months to actually build this mass presence that most scenario teams are coming up with as the critical piece to whether or not we succeed in pushing the agenda to the left?
You heard that. The next few months. This is September. Next few months, not couple months, not next month. Few months.
In Wisconsin, there's a group of actually folks who are involved in cooperatives called WeOwn.it. And they were on the previous calls and seem really excited about what's going on here. Looking a little south from where you are, Warehouse Workers for Justice.
Guys, look at the chat down there. Time for Rachel Maddow. Do you see it at the bottom? Losers, watch that dude Maddow.
And Rising Tide Chicago.
Oh yeah, I know Roberto.
How do we coordinate across those different local efforts?
All right, so that was their simulation exercise. Now let me walk you through their whole plan, what they were using with the mitigation throughout the whole thing. This is a snippet that you saw. So as you could see, these people have been planning this stuff for a while. It's not like something new, like, oh yeah, we're just going to go there and get, a couple of knee pads and stuff. No, man, these people are for real. So this document was actually used by federal employees and governors alike. I mean, this is crazy. So I'm going to zoom in as far as I can. So hopefully you guys can see it better. Let me see. Gosh darn it. You know what? I need another screen. Seriously, like another computer screen. All right. So here we go. Why did I do that to myself? All right, so here it is. The focus of the entire AFL-CIO. So the AFL-CIO encompasses a bunch of unions, which includes firemen, teachers, municipal employees, federal employees, police. Maybe this is why they stand down, right? Actors, Writers Guild, SAG. So all those unions belong to this. So now you can see their motivation to do stuff, right? So election is not one election, but 50 state elections. I'm going to use my really sunflowery commie voice. Must be defended state by state. One slide for really, really emphasis. The election defense is built around SFs and CLCs. Ooh, Florida 2000 taught us post-election battles are not legal battles. They are political battles. Mobilization, communications, and legal teams will be critical. 5 phases. Now here's where their plan is. From now through Election Day. And I want you to understand that this also was distributed on the 16th of September to groups. So this is actually dated as September 16th. So their first phase is from the day that they're talking about it to Election Day. Then the next phase is election night through the first Saturday. And then the first Saturday through December 8th, which is Safe Harbor Day. And then from December 9th, which is the day after Safe Harbor Day, up until January 6th. And then January 7th through Inauguration Day. So they have plans and contingencies for each and every one of these things. Wow. What? So now through Election Day, break shit. That was basically it. Phase 2, election night through Saturday. Break more shit. What to expect November 3rd and 4th. Trump will claim victory based on early leads. Wait, let me get my highlighter out. He will have victory. Oh, does it not highlight? Are you kidding? Nothing wants to work for me today. Whatever. So, claim victory based on early leads. Call for no votes to be counted after election day. They knew he was going to do that. Either claim widespread fraud or focus on urban Democratic strongholds if he is close enough in their states, especially Milwaukee, Detroit, Philadelphia, almost like they knew. Encourage his supporters to watch election administrators counting ballots. Watch. So what the Trump campaign and his supporters may do: intimidation at counting locations and elsewhere, lawsuits, exploiting legal rules to create frivolous delays to the counting process. This will intensify as ballots counted after election day will favor Biden. How the fuck do they know? So, okay, right. So you're sure that Biden's going to win, but it's going to be after election day. They're all going to favor Biden. Mail-in provisional. Did you see that? I mean, come on, guys. Are they all psychic? Do they all have like a looking glass? Are they all time travelers? Tell me how they knew that after election day, all the mail-in and provisional ballots are going to favor Biden. Can someone tell me? How did they know? Oh, that's right. Because they rigged the fucking election. That's how they know. So let me like change the page and put it on another window because it's really annoying me. Because I can't. Is that the window? Yes, it is. Perfect. All right. So here we go. So they already knew. Let's just give this to them. Let's pretend it was a good guess. Okay. Let's just be total. I'm sorry. I tried to say it with a straight face, but I really couldn't. So, so these people, plan the fraud, plan the steal, right? So, like I said, let's just pretend we're going to give it to them. Let me like super zoom in so you guys can see it. Hold on. So, yeah. So, this will intensify. Can you picture them with the he, she, it, pronouns? All right. So, I'm a they. So this will intensify as ballots counted after election day will favor Biden. By the way, I just wanted to say, Biden is self-proclaiming himself president-elect. Kevin Sorbo was onto something. I mean, if he's president-elect, so the fuck am I? So I want my transition team somewhere. Because apparently, you know how you could declare you're, a kid, your sex, you could just declare it, right? You don't have to have proof. You could declare that you're a kid. But for some reason you can't declare you're over 65 to start collecting Social Security. So that's dumb. So now we can all self-declare that we're president-elect. I mean, we should all just start tweeting out, I'm president-elect too. I identify as president-elect. That would be hilarious if we would be able to dominate social media with I'm president. I identify as president-elect. That would be like, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm super having fun with this one. Sorry. I kind of sometimes think I'm a little bit of a funny fucker sometimes. All right, let's go. All right, so here we go. Strategic considerations. Trump's vote relative to Biden's will never be better than it will be at 10:59 when the polls close on the West Coast. Results after that will favor Biden. Whoa, red flag. This is another time that they know that after polls are closed, that it's going to favor Biden. Wait, it gets better. As the majority of the ballots remaining will be counted, will be mail and provisional. Wait a minute. Okay. That's 3. Okay. Stop. Now, either they have a looking glass or they fix this election. This will fuel Trump's claim of fraud and will enrage his followers. Okay, so we're not followers. We don't follow anyone because we govern our own selves, right? So we govern ourselves. We just elected him to be our voice. So we're not followers. I take offense to that. Next point. Recent court rulings that allow ballots received after November 3rd, if they're postmarked ahead of the election, will be another target of fraud claims. Meaning, better cover your ass when you backdate those because they're going to be looking at that stuff. That's what it's saying, basically. Next point. Unless the election is extraordinarily close in the tipping point state, You mean like Pennsylvania? Okay. We should know the voters' choice by Saturday, even though not all the ballots will have been counted. Oh, okay. So they already knew that all the ballots are not going to be counted by Saturday. I mean, damn. Who wrote this? Nostradamus? I'm just saying. So then they go on to say, Arizona, Florida, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan are most likely to be hotspots. Damn. You know what? Have to hand it to them. Super time travelers. They knew all of this stuff. All of it. Totally coincidental. Let's just stop. Okay. If you're thinking that they fixed this election with all this evidence here where they talked about it for months ago, you're right. They did. So Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin will have Democrat governors, aggressively anti-Democrat legislators, and little or no experience with this much mail voting. Florida will be key to be counted first. Oh, no shit. Florida was counted first. Get that. So we go to phase 3, right? Phase 3. After the Saturday that they were supposed to bust shit up in DC, but most of those people you saw on camera just a little while ago, and on all the other videos in that link, which is at the website Millie Weaver put together called sunriseexposed.com. Well, all those people are in little hot boxes, some of them arrested. And actually, some of them that were on those films were responsible for stabbing Bev. And we kind of got them caught because they were talking about it too. So let's go to phase 3. So after Saturday, which they assumed that they would have like torched Washington, D.C. and taken siege over the White House. But, you know, their leaders got arrested and stuff. So sorry. But until Safe Harbor Day, which is December 8th, they have other plans. Strategic considerations. Safe Harbor Day. The Constitution provides that governors have until December 8th, Safe Harbor Day, to appoint the electors based on their certified results of the election. So, history lesson. Great. At least, you know, they know what Safe Harbor Day is. I don't think a lot of Republicans know what Safe Harbor Day is, yet all these commies do. So, next. The Electoral Count Act provides that a state's choice of electors will be conclusive if 2 things are true. 1, the electors are decided by a process set in state law by November 3rd. Certification by governor, except in Arizona, where the Secretary of State does it. And 2, the state process delivers a result by December 8th, Safe Harbor Day. Right. So, gosh, I actually feel like a commie when I talk like that. So they're telling you this is what, you know, the facts are. Here's a little history lesson. This is why it's important now. Article 2 of the Constitution provides that each state's elector shall be appointed in such a manner as the legislator thereof may direct. Okay. So the Constitution says that the state electors are appointed in whatever the local state legislator says, right? Your local Senate and House. This is why I said it's important that if you have stupid clowns in your local House and Senate, those are the easiest ones to boot. The easiest ones to boot. Like, boot them. Boot them. If they're not your voice and they're sitting there acting like pompous idiots, get rid of them. Period. Just get rid of them. Next. Since the 19th century, that manner has been direct elections. So they pick them based on whatever the election is. If the results are not certified by December 8th, then the state legislature decides on a slate of electors. So basically, if the governor hasn't picked them, right, the way the law in whatever state is, if he hasn't picked them by Safe Harbor Day, then the legislators, your Congress, your House, your local House, right, and Senate is going to decide who's going to be it. So you might be a red state, but you might have dominant Democrats or rhinos, and those fuckers can pick Democrats. So there's number 1. Next. Although it has never been attempted in American history, Trump supporters have argued that Republican state legislators could appoint Trump electors by declaring that the certified results were poisoned by widespread fraud and used 3 USC 2 to appoint a different slate of electors. So, ergo, going back to what I was telling you about a Democrat, legislature, here they're saying, damn, if you're in a Democrat state and you've got dominant Republicans in your House and Senate locally, they can pick their own. So then you're screwed. So even though you're a Democrat state, you might actually give your electoral votes to Trump. And that sucks. So next, Biden wins in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina, and Arizona. Could be threatened either way. Wait a minute. Are you telling me this was written on the 16th of September? Right. And they said that he won Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina, Arizona. I mean, all the states that are being contested are the problem. Wait, stop the press. What's going on here? Come on. I need to see these comments so I can get away from this reading. What do you guys think is happening here? Do you think it's just really good guesses? Do you think they knew they were going to win that? What do you think? Or do they have a team of psychics working on this? What do you guys think? Oh, so yeah. See, consensus says major fuckery / fraud. Great. That is exactly it. Super fraud. So they already planned it. Guys, remember, governors yesterday were looking at this, and I'll show you the point that they were discussing. And I was like, my jaw dropped. It takes a lot to drop my jaw. It's just that I was shocked to hear a Republican senator being spoken to, and it was Thune. You know what, Thune? He didn't even want to be near the president during the whole, Mount Rushmore thing. He was leaving. He was just there so people see him, and then he wanted to bounce. And it was the president's here. What are you doing? Yeah, fuck him. And you can quote me on that. And I dare anyone to challenge that. Challenge it. So next. Some states have earlier state certification deadlines that Trump could attempt to exploit. Oh, you mean maybe North Dakota? Because like I said, they're going to be important. They already have criminal referrals, filings of criminal activity, and they're supposed to file in. The Secretary of State, which I'm pretty sure he didn't put out the statement because he can't even see in front of himself or walk because he's like a super dinosaur. Brontosaurus, been expired, dug up, and put in a museum dinosaur. And he's been in office for 30 years. So he put out a statement saying, we're going to have it done by 1:30. We're going to convene, he said, at 1:30 on the 13th of November. So we're doing it on Friday 13th. Black cats and all, and under the ladders and salt over the shoulder. Let's do this. So then next, they say, governors cannot veto actions by state legislators, but they are subject to judicial review by both state and federal courts. What does that tell you? This is a discussion they had. So what if the state has a Democrat governor and then the state legislature appoints Republican, electors? What are we going to do? Well, the governor can't veto it, but what he can do is put it to the courts. And they're like, yep, we got some judges. That was the responses you could hear. We got some judges. And it's like, yeah, bitches, I know you got some judges because the judicial branch is the most corrupt one. I know they're like, oh, well, the executive branch, according to Obama, was the most corrupt. Fuck that. You could get rid of him. You could get rid of the House and the Senate because you still have the power to vote them the heck out. And why do you have that power? Because your court system's in place. But if your court system's screwed, you're totally screwed. Hence why my concerns of these FISA warrants being tipped off by a certain Supreme Court justice that might have had a sudden fall in May because he got caught. So next. The current Supreme Court is likely to take a broad view of state legislative power in its context. Man, the more I make the voice, the more commie I feel. Phase 4. So the day after Safe Harbor Day, what kind of things do we expect and what can we do? So the rules. The Electoral College meets formally on December 14th. If a state legislature takes action, there could be 2 Electoral College meetings that day in a state. I could totally picture some commie granola munger totally saying that. Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm just so pissed because they have a plan. They even have solutions and they have backup plans to backup plans. This is what you're seeing. Okay, so the so basically here what they're saying is that's the date that the Electoral College finally meets. Now, I did tell you December 12th was key. I did tell you that, so remember that, just like I told you November 9th. You saw that. So that's key. So they could say that, they could have like 2 meetings to discuss. Next, the new Congress convenes a joint session on January 6, 2021. Well, that's a bit weird. So let me tell you why I think it's a bit weird. So they're just assuming that the Senate and House votes are just going to be fine and we're only contesting the presidential ones. Okay. So they're just assuming that, because I didn't see Rashida Tlaib get any votes yet. I don't know if she did already or not, but her district was a hung 0. So I don't know. So that's one. So they're talking about the new Congress now. Pay attention here. This is where you need to have all these flags are going to go off as you listen to the next few portions. In that session, the electoral votes are accepted and counted. Here are the potentially precarious scenarios. These are the scenarios we want because there's remedies to this. I'm just transliterating for you. If the count is tied 269 to 269, the House decides, but with each state casting just 1 vote. Today, that would mean a 26 to 24 Trump win. So they believe, wait, listen to this carefully. You've seen the damn map of how we vote. Tell me, how many states are actually blue? It's way less than 24. So who are the corrupt people they know will vote for them? That's question number 1 you should ask yourself. That is question number 1 you should ask yourself. Who is it? What state is it what states, I had to put this at the end, are actually blue, because they know it. They're pretty spot on so far. So we got to take them, it's face value what they're saying here, you guys. Right? This is face value shit. So obviously, like North Dakota, like Ohio, we got the wine, right? So these are real issues. Okay, these are their predictions. So they already know that they got 24 states in the bag. You just need to ask yourself, damn, so which one is going to screw me over on the electors? Probably one of those 24. So the next one says, if neither candidate has 270 electoral votes because the state doesn't send a slate, 2 are sent and neither is accepted. Or another cause, it is ambiguous whether the candidate with the majority wins or if it's sent to the House, in which case will be decided as above. So they're like, okay, so if nobody has 270 electoral votes because the state decides, well, I'm not sending any electoral vote things, I'm just not participating. Can you all guess what state that's going to be? You got to think, right? That's what's up. 2 are sent, like suppose sent, and they're not accepted. Or they say that if we don't know if the candidate with the majority wins or not, then the House decides, like they previously said, where the states would have 1 vote. You see, they already know how to mitigate one way or another, and they want it to go the way they know to remedy. They know everything. So here's January 7th, the day after the new Congress convenes, through Inauguration Day. Contingencies. If Congress approves of Biden's election, because Congress is going to approve it, most believe that both the Supreme Court and the military would resist any efforts to overrule that judgment. Wait a minute. Most believe that both the Supreme Court and the military would resist efforts to overrule it. So what they're saying is, they know that the Supreme Court and the military is going to stand down if Congress approves it. Did you hear that correctly? They haven't been wrong yet. They've been pretty spot on. You heard that, right? Am I reading it wrong? Let me just check the chat rooms out. Let's see. Military coup. There you go. See ya, Jesper. So, what if Jesper had this document? I'm just saying. And it was before Amy Coney Barrett, but still, you can never trust anyone. Still. So now the next one is, if Congress deadlocks, the Constitution would make the House Speaker president at 1 o'clock, January 20th, 2021, when Trump terms expires per the Constitution. So let's just think about it for a second. I'm just gonna put just like 2 minutes of music, and I want you to look at that slide and think about it and the words that I told you. So I hope that music got you pumped. Let me tell you. Let me just skip to the end, okay, guys? I'm just skipping to the end right now, and my cat just meowed it too. In the end, God wins. So if obviously we've had this and we have them on video, and you see that there's an active silencing from your media, you know what I want you to pay attention to? Look at who your right wing and your left-wing pundits and media are pushing for Speaker of the House, because it's definitely not Pelosi. So just pay attention, because if that whack job goes in, whatever. But it's not going to happen. See, you have to let the enemy think you're weak. And this is what we've been doing. We've been letting them think that we're weak. That's it. That's all we have to think about, that they believe that we are weak. Now, here's the goals that they believe that Trump will be messaging out and how they want to counter it. Now I'm going to teach you commie speak. Set the stage for rejecting the results. Mail ballots are Democrats' frauds. Million of illegal voters. Yeah, because we knew that. We've been saying that. Barr said that. Everybody and their mother has said that. But okay, that's setting the stage. Next, depressed turnout. Your vote might not count. Your vote might not matter. Divert attention away from his record. What? So you want people to say your vote doesn't count, your vote doesn't matter, and you have to take away from... These are the arguments. You know what it means? Terrorize them. Terrorize anyone who wants to vote. Now, how to respond to Trump? So they give everything he says because he knows he was losing. How the hell does he lose to a guy that's not even himself, doesn't know what he's running for, blatantly tells the world, I have set up the biggest fraud for election fraud team you can ever see. Freudian's up right there, you know. And, you know, Kamala Harris is sending clones to Florida to campaign for herself because she can't even be bothered to see you because... Stop. So, okay, next. Don't engage his arguments. Debunking his claims means that they're debatable. See? If you turn around and say, well, how am I racist? I'm black. And they're like, you're still racist. It's like, you're not debatable. Period. But you say that... Nope, racist. You know how you get those responses where they just look at you and their eyes are like wide open? So, boom. And then they say attacking him for undermining the election can depress turnout because it conveys that he can reject the election result. So, you want to rally our base. So what you're not going to say is that he can reject them. Don't tell anyone that he can reject them because he can't. Because we got the media, we got the microphone. So he's done. So President Trumpka, how fitting, right? Put out this quote. So patriotic. What we'll need to do is win, defend, and mobilize COVID SEC task force. All right. So that was a document they were working off of. They were working off of that document. So what we do is we already know the enemy's plans. We've infiltrated them. We have their information. We know their plan and we trust their plan because see, they're dumb. See, when you're in groupthink, you can't think on your own. So what do? You have a plan and you stick to the plan because you're too dumb to think on your feet, right? Because you don't really have your own interests. It's just groupthink. Psychology 101. So they know they have to stick to the plan. So you got to trust the plan. They have a plan. They're sticking to it. And we're understanding that. And that's why we're trusting it. Because, hey, they've not been wrong. They've told you exactly what they're doing and how they're doing it and when they're doing it. So there you go. So can you see that we already won? I'm like, we've won so hard that I want to throw a victory party. I want to throw a Trump victory party. And you know what? That's another thing. We should be throwing Trump victory parties. And we don't need to be advertising it. Like no major advertisement. I think we shouldn't be major advertising. We should just like get a bunch of patriots together. Like seriously. On some farm somewhere, bring your own beer, maybe drop a few porta potties, and then all of us just drench the internet with like Trump victory parties. And it's like, yeah, you're not our media, so we're the news now, and we say he won. And so, and then we can all identify as president-elect too, apparently, because that's a thing. I wanted to see, I wanted to show you note on TV. Is that it? Somebody got a note on TV. I'm trying to find the clip where they totally, oh yeah, there we go. Okay, when they found out real time, that's it, that President Trump won North Carolina. You guys ready for this one? This is funny. This is how we're going to close it because it's like super funny. Hold on. Let's do this because it was super funny. Just looking at them, I was like, damn, I want to see Maddow's face. It's so mean, right? But that dude Maddow is so funny. Here we go.
Some new reporting on something that we talked about at the top of the hour, how the Trump administration is handling the transition with the incoming Biden team or not handling it.
Okay, let me just stop right there. How do you have a transition team when they're not officially winners? First red flag.
We should say to a certain extent. This time, it involves our intelligence community. Ken, what have you learned, sir? Oh, shit. Okay. Ken Delanian has some new reporting on something that we talked about at the top of the hour, how the Trump administration is handling the transition with the incoming Biden team or not handling it, we should say, to a certain extent. This time, it involves our intelligence community. Ken, what have you learned, sir? Oh, shit. Fuck.
We're going to watch it again just one more time. It was really good.
Okay. Ken Delanian has some new reporting on something that we talked about at the top of the hour, how the Trump administration is handling the transition with the incoming Biden team, or not handling it, we should say, to a certain extent. This time, it involves our intelligence community. Ken,
okay, just think. They're like, oh, our intelligence community, and no one's taking his transition team. And then they get news. I'm sorry. This is like gold.
What have you learned, sir? Oh, shit. Fuck. Okay. Ken Delaney has
I'm sorry. That was pretty awesome, right? That was super awesome. I mean, his face, it was like gold, solid gold. I'm telling you, solid gold. So as you can see, we've won. They robbed the elections in every single state. They're all going to get caught because we've got elections in 2024. We can't let this happen again. Like, no, this is not happening. So now we're going to watch my favorite composer of music with awesome teeth and fingers while I bid you goodbye. And I will see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Okay? God bless everyone. If it wants to play.
I must have dreamed 1,000 dreams, been haunted by a million screams, but I could hear the marching feet, them moving into the streets. Now did you read the news today? They say that danger's come our way, but I can see the fire still alight. We're burning into the night. There's too many men, there's too many people, making too many problems, but there's not much love to go round. Can't you see this is a land of confusion? This is the world we live in, and these are the hands we give up. Use them and let's start trying to make it a place worth living in. Superman, where are you now? When everything's gone wrong somehow, a bit of steel, a bit of power, I'm losing control by the hour. This is the time, this is the place, so we live for the future, but there's not much left to go round. Tell me why this is a land of confusion. Well, this is the world we live in, and these are the hands we give them. Use them and let's start trying to make it a place worth living in. I remember long ago when the sun was shining and still the stars are bright all through the night, and the sound of your laughter as I held you tight so long ago. Coming home tonight. My generation will put it right. When there's not much left to go round. Can't you see this is a land of confusion? Well, this is the world we're living. And these are the hands we're given. Use ever, let's stop trying to make it a place worth fighting for. This is the world we're living. And these are the hands we're given. Stand up and let's start showing just where our lives are going to.
let's just start with the backstory. The Steve Bannon kid, the brawler, your brother said, right? In what way?
Well, I mean, our neighborhood became it was kind of white working class, lower middle class, old internal suburb of a old city, Richmond. So it was inside the city limits, very close to downtown, and it became predominantly black in the 60s. And my parents, wouldn't leave. That was our neighborhood. So it was a pretty, it was a
hopefully. I haven't tested it. It tried to freak my system out and throw me into a different channel. Give me 1 second here. Yep. Sound like I'm going live. All right, so dropping frames, of course, but I just wanted to come out here and put this out so everybody could hear this. I hope I don't get a copy strike for this, but I'm going to play this because I'm very, very happy about the way my wife done this. She just called in out of the, and hopefully Pete and Deb do not copy strike me for this. I should have did it on my backup channel, but I'm proud of her and I wanted the world to hear it. So give me a second while I key this up, and I'm gonna let you guys hear this. Let's set everything up here. Give me 1 second. It's been a nightmare. We're just trying to get over this virus, man. It's just been a mess. So give me a second. I'm going to play this. My wife went on the Pete Santilli show with him and Deb yesterday, and I knew it was her as soon as like I knew it was her. Anyways, I'm gonna play it for you guys. Give me 1 second. Here we go. And I hope you enjoy it like I did, because she did great, and she explained her whole walk away and how she walked away. And here it is. Let's go.
Is it Caitlin? Caitlin. Is it Caitlin?
Hello?
Hi, Caitlin. Hi, how are you?
I am doing well. How are you?
Doing well. Hi. Thank you for calling. Is it true that you were a Democrat?
I am a South Side of Chicago walkaway Democrat, and I'm very proud of it.
Tell us why you walked away. That's so awesome. And that's awesome to hear. Tell us why you walked away.
First and foremost, being brought up on the South Side of Chicago, Democratic politics are forced down your throat. You're pretty much spoon-fed them. I then moved to Rockford, Illinois, and married a gentleman. Yeah, I love it here. I married a gentleman. He's actually does YouTube as well. His name is Stoney, and he's a very big Trumper. And we fought for many years about this situation until I started doing research on my own, and started noticing everything Trump has done for us, everything he has said he would do, he has done that. And so this year was my first time voting at the age of 45.
Wow.
And I voted for 45. and I'm very proud of it. I've actually seen Northern Illinois pretty much go all Trump, except for some people. And I could tell you this, with this whole COVID, I would call it a hoax, scare, whatever anyone wants to call it. I would rather die from COVID than die standing in a line waiting for bread for the government to
Amen.
So that was one of my, my main reasons for going out and voting for Trump is I'm not afraid to be opinionated, and my whole house is Trumped out. Get some slack from the Democrats in our area, but I'm proud to be a Trump supporter and, an American that believes in our freedoms.
Or American. I mean, that really, at this point, that's where we separate. Like, what is a Trump supporter versus, any other? We're just Americans, really. I think Trump is even doing Democrat better than the Democrats. My mom and dad are Democrats. And I think that President Trump is serving people like my mom and dad who are Democrats better than the Democrats. They would not like what the Democrats are doing. My mom has passed, but...
Well, my grandmother, 98 years old this year. I spoke with her before the election, and we started discussing politics, and she made me cry. I said, Grandma, who are you voting for? Because 98 years old, set in her ways, Democrat for life.
Oh, yeah.
She said, I'm voting for Trump. And I said, are you kidding me right now? So that brought tears to my eyes to even see my 98-year-old grandmother be enlightened by what's going on and all the malarkey and the lies that's being fed to us at that age, and to vote her entire existence Democrat, decided Trump is the guy for us. So that just shows that, there's room for change in everyone. And if people would just open their eyes to the lies and the crap we're being fed, and think for themselves,
and think for themselves,
society would be. Go ahead.
And all of us going to vote for Trump, and just in overwhelming numbers, right? Was an awakening, and we're casting a vote for Trump because we believe that he's working for us, And you could be a Democrat or Republican. Or you could be a 90. You said how old? 98?
What?
She just turned 98.
98 years old.
Yeah.
And she knows what's at stake here and how important it is to go cast that vote in that direction as an American. Not for Trump, but for us, right? For us. That's awesome.
Exactly. And when that gentleman said we're all in this together, my first thought was, we haven't been in this together the entire 4 years that he was in office. So how can you even say that? Now you want to be in it with us and be together when the only thing you try to do is, destroy our democracy the whole time he was trying to save us?
Well, listen to what he said. Oh, we're all in this together, and Trump's a Nazi, and any Trump supporter's a Nazi. I thought we were in it together. What? I'm like, you want to go hug Nazis? What are you doing? I can't stand Nazis.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, I have a very blended family. Hispanics, African Americans, we're very blended. I'm clearly not a Nazi. So I see Trump 2020, and it's not over, and we will prevail.
Yes.
And I will continue to fight.
Good for you.
That's right, Caitlin. Thank you so much for calling in and sharing that story. You know what? That's probably that is the best story. Will you do me a favor and call your grandma, would you please, and talk to your grandma? Tell her, she's 98 years old. Tell her that story was shared with a whole heck of a lot of people. Yeah. And that is such an awesome story. It's one of the best. It's the best story we've heard since the election.
Can I ask you something, Caitlin?
Sure.
You were a Democrat, so you know what that means, right? We're all like our politics. It's basically at the core of our politics is who we are. If we're conservative, right? We have a really strong belief in those things. When you hear the Democrats go on social media and they're going on all of the news channels now, and they're going on all of these programs, and they're asking for us to unite with them, and they're asking us to work with them and work with Joe Biden, and that it's time to come together. Do you believe that? Do you believe that they're being?
I don't. They're not genuine. They're very disingenuous, because where was the unison when our president was, Trump elected, and the only thing they did was try to get him out of office with such, scrutiny and unimpeachable offenses.
Yeah.
They tried everything from impeachment to coercion to collusion to, this pandemic. I had COVID. I got sick for 2 days. I was up and around, and on the third day, I was feeling fine. So for them to say that it's life or death and do this, do that, do this, get it, get over it, and move on.
That's right.
I mean, if you're going to get it, you're going to get it. There's nothing standing. Right. There's no force that's going to change that.
That's right.
The mask is not going to change that. The 6 feet apart. So stay 6 feet apart. So if it's 6 feet or 5 feet and 9 inches or whatever, I'm definitely going to get it because it's not 6 feet. Or with the bar closures, I work in the industry. In Illinois, we've been hit very hard, so we have to close the bars at 11. So you're telling me at 11:03 when I'm walking to my car to the parking lot to leave at night, COVID must be standing at my, my car door just waiting for me. The stipulations they're putting on these ridiculous.
So stupid, isn't it?
And it's going to get worse.
Yes, exactly.
If Biden gets in office, it will get worse.
Exactly. Like I said, I'd rather die from COVID than stand in a line for bread to get fed by the government. And it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, Caitlin, you're going to have to forgive me. You're going to have to forgive me because we're going to have to end the show. But this was a really, really important call, and I really appreciate you calling in. And our love to to your family and especially your 98-year-old grandmother. Absolutely. Yep. Thank you so much for sharing that story.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
God bless, guys.
All right. God bless you too.
And that was my wife on the Pete Santilli show. And I really appreciate Pete taking that call. Him and Deb it was perfect. There was no other way that could have went any better, because that's the true story of how she walked away. And her 98-year-old grandmother from Chicago, raised Democrat completely, they walked away. She walked away. Her grandmother walked away. I'm so proud of them. And when she told me that, it just blew my hair back. You know how long it took for me? I had to realize I couldn't. It's kind of like the way it goes back in the day. You heard the old story. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, right? So you got to let them research for themselves. And when she did, she knew the truth. No matter what I could say to her, no matter what, we'd sit and bicker back and forth, and she'd get so mad at me. I don't care about Trump. Trump's blah, 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 blah. All right, well, you know what? Just research it, and then you come back and tell me what you find out. And that's what happened nonstop since then, about 2 years now. Our house is covered in Trump, everything. We live in a Democrat sanctuary state. And some of our neighbors get a little irritated and, see the Trump signs, but I get irritated to see the Biden signs. And I had people saying, I'm going to rip that sign off the neighbor's house. I said, no, you ain't. That's the First Amendment right. And I'm sorry about the buffering. It did. I was watching it, but I just didn't stop it. I don't know how much. I'll watch the video, see how bad it came out. But they threw a monkey wrench into it for me too. But I will put a link to Pete Santilli's main YouTube channel in the description, because that was a moment that I'm glad I had a chance to capture. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. There will be more. Now that I know my live stream is going, I'm going to tweak a few things that got untweaked before because they updated my software again. And, we're a big supporter of Pete Santilli and Deb Jordan. I've been watching them, man, forever. And it's all about the truth, the facts. Pete lays it out, I lay it out. We all work in one unison together, and we fight the same battles. at the end of the day, we're going to be on the same team. So it doesn't really matter. But thank you guys very much for everything you do. If you could support us, please do. There'll be links to my PayPal, which is all I have left. In the description, I'll put a link to my backup channel, which is Stony Stone. You Can't Make This Shit Up 3. And we'll just keep going. I'm going to keep fighting. And hopefully I don't get a copy strike for this. But I had to put it out because it was great. And I'm so proud of my wife. She didn't just walk away. She ran. With that being said, God bless. Hey, and my live stream is back. So we got some videos coming here real soon. I just got to watch what I do. God bless.
He come out of that tunnel within feet, he was in the front door, but that wasn't the case. You know what I don't believe, Sasha? I mean, as an investigator, I don't see him coming above ground, risking anything. I can't see him being exposed for that long. I mean, do you think Hitler would have traveled the U6 line all the way here, come above ground, and then run 200 to 300 meters? It's a risk. He would have had a tunnel built from the airport to the subway system. Once a fugitive pops his head out of anywhere, he becomes extremely vulnerable. In Hitler's case, he's got the Russian army after him all over the place. Desperate people do desperate things, but I don't see him risking that chance of being seen above ground.
Better to stay in the underground as long as you can.
Well, if there is an underground, do you think there's tunnels there?
We found a map that they planned a direct connection. There was a rumor for a connection between Tempelhof Airport and the U6 line. We never found a clear connection except for one map. But that says it was just planned, never built, as we know.
Let's go. Let's walk it, come on.
Lenny and Sasha head to the airport to search for any evidence that the Nazi plans for a tunnel connection ever became reality.
I gotta find out if there's any underground tunnels that go from the U6 into the front doors of that Tempelhof Airport. There's gotta be a tunnel. Let's go find out.
For veterans recovering from the wounds of war, supporting one another is a lifesaver.
I served in the United States Army in Vietnam, and that's when I stepped on a landmine that resulted in the traumatic amputation of both of my legs and my left arm above the elbow. I was alive, but I didn't know what the rest of my life had in store for me. Multiple deployments have caused a huge problem with those that served in Iraq and Afghanistan, and it's difficult for them to come back and adjust to civilian life.
There were moments of frustration. You can't do this anymore. You can't go here anymore. I absolutely felt like I lost my purpose.
I was looking at a long period where I wasn't going to be able to do anything for myself. I just didn't want to be here.
Many veterans feel abandoned or alone till DAV steps into their life.
For 100 years, DAV, Disabled American Veterans, has been supporting veterans and their families in their time of need by helping them receive the care and benefits they've earned. But your help is vital to keeping this promise alive.
The biggest struggle is spending the rest of your life in a wheelchair. DAV showed me it was okay to be a disabled veteran.
The Disabled American Veterans made me feel useful again.
DAV came in when I was still flat on my back and got me through that rough state that I was in.
When you call or go online with your pledge of just $19 a month, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a way you can share your support.
If I can reach out and share with other veterans what I've been through, that's a grand opportunity. And DAV can really make a difference in the lives of many of these veterans.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org and donate now. They've given their all for us. Please open and give what you can to them. There are so many more disabled veterans who still need your support. Please call now or give at helpdav.org. Thank you and God bless.
That's great. We will see justice in jail, or sorry. I'd love to see the list of indictments right now. Real swift justice positions in the administration, in various government agencies, but we really need to start having some serious justice, and I believe we will. It's just a matter of time, if not stuff happening in our direction for sure, and it's definitely happening. And for those that say nothing's happening, I don't agree with that either. Stuff is happening. So pretty spot on here from Candace Owens. She drops some fire right here. Leftists either have no idea how government works, or they are severely media brainwashed and deluded. Yeah.
Media has absolute matter of opinion. We actually have a process in the United States of America defined by the Constitution and projected to win. You know what that is? It's an opinion. It's not the winning of the election. Let's explain how this works. When the winner of the presidential election is officially declared, by the way, the media in the Constitution, the media has zero role in declaring the winner of a presidential election. You know when the winner is officially declared? At 1 p.m. in a joint session of the United States Congress, the House of vote, which are the certificates from each state, where on December the 14th, the electors of the Electoral College each meet in separate sessions to cast their votes for the certificates of vote, and then a joint session of Congress is held on January 6th. The votes are read and a winner is declared. There is a lot to happen between now and then. The electors haven't even voted yet. It's not the people. The states each have different deadlines. Some of them, it's a week after Election Day. Others, it's later in the month. Still others, 14 states, their certification dates are in December. These are for the certification of ascertainment, namely the official declaration of that state as to who won the presidential vote. Now, some states, the margin is so lopsided in one or another direction that they can declare it and certify it pretty quickly.
So just a little more color around how the electoral process works. If you're not following methods and Red Pill 78, make sure you follow those guys. Good patriots right there. Very knowledgeable and been in the fight for a while. Red Pill's been in the fight much longer. So let's take a look at this Mr. Christopher Miller, who's going to be stepping in here for Mr. Esper's position. Mr. Christopher Miller was performing the duties of the Assistant Secretary of Defense for SOLIC and is former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Combating Terrorism. Military Information Support Operations, Information Operations, Sensitive Special Operations, and Personnel Recovery / Hostage Issues as specified by the Secretary of Defense. Mr. Miller was sworn in as yesterday, so just some more color around, who is Mr. Christopher Miller and, the position he now center, unanimously confirmed by the Senate, will be Acting Secretary of Defense, effective immediately. Chris will do a great job. Mark Esper has been terminated. So this was yesterday. This is just I bring attention to it because a lot of his stuff is pretty legit. So he tweets out, President Trump retweeted about Dominion voting systems. Rumors flying. Jeff Sessions will be appointed. The ballots shipped in from out of state, and it's only Monday. So yeah, Andy McCabe was getting drilled today. So let's have a listen here. Ted Cruz.
Conversations with Joe Biden, quote, talking about the agenda they're going to pursue January 20th. Or take it on faith, he said what I read. Assuming that quote is accurate, and it's a verbatim quote, is that a violation of the Logan Act? Under any plausible. All right, you're a lawyer. Have you ever answered a hypothetical in court? If it is correct that I am accurately quoting it, something the Department of Justice frequently did wrong in this investigation, if that is what Ben Rhodes said, if Joe Biden is talking with foreign leaders right now, does it violate the Logan Act? Yes or no?
I'm not going to opine on a hypothetical question about what the Biden campaign.
He is talking with with foreign leaders, and it doesn't violate the Logan Act because the Logan Act is unconstitutional, which is why it's never been used to prosecute anyone. You authorized using it to go after General Flynn as part of a political persecution. I can give you the answer. Hell no, Joe Biden is not violating the Logan Act. The reason you won't say it is because that was your flimsy political basis to go after a decorated war hero because you disagreed politically with President Trump.
Boom. Pretty much summed it up right there. So, yeah, let's listen to that last part again because that was very telling. Very, very telling. You have some great points made there.
Using it to go after General Flynn as part of a political persecution. I can give you the answer. Hell no, Joe Biden is not violating the Logan Act. The reason you won't say it is because that...
Absolutely. Spot on right there. If you think Cruz is a little salty today, wait until he gets to question McCabe about why his own campaign was under surveillance. Yeah, we got revealed that by our favorite Anon. Carter Page, Ted Cruz, POTUS, a couple other ones. So yeah, definitely some good stuff there from Praying Medic. Kansas. So I thought it was so well said I wanted to play it twice because the world is watching. I know a special Anon who said that too once. Buckle up. So yeah, who else said the world is watching? We've heard that term before.
There will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. Right? We're ready. The world is watching what's taking place here. We're going to count all the votes. When the process is complete, there'll be electors selected. There's a process. The Constitution lays it out pretty clearly. The world should have every confidence that the transition necessary to make sure that the State Department is functional today, successful today, and successful with the president who's do all the things that are necessary to make sure that the government, the United States government, will continue to perform its national security function as we go forward.
Yep, it was so well said. I had to play it twice on my show tonight. It's Kansas there. If you want the full Kansas clip, this is him on to stand out on Fox News here. We'll play a little bit of this.
Whoa. Number one, I've had the opportunity to speak with now 6 world leaders.
His interactions with foreign leaders as they are congratulating him on his election. Joining us now to talk about foreign policy now and in the future, the Secretary of State of the United States, Mike Pompeo. Mr. Secretary, thanks for the time.
Thank you, Brett. Thanks for having me on this evening.
So what do you say to world leaders who are reaching out to Joe Biden, now the president-elect, leaders from all kinds of countries, Belgium, Canada, Estonia, France, Germany, Greece, the list goes on, even Saudi Arabia, which was President Trump's first stop, congratulating President-elect Joe Biden from the King of Saudi Arabia.
I'm reminding everyone that all the votes haven't been counted. We need to make sure the legal process is fully complied with, and then America will do what it does best. We'll have a leader in the White House at noon on January 20th, and we'll continue to execute American foreign policy. It's what President Trump wants to make sure that our entire team does all the way through, every day. It's what we're focused on. It's what I have my team focused on. There's still a lot going on in the world. We're pretty focused here in America on our own election. There's a lot still going on in the world, and we're focused on making sure we keep Americans safe during this time period.
You know, you were asked today about the concerns about a smooth transition, and you said it will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. Were you being serious there?
We'll have a smooth transition, and we'll see what the people ultimately decided when all the votes have been cast. We have a process, Brett. The Constitution lays out how electors vote. It's a very detailed process laid out. We need to comply with all of that, and then I am very confident that we will have a good transition, that we will make sure that whoever is in office on noon on January 20th has all the tools readily available so that we don't skip a beat with the capacity to keep Americans safe. That's what I was speaking to today. I think it's important for not only the American people, but the whole world, especially our adversaries, to know that we will achieve this in a way that's deeply consistent with the American tradition and keeps us all safe here at home.
Understanding that we're following all of the legal ongoings in the various at some point. Do you disagree with that?
I'm not worried about that at all. I was part of it as much time as some might be pretending that it's going to take. I'm very confident that all the things that need to be done will be done in an appropriate way, that we will deliver that. And if I'm an adversary, I would not think for a moment that in this time between now and January, that was the moment that they might have an opportunity. It's simply not the case. President Trump and our team are on watch.
So back to my first question, is it improper for these foreign leaders to be reaching out to Joe Biden?
You know, if they're just saying hi, I suppose that's not too terribly difficult. But make no mistake about it, we have one president, one secretary of state, one national security team at a time. It's appropriate that it be that way. Brett, I will say this. One of the things that I have observed now, almost 4 years into my time in this administration, is that previous folks just refuse to get off the stage. So they talk about healing and all these transitional things. Frankly, I've watched Ben Rhodes and Susan Rice and John Kerry and Wendy Sherman be active on the world stage in ways that weren't consistent.
Oh man, just calling them out.
With what the Trump administration is doing, I regret that it wasn't in America's best interest that they chose to behave that way.
For all the focus back at the beginning of the Trump administration on incoming National Security Advisor Michael Flynn and his phone calls and the talk about the Logan Act, are you worried that that is happening now?
I was using Google Analytics.
Sorry, guys. No ads here.
I'm always worried when people are engaging in activity, speaking with foreign leaders in a way that represents things that might be representing things that aren't true, or might be attempting to influence American foreign policy in ways that are inconsistent with what the law requires. You know the Logan Act. I know the Logan Act. I hope that all those folks who are out there having these conversations aren't violating that law. I'm sure the Department of Justice will be keeping a good eye on that for us.
You know, foreign policy didn't get a ton of coverage in
Man, I love this. You guys, I'm gonna drop this in YouTube chat because you guys need to watch this full. It's great. I watched it about 3 times on the way home from work today. So let me drop this in the chat for you guys. All right, let's continue on here. A couple more things. So yeah, definitely make sure you guys watch that. Are you guys enjoying that? Are you guys enjoying the show so far? Drop me a 1 if you're enjoying the show so far. Drop me a 1. Awesome. Okay. All right. You guys are awake. All right. Good. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, thanks for checking in there. Just want to make sure everyone's still awake. Okay, so that's the full Kansas. Make sure you guys watch that. And breaking, Republicans flip 9 seats in California. Okay, check that out. Michelle Steele, California, wins California's 48th congressional district by 1.8%. Republicans have flipped 9 seats for a +6 net gain right there. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Once they audit that California vote, it's red, guys. I'm telling you. I've been saying this for like 4 years. Not that long, like 3 years. So, and a lot of people here have been feeling it. They've had those, obviously strongholds in LA and various other places, San Francisco, etc. But, if they clean up those voter rolls, they expose the fraud that's been perpetrated in our state, among other states, like we're seeing play out in the swing states. I'm confident that we can go red, and we need to get that Governor Newsom out of there ASAP and get someone in there like Kevin Faulconer or another conservative, Devin Nunes. I don't know, but we just need a conservative in there to fix this state because it's definitely broken. So, but that doesn't mean we're not majority red, which I believe in my heart, and like many others out there, that we are truly a red state, even though we just have a virus of the liberal Democrats who've been destroying us from within, the enemy within, for many years. So good stuff there. Thanks, Laura Logan. She's been great. She's definitely been great lately on some of her reporting. Laura Logan has no agenda, investigative journalist, winner of Alfred DuPont Columbia, Uni Silver in the Middle East. Okay. This is just a over the top here. Fox News. I don't like to promote them much anymore, but this article is relevant. Obviously, it's Republicans flip 9th seat as California Democrat Republican Harley Rauda concedes. So if you want the full story, you can check it out here. Some little more context for that recent win of flipping those seats red. Follow this patriot. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys are, most of you guys on this channel, I'm sure, are following us over at We the People Insider, but we had a guest on, Craig Mason. Make sure you guys are following Craig Mason. He's a great guy. He's been on our channel. I've been starting to listen to him more and more, and he's very... his show, he had Methods and Zach on from, I think it was Wisconsin, I believe. Might have been Wisconsin, but they were out there. And so, yeah, just definitely make sure you're following Craig Mason. And obviously Red Pill's not on Twitter anymore. And then you got Zach. Check it out, guys. Okay. I posted this on November 6th. So a few days after the election. But obviously, see, even the stock market outcome's going to be As I mentioned before the election, my theme was act as if, right? Act as if we already won. Act as if we have the full confidence of knowing what the outcome is going to be based on what we know. This would not be upward mobility here, upward motion here in the stock market. Even the stock market knows POTUS won. So that was my take there. Another indicator, right? That we're moving in the right direction. POTUS won. Thank you guys for spending some time with me. If you want the crew for having me part of the family. If you want to stay connected with your boy SD Cali, you can check me out on Patreon. Pretty much cease and desist, remove your stuff, because we're going to be deleting your account notice. So we had to pivot, set up a new site, and we just got this launched like last week. These two are brand new. Here it is. Noah was a conspiracy theorist, and then it started to rain. So this is check that out. And then also this one's pretty cool here. This is another new design. We have Trump 2020 there. Be uploading to BitChute here. If you want to email me, sdcaliconservative@protonmail.com. Here, just as a way to kind of find me all in one place. And I can drop that. And then definitely check out We The People Insider.com. It's our news site. So we were fed up with Drudge many years ago, and myself and some others decided, hey, let's set up our own news site. So we have over 70 news sources coming into here. Even Justice five to 7 times a day, getting all my headlines there, and definitely a couple charged with human trafficking. Another one of those. Yeah, that's a lot of justice coming for the human trafficking. Arrests are up significantly under this administration. And I want to thank you guys again for really excited. Feel free, if you want to support SD, that your boy SD Cali. That's how you do it. Citizen journalist. That's what I'm doing because, you know, I'll just say this, you know, from that time, and he did his patriotic duty. My dad did his patriotic duty. In other countries, but this is the digital battlefield I feel, and I feel that I'm driven and I'm compelled to do this work here, because it's very critical, and so I'm doing my part, so with
Sometimes people don't want to hear the truth because they don't want their illusions destroyed.
All right, guys, this is your boy SD Cali Conservative, wishing you a great rest of your evening or morning or afternoon, wherever you are. And want to say much love, God bless, and where we go one, we go all. And I can't wait to check in with you guys next week. It's going to be a whirlwind. All right, take care, everyone.
Thank you very much. Great show.
All right. Thanks, Crystal.
I saw those links there.
What was it?
I saw all your links there, and especially that Mike Pompeo clip. I love it.
Oh yeah, I had to play it twice.
Transition into the second Trump administration. Hilarious.
It was so good, I had to play it twice.
Yeah, I probably watched it maybe a few times. Actually, I'll admit to a few times.
Awesome. All right. Well, hey, thanks. Thanks for all you do. We'll catch up with you soon. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good night. Later, D-Live and chat. Later, Crystal.
Later on. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and play the presser from earlier with Kayleigh McEnany and Ronna McDaniel. That she's the RNC chairwoman. And it runs about 21 minutes, and then we'll look into some stuff I got on Twitter after that's done. That way, that'll keep everybody up to date with, what's coming out of the campaign. So here, let me make sure the box is all checked. All right, here we go.
This election is not over. Far from it. We have only begun the process of obtaining an accurate, honest vote. There is only one party in America that opposes voter ID. One party in America that opposes verifying signatures, citizenship, residency, eligibility. There is only one party in America trying to keep observers out of the count room. And that party, my friends, is the Democrat Party. You don't take these positions because you want an honest election. You don't oppose an audit of the vote because you want an accurate count. You don't oppose our efforts at sunlight and transparency because you have nothing to hide. You take these positions because you are welcoming fraud and you are welcoming illegal voting. Our position is clear. We want to protect the franchise of the American people. We want an honest, accurate, lawful count. We want maximum sunlight. We want maximum transparency. We want every legal vote to be counted. The Constitution of the United States matters. What we have seen across the country is Democrat officials systematically trying to do an end run around the Constitution to tip the scales of the election in their favor. As Justice Gorsuch wrote in DNC versus Wisconsin state legislature, our oath to uphold the Constitution is tested by hard times, not easy ones. Last-minute changes to longstanding election rules risk other problems too, inviting confusion and chaos and eroding public confidence in electoral outcomes. Pennsylvania is a case study in just this. Allow me to just broadly review 3 points that have happened in Pennsylvania. Number one, in Philadelphia, poll watchers who are legally permitted to be there and observe the vote count were blocked from observing the count. Our poll watchers were put behind barricades in a massive room. They were many feet from the counting process. And in fact, when you look at all of the tables, many hundreds of feet, in fact, from the tables in the very back. They were completely in the dark, completely unable to oversee the vote count, as was their legal right. An observer on the scene described it this way. Imagine being on a football field. You're on the 10-yard line and expected to make a call in the end zone on the other side of the field. It is unacceptable. An intermediary court ruled on the side of the campaign, on the side of transparency and allowing the poll watchers to observe the count. But what did the Democrat Pennsylvania Supreme Court do? They issued an administrative stay, effectively pushing back our poll watchers and denying them the access they deserve to sit and watch the count. Ask yourself this: what are Pennsylvania Democrats hiding? Why can't poll watchers simply observe the count? Second, Article 1, Section 4 of the United States Constitution clearly states this: the time, place, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. That's right, the state legislature is constitutionally the one making the decision. But the Supreme Court of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kathy Boockvar, and the Democrat-tilted Pennsylvania Supreme Court have continually disregarded the Constitution, making decisions clearly in the domain of the Pennsylvania legislator. In fact, maybe there's a reason the Secretary of State, Boockvar, keeps substituting her will for that of the legislature in a completely unconstitutional fashion. Perhaps it's because she has motive. In fact, she has shown her partisan hatred tweeting this: using the title, quote, president before the word, quote, Trump really just means the office of the presidency. We see where her motives stand. And finally, a mere survey of the facts shows that voters in blue counties like Philadelphia County were given certain privileges that voters in red counties were not afforded. The Constitution's Equal Protection Clause requires uniform standards, but Democrat election officials created disparities depending on where citizens lived and where they voted in the state. Some counties set up satellite offices for backdoor early voting, whereas other counties did not. Some counties allowed pre-canvassing, where other counties did not. Voters in some counties were allowed to cure their ballots, whereas voters in other counties were not. What Pennsylvania has done is provide a case study into how to tip the scales of an election to functionally favor the Democrat Party. This has gone on nationwide. And I'll leave you with this. In DNC versus Wisconsin State Legislature, in another attempt to count late ballots that arrived after the election, Justice Gorsuch wrote, "Nothing in our founding document contemplates the kind of judicial intervention that took place here, nor is there a precedent for it in 230 years of the court's decisions." He went on to say, "No one doubts that conducting a national election amid a pandemic poses serious challenges. But none of that means individual judges may improvise with their own election rules in place of those the people's representatives have adopted." They have taken a global pandemic and turned it into a nationwide electoral epidemic. They have taken, based on what they call a natural disaster, they have used that and turned this into a national disaster. And with that, I'll turn it over to Matt Morgan, General Counsel for the campaign.
Thank you, Kaylee. As Kaylee stated, the election is not over. Tabulation and canvassing continues across the United States. And today in the United States District Court for the Middle District of Pennsylvania, the Donald J. Trump for President and 2 representative voters filed suit against the Secretary of State in select counties, alleging 2 things. Number 1, a violation of equal access based on a lack of meaningful observation and transparency, particularly in Democrat-controlled counties. And secondly, a violation of equal protection based on disparate treatment between Republican voters and Democrat voters. But what does this mean in layman's terms? What does this mean for all of you? What this means is if you are a Democrat in Philadelphia, you are allowed to work outside the bounds of the restrictions on fixing defective ballots, sometimes referred to as curing. But if you're in Republican counties in the state of Pennsylvania, you are not allowed to do that because they're strictly following the text of the statute in Pennsylvania. Secondly, if you are a Republican in the city of Philadelphia, for example, you are not allowed meaningful access to the observation of the vote tabulation process. If you are a Democrat in a Republican-leaning county in the state of Pennsylvania, you were allowed that access to meaningfully view the ballots as they're being counted. There are, in Philadelphia and Allegheny counties, there were over 682,000 ballots that were tabulated outside the view of our observers who are entitled by law to review those ballots. And we believe that a meaningful review of those ballots could discern that there were ballots that were illegally counted. Our relief that we're seeking at this point is to enjoin the Secretary of State from hurrying to certify the results before they were completely tabulated or canvassed so that we can obtain that meaningful review and discern within those 682,000 ballots at least, and there may be more throughout the state, whether or not there is disparate treatment for Republican voters and Democrat voters in the states, and whether Democrat voters were disproportionately allowed to cure or fix their ballots in some locations in the state and not others. And for example, even at a minute level here today, we are very close. We are very close to the automatic recount statute in Pennsylvania. And this lawsuit itself could change that or swing that small discrepancy. So this is the relief we're seeking at this time. But I would also urge the press and those out there that this is step 1 of a process. We are within our rights to look into these irregularities. We were in our rights to observe the votes as they are being tabulated. We will observe those, and we believe that this lawsuit takes us one step closer to closing the gap in the vote differential in Pennsylvania. And at this time, I'll turn over to the Republican chairwoman, Ms. McNeil.
Thank you all for coming. I'm going to start with some of the irregularities we've seen in the state of Michigan specifically, and then I'll go a little bit broader. But Michigan is my home state, and in the county, Wayne County, Republican poll watchers were denied their legal right to monitor the election and purposely kept in the dark, both literally and figuratively. Poll watchers or election workers blocked windows and padlocked doors. Obviously, that's not going to instill confidence. There are thousands of reports of poll watchers being intimidated and unable to do their job. And as of 4 p.m. this afternoon, 131 affidavits have been completed just in Michigan, with over 2,800 incident reports that have been submitted to us since Election Day. 2 new lawsuits were filed today by people who were working in Detroit, and a whistleblower who has gotten their information. We have gotten their information to the Eastern District Court of Michigan. As you guys can understand, with 2,800 incident reports, this is a lot to track down. It means we're interviewing these people, we're getting their statements, and we're turning them into affidavits. But that takes a lot of time and effort. And as Matt has mentioned, there's a canvass process and a certification for a reason. But I will just tell you the distress that I'm hearing in my state from people who were at TCF and the way they were treated is deeply alarming. I hope you go and look at this. I hope you look at these affidavits, and I hope you hear from the people that were there who feel like they were denied transparency and saw wrongdoing in Detroit. We should all be alarmed by this, no matter where you are on the political spectrum. In addition to that, we've heard hundreds of instances of election workers who were verbally accosted. They verbally accosted our poll watchers and refusals to let them challenge questionable ballots. Election workers were wearing Biden t-shirts and applauding when our poll watchers were kicked out. Imagine volunteering and going and spending your night because you care so much about the integrity of the election, and then to be kicked out and to be cheered as you are leaving. This does not instill confidence in our democracy. And these are good people. I know most of these people. Of the few ballots that Democrat election workers did allow us to challenge, our observers say those ballots were then moved back into the regular pile after our poll watchers were intimidated and pushed from the process. There is a canvass for a reason. There is a certification process for a reason. And unlike Election Day, we need these processes to be transparent. Already in Detroit, we are hearing incidents, and we will have affidavits to this effect of people not being able to meaningfully canvass and discrepancies that we're seeing in Detroit specifically. So just after a week after the polls closed, Democrats and the media want to ignore these clear irregularities and rush to call states as one and end the certification and canvass process. We're hearing we need to unite, we need to come together. Well, for the thousands of people who spent time and hours going out to be part of this process, who feel disenfranchised, who don't feel like there was transparency, we can't do that unless we search out all these irregularities. Even one instance of voter fraud should be too many for all of us. We intend to ensure that every lawful voter has their vote counted in accordance with the law, that observers are granted the access they are due under state law, and that any irregularities that have occurred, whether by malicious intent or incompetence, are investigated to the fullest extent allowed under the law. We will not give up on this process until every last issue has been uncovered. The RNC has deployed legal teams in multiple states to investigate clear irregularities with voting, counting, and tabulation, and we will work with state and local authorities to ensure that a legal count is conducted in accordance to each state's laws and that every vote is counted. If the shoe were on the other foot, if it were this close the other way, if President Trump was in the lead in all these states and the media would be screaming, this isn't over, the race isn't over, we need more time to count and make sure it's right. But because it's Biden and a very slight lead, the media demands the race is over and there's nothing to see here. The American people need to have confidence in their elections. There are over 150 Americans who voted in this election, and they deserve to know that their votes were counted accurately. Right now, and I can say this as I'm hearing calls and hearing from people across the country, they do not have confidence that that happened. So I am asking the media, interview these people, talk to these people. Do not just dismiss these allegations out of hand, these irregularities. Go research it, because this is a problem when people are not being able to transparently watch the election counting, which they are legally allowed to do. It creates division in our country. Republican and Democrat should be allowed to observe this process. But in this case, it's Republicans that we're not allowed to. We will continue to fight. President Trump will continue to fight for us, and we'll continue to fight for him. Please go to visit.gop. Please visit GOP.com to donate. And if you see signs of voter irregularity, go to 888-503-3526. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions. Yep.
Sounds like, do you know that fraudulent votes were actually cast? Or are you simply saying we don't know because we couldn't see it?
Look, what we are asking for here is patience. Ronna just mentioned to you the more than, I believe it was 130 affidavits in Michigan alone. We're aware of all the reports of thousands of votes in Nevada that were cast by those who were not eligible. We're hearing these reports. We're seeing them come in. We are vetting them. We are getting affidavits. So right now we would point you to all of that. That information is publicly available. But what we're asking for right now is patience as we explore these equal protection claims, among others.
So can I add that? Let me just add a couple things in this recent lawsuit. One, we do have a whistleblower, which I discussed earlier this week, who was in Detroit as an election worker, not as a Republican poll watcher, who under affidavit says that they were told to backdate ballots, that their supervisor came and they were there on November 4th. Ballots that came in with no date, they were told by the supervisor, backdate the ballots to November 2nd or November 3rd so they will count. So that has been submitted to the to the U.S. Attorney in the Eastern District of Michigan. That is via affidavit. If you look at the recent lawsuit, and Mike Reed can get you the information on this lawsuit, let me just share. An election employee with the city of Detroit working at a polling location for 3 weeks prior to the election. This city of Detroit employee directly observed on a daily basis other city of Detroit election workers and employees coaching voters to vote for Joe Biden and the Democrat Party. This employee witnessed these workers and employees encouraging voters to do straight Democrat ballot and witnessed these election workers and employees going over to the voting booths with voters in order to watch them vote and coach them who to vote for. During the last 2 weeks, while this same employee was working at the polling location, she was specifically instructed by her supervisors never to ask for a driver's license or any photo ID when a person was trying to vote. And as absentee ballots that existed were required to be input into the QVF system by 9 p.m. on November 3rd, 2020. This was required to be done in order to have a final list of absentee voters who returned their ballots prior to 8 p.m. on November 3rd, 2020. In order to have enough time to process the absentee ballots, all polling locations were instructed to collect the absentee ballots from the drop box once every hour on November 3rd. On November 4th, 2020, a City of Detroit election worker was instructed to improperly predate the absentee ballots receive date and that were not in the QVF. She was told to alter the information in the QVF to falsely show that the absentee ballots had been received in time to be valid. The election employee also observed a large number of people who came into the satellite location to vote in person, but they had already applied for an absentee ballot. These people were allowed to vote in person and were not required to return the mailed absentee ballot or sign an affidavit that the voter lost the mailed ballot. Listen, here's the thing. Why aren't you worried about these irregularities? But no, this is a separate question, which is, if you are finding these irregularities, if you have an election worker being told to backdate ballots, that's a problem. We're going to pursue all of this. Is it going to be enough? No, it's going to take time. Is it going to be enough? We don't know. Is it going to take time? Yes, it's going to take time. But what we are seeing is deeply alarming. Along with the software situation we had in Antrim County, which we need to get to the bottom of as well. Now we have a whistleblower, and now we have 131 affidavits talking about irregularities and problems that were happening in Detroit. That's just Michigan.
Can you share the name of the poll worker?
You can look at this lawsuit. Mike, can you get them the lawsuit? We'll get that out to you. I don't know if that person's name, it may be a whistleblower, so they provided protections.
Do you have any evidence that you can show us today that shows that illegal votes were cast?
Well, I think I just went through that with you. With somebody backdating ballots, that's called illegal. If you are changing the date on a ballot, an election worker, a whistleblower, well, how would we have to subpoena that and we'll have to get that information, but that's.
As you return it, that is not supposed to count. But what we know is happening in Philadelphia is somehow the city of Philadelphia knew which ballots had inner secrecy envelopes and did not. And we're telling voters ahead of time, hey, you may not have included your inner secrecy envelope. You need to get in here and vote a provisional ballot and get that fixed. But that was only happening in Philadelphia, but that was not happening in the rest of the state because the state law discourages that. So as Democrats were disproportionately voting by mail, they were disproportionately picking up those added votes in the city of Philadelphia.
Let me say one final thing. There were 682,479 ballots counted in Philadelphia, in Allegheny County, that there were no poll watchers allowed to watch. It's the job of the media to ask the question why, because all we are asking for is truth, transparency, and sunlight here. That is all we are asking for. And sadly, we are asking the questions many of you should.
Isn't the president just being a sore loser? Isn't the president just being a sore loser?
Are you serious? Did you hear her at the end? Isn't the president just being a sore loser? What the hell kind of question is that?
These people are clueless and stupid.
I mean, wow. I didn't see that part, so. Oh my goodness.
The people in the news media, fake, lying, mainstream, lamestream media, they know that their jobs are on the line.
Sorry.
Their very existence of promoting this stuff pays them. Without that job, I'm going to say it, they all better be prepared to learn the code. because they're not going to be selling fake news or writing articles about with no research and anonymous sources and absolutely lazy ass yellow journalism like they've been doing for 80 years. It's going to come to a head, and it's coming to a head under this president. When he says, I caught them all, he wasn't just talking about the politicians. He was talking about senior executives and board members and chief executive officers of corporations, big tech or low tech, anybody who's corrupt, anybody who is not down with the America First MAGA agenda, not just the polls, CEOs, executives, leadership in the clergy. For example, Tomas, is his name Tomas Maria Vigano? The Archbishop who wrote the letter?
Carlos Maria
Carlos
Vigano or
Maria
something like that.
Vigano. Okay, Carlos Maria, right. I stand corrected. There is a clergy member with integrity and a non-globalist versus, say, the Pope, who is an absolute puppet to the banksters and the 13 families. Okay, there's your stark contrast right there. So not just politicians, business people, entertainment too, recording stars. Eminem, you're going down. Beyonce, you're going down. TV and film, Ellen, Sia, wouldn't want to be ya, and scores of others that we've talked about and we know about. So in all walks of life, not just the Obamas, the Clintons, the Bushes, and all their ilk that work for them, the Brennans, the Comeys, the McCabe's, go down to their staffs, down to the most minute detail. We talked about SES, how during the Obama years, they ballooned to 9,700 SES in all walks of government. That's just government. All of this will be eradicated under President Trump in his second term. So when he says, I caught them all, he wasn't just talking about the deep state in the White House, or in the previous White House, I should say, or in government. They're inside government, they're outside government. Even former military, retired military. Look at Stanley McChrystal. What do you think he's doing right now? He's using DARPA technology to conduct counterinsurgency against this president. Here's your stark contrasts. Patriot, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. Traitor, Stanley McChrystal. Admiral McRaven. And there are those that played their roles in the White House administration and were summarily shit-canned. H.R. McMaster. We talked about him earlier on in the program, about how his father was murdered by black hats before his very eyes. He didn't do what he had to do. Too bad, so sad. Wouldn't want to be you. We'll see what happens with Mad Dog Mattis. We'll see what happens with General Kelly, the other JFK. We'll see what happens with Mark Esper. And my rant is secured.
Secured. Your rant is secured. Yeah. It's interesting about Esper too, is because right after, I don't know if that's, now I can't say that if this was him actually that said it, or if it was one of those, reported by the media by anonymous sources kind of bullshit. But that he said that he was afraid that Trump was going to fire Ray and Gina Haspel. I forget.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that hammer to drop any day now.
Said that one of the, I think it was Benny or somebody with that, like that, said that he knows he's getting a second term or something like along the lines like that.
Well, I retweeted something about it a few hours ago. I forget if it was last night or if it was a few hours ago. Gina Haspel meeting with Cocaine Mitch. Wonder what that meeting was all about. I can guarantee it was Cocaine Mitch saying to Gina Haspel, listen, there aren't any glass ceilings to break down at Gitmo. Right. So you better come clean. We'll see. And Ray, we had been told in the past to trust Ray. Then all of a sudden, Ray becomes a marker. Then all of a sudden, a post appears with Ray's card player picture with a big red X in it. So the first inclination that, well, most of us probably thought that he was going to get the axe before Esper would have. But hey, the plan is on the plan's timeline, not yours, not mine, not ours, not just yet. The plan belongs to the plan, which in turn turns to a bigger timeline determined by the Almighty, in my opinion. And I take heart and I'm delighted in all the changes at the Pentagon. I think they speak for themselves. All the qualified people are in the right places in that section of our government. And I would think that they would all fulfill the president's second term. Now my rant's secure.
Sorry, but I don't mean to laugh, but check out what Awkward Mama just sent me some memes, and they're pretty funny. Here's President Select instead of chosen by the globalists.
I swear I should have made that. I swear I should have made that during the overnight, but I was just so damn tired.
This one, I'm confused. We can't eat inside, but we can eat inside as long as the inside is outside. Got it. So true. I like this one. Pray for this man. He is up against a group of people who will do everything and anything to destroy his life. That is the truth.
Yeah.
This one really made me cackle. It's perfect. If you guys looking at it, you know what it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So for those of you out there that don't know, this is what this looked like. Trump's votes in was it this one in Michigan or Pennsylvania? I can't remember. It was one of those anyway, and Biden's, and he just about reached right here, and then it went up like that and over.
Yeah, that vertical jump of hundreds of thousands of votes. Yeah, I don't think so. Not in any election.
Here's another one. Absentee ballots requested. Look in Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvanians just really wanted Biden to win that bad, apparently.
Yeah, I just don't think so.
Yeah.
21,000 dead people voting. Is that a testament to the afterlife? I don't think so.
And like I was saying, some of those people, wow, I mean, we have people that were around when Lincoln was around. When Lincoln was alive. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
I think we're going to have to change that cliched joke around about two certain things in life, death and taxes. We're going to have to change it to three things. We're going to have to change it to death, taxes, and voting Democrat when you're dead.
There's only three things that are for sure.
Yep.
Death, taxes, and voting Democrat after you die. You'd have to make that a tweet.
I guess I have to.
So I can retweet it.
I was in the midst of DMing a friend of mine here who's originally from the UK, trying to explain to him very briefly the difference between the Great Reset and the Great Awakening.
Yeah. So I don't know if you've seen this video, if you guys out there have seen this video, but it's crazy. I love the girl's last line is hilarious because
shoot me.
Right. Well, that's what Ian Miles Chong said. All right, here we go.
If you made $400,000 in a single year, you would only be going home with a...
Oh, God. Give me a break. I'm going to address this pretty briefly. So, if you make $400,000 a year, you're going to be going home with $400,000 a year under Joe Biden's new tax plan. Any money made over the $400,000 will be taxed. So, for example, you make $425,000 a year. 62% of $25,000 is, I believe, $15,500. So you'll be going home with $409,500 a year if you make $425,000. So let's use brain cells before we post things on the internet. Thanks.
So let's use brain cells before we post things on the internet. Owned. That's
well, you better buy some with that $409,000 you just earned.
Yeah, right. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what we call a cell phone. So yeah, well, honey child, that would be the case, right? Well, I don't know if that much, but President Trump said he wanted to get rid of the all of income tax. So people would be taking more money more of their money home because it is their money.
The income tax system is organized theft. It's legalized theft.
Yep.
I'll tell you why. Up until the Income Tax Act, which was the IRS Act? It was almost congruent with the Federal Reserve Act. This was well planned. Okay, this was planned in advance too. This was a globalist scheme that would keep the banksters in the black and everybody else in the red. Up until that time, we as a nation, as a republic, were paying our bills using tariffs. Free trade was free trade. We were building a nation. Free trade was fair in that we were charging tariffs on other nations for the commodities that you're seeing today, the same things that allowed us to become industrialized at such a rapid rate and build stuff. I mean, manufacturing is literally building stuff. These tariffs were enough income to pay the bills of the nation as a whole. Now, of course, administrations came and went. Some were able to manage and make budget. Some were able to make a surplus. Some were able to spend way too much, Democrats. You can't spend your way into oblivion and expect good things to come out of it, especially with the debt structure that the whole central banking system imposes on everyone, not just the United States citizens, but everyone around the world is under this oppressive taxation scheme. Whereas in a perfect world, in a perfect world, with nations conducting commerce in such a way with multilateral agreements, not just, or rather I should say, let me take that back, not multilateral, but bilateral agreements, nation to nation, on what they would charge each other for goods and services that were not native to said nation. They'd be able to charge a fair enough tariff, which is a tax, and be able to conduct their business and be able to balance their books. Now, the fact that 9 out of 10 Americans don't know how to balance a checkbook is scary, because financial literacy is, it was taught at one time, but it went the way of civics into the toilet, because that's what the left wanted. That's what the globalists wanted. They didn't want people to be smart. They need you smart enough to be able to perform a task and take home a paycheck for it, and that's that. They don't want you any smarter than that, so that you can be a slave. We need to reteach financial literacy in the classrooms. I'm talking about grade school. So that people can understand and appreciate what free market capitalism is all about, and forever shun the whole idea of socialism, which leads, of course, to communism.
Speaking of communism, have you seen the new videos?
From
Red Dawn News. Accept, share, believe, watch.
Oh yes, these are glorious. I subscribe.
Did you see the one that get put? The one that, you know who it is, right?
At BLM Plaza.
Do you know who Red Dawn News is?
Yes, I know.
Okay, just curious. A lot of people don't know. You know.
Yeah.
A lot of people are taking it a little too seriously now.
I actually broke into a round table. Yeah, I actually broke into a round table that night, and they were present, and they let the cat out of the bag, and I was like, cool. Boom, subscribed.
So like I said, last show, I guess I could say yesterday now, I may or may not have had a hand in the very last one. So I thought we can watch the 3 of them. They're very short.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
So we'll do BLM Plaza, the second one, and then
muting now.
All right.
如果说企业是创新的主力军，那么政府呢就应该是创新的后勤兵。企业创新需要政府来提供平台，创造环境。在河南，由政府引导建立的创新平台，就正在把创新从想法变成现实。
Are we live? Are we on? Oh, hold on. We're wearing this all day. So here we are down in historic Black Lives Matter Plaza, which has been, as you know, located in Washington, D.C. since, I believe, the Civil War, when Lincoln first made it. Right now, as you can see behind me, people are celebrating the fact that we have free and fair elections in this country. We're definitely moving to, they're all here wanting nothing more than every legal vote counted, which is a nice change of pace for every other election we've ever had. More importantly, we're seeing all sorts of, what would you call that? White supremacy, the symbol, the blue with the bars that are blue, black, and flag. The red. Oh, the flag. Yes, they're everywhere. They seem fairly new, but we're waiting for them to burn them because it is oppression. So we'll look forward to asking some questions and understanding better what's going on today down here again at historic Black Lives Matter Plaza. Okay. Can always do it too. Got it. Go ahead.
You're not secretly Breitbart, are you?
What's that?
You're not secretly Breitbart, are
No, if I was secretly Breitbart, then I would tell you that I was secretly Breitbart. I promise you, I'm not Breitbart, okay? I'm not.
So that was the first one. and they're, see, it's satire. A lot of people don't know satire. At first, I will say that he actually is really hilarious. J Fabian 80. Just, you have no idea. Hilarious. Because actually, I kind of let the cat out of the bag a little bit, but I may or may not have had a hand in this one right here. Okay, so this one is the list. I mean, and so when these were recorded, these were actually they were in Washington, D.C. So I put the link right now into the live chat of the girl with the red hair, Cosmic Propaganda. There you go. Okay. And then this one got put in as well. All right, here we go.
Storm Chaser live down in Washington, D.C. I'm here with some voters, and we brought up the question of whether or not the recent tweets from Representative Ocasio-Cortez, do you agree with it?
I just think it means we should hold people accountable for what they say, as politics change and things like that. And, if things resurface in the future, different political parties and stuff, that we should hold people accountable for what they think now and what they've done in the past.
Like, what way do we hold people accountable?
I just think people should be more educated and aware of how their words impact others and how even just social media words just really can hurt people.
Or do you feel that the party that would be taking power would be the party that can control and decide how people are re-educated?
I'm not really sure the answer to that question. I'm not sure who can really control the education of everyone in the country. I mean, big country, big world out there on social media, things like that. But I think just as random, run-of-the-mill citizens should be held accountable for what they say that affect others, that elected officials should as well. If she really feels, that there should be some sort of list and that's something that she wants to implement, then I think just as people who say negative things related to segregation should be held accountable for what they say, I think, and if AOC thinks that there should be some sort of list or holding those people accountable, then she should get on that, and...
Let's say you pretend that you're Congresswoman Cortez. How would you go about this re-education?
I think, just making sure that things in schools are representative of the whole country and making sure that people really understand what's going on and how their words can affect people. I think this is years of work. I don't think this can a year, an election, one presidency. I think this is years of diversity work that needs to happen in this country. And there are many things that can be done. I'm not sure what specifically. I don't think anyone really knows. I think it's just years of working together and trying to figure out what works.
Excellent. So you've heard it live from Washington, D.C. Supporters out here acknowledging that there might need to be some work over the coming years to ensure that re-education does in fact happen.
Re-education.
Wow.
Oh my word. Okay. And then the very last one, which your girl may or may not have had a hand in. Okay, I'm just gonna say I made this. All right. Helped. Just keep it at that.
¿Para qué sirve el mundo? No se puede hablar de paz en nombre de decenas de millones de seres humanos que mueren cada año de hambre o enfermedades curables en todo el mundo.
Say a list, and we should do this. What is the thing that you agree with? Because Congresswoman Cortez is saying that we should turn around and hold people accountable, people who supported Trump, that we should capture tweets. Those are obviously personal information. What's the difference in your eye?
Well, I think my opinion is that if it's public, then it should be held accountable, and if it's not public, then it shouldn't be. And if they're publicly saying these things and then trying to deny it after the point, then they should be held accountable.
So calling for what things? Like, for example, if somebody were calling for violence against a future sitting president, would that be a line, or do you see a different line? Do you think just people who supported him in general?
I think that people who supported him with very strongly should be held accountable.
So only those that supported him strongly. No, that's understandable. Yeah. I get it.
I think that there's no chance that our country's going to go forward with Trump, and I think that there's systemic racism in our country, and Trump is never going to talk about that. He's never going to face it, and I think that Biden isn't perfect, but he is the best chance we have for a new future.
And I've been hearing the lesser of two evils a lot over the last couple of days. Is that sort of how you feel?
Well, I don't think Biden is per se evil, but I think that he's not perfect. Like, he has some key issues that I don't necessarily agree with, but I think he's miles better than Trump. Miles.
Fair enough. So why are you wearing just Sharpie?
I'm just trying to be out here and be happy.
Well, we can tell that you're a boxers guy, so that works out for everyone. So, reporting live, thank you very much, and have a good evening. Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Wow, doesn't cease to amaze who the real low information voter actually is.
Yeah, I love one of his comments. It says, was the guy in the red defund shirt and black mask you kept cutting to the local political officer from the KGB? It totally was I'm glad somebody got that.
Yeah,
Stanley Stryker has got it.
Yeah, I loved the way the camera kept cutting away to that guy.
I just copied it and kept, repeating it at certain spots. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And that really didn't take that long either. And so we're gonna probably be making more. So exciting. Anyway, that's all. It's late at night. I can tell you guys.
So
cool. So I will give you all the link to that one too, and you subscribe. It actually used to be a channel that you are very familiar with, but it's now Red Dawn News. There you go. It's true though. Hello, goodbye. 2965 fake news equals mind-controlled zombies. That's kind of teeing off a little bit about what I was saying earlier about how some of us, need to check how really woke we are, because, some of us still listen to mainstream media. I hope that we all have turned it off, but some people still do, and they're still being controlled by it. That's why I loved those Q posts when they talk about never letting somebody drive you. That's what they try to do. They try to drive you emotionally, physically, mentally. You know what I mean? They're not your friend. They're not our friend.
No, they are
Fake
not.
News media, they are not our friend. They are the enemy of the people. It is true. President Trump was right when he said that. Anytime you keep the truth from people, yeah, you're not a friend. You're an enemy. Someone that keeps the truth from, like, if I'm thinking about that myself, I would think that someone who's keeping the truth from me wouldn't be a friend.
Yeah, some douchewaffle from the Washington Post wanted to interview me via a Twitter tweet, and I politely declined. These people, they just want to write hit pieces. They just want to take whatever you give them and they'll turn it upside down. So my advice is, don't give them the opportunity. Don't give them the opportunity. Just politely decline. They are not your friend. No matter how respectful or nice their diatribe is when they message you or tweet to you, you know if they're coming from the mainstream media, the Washington Compost, and they want to ask about opinions about Trump supporters. I'm doing an article. Yeah, I know what you're doing. You're not doing an article. You're just looking to dox people, make problems, create propaganda, write the hit piece, collect your paycheck. With any luck, these people will be all signing up for school to learn to code. And it's a miracle that they can write anything at all in the English language. Rent security.
Check out this Rudy Giuliani tweet. He said hashtag fake news won't cover the lawsuit, which will invalidate 300,000 or more crooked Democrat votes in Philly. Real Clear Politics just took Pennsylvania away from Biden and made it a toss-up. Only the beginning. Please look beyond the big media censorship to watch it all change. And if you go, let's see here. They have it the right way. They have nobody as the winner yet. And they have, well, I don't know why they have Alaska as a toss-up, whatever. Arizona, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, which has already been called for Trump. And then Georgia.
They're losers. Whoever the powers that be over there. No, I'm thinking of big league politics. Those are the ones who were reliable about stuff. But Real Clear has just been anything but real clear. It's more like real clearly biased politics.
I still think Trump got Michigan and Wisconsin. All these.
Let's play the Charlie Ward video clip. Do you have that handy?
Where would I find it?
Oh, all right. I'll look for it. Give me a second. It's
no, but I have this
very
clip.
uplifting.
I have this clip handy.
Russia!
Haven't heard anything anymore about Russia. swear. So funny. Okay. Love this. New York City, DC, Philly were all boarded up for riots. All of a sudden, no riots by Trump supporters. They don't riot. What happens if recounts and challenges make @real Donald Trump the winner? The Biden supporters do riot because they are lawless. Georgia should be red. I believe it is. All right, somebody wanted the link to Red Dawn News, so I will get that for you really quickly. I mean, in my best Donald Trump impression, very quickly. That was bad. Very quickly. It's been a long day. I'm tired, actually. Here you go. Here's the link to Red Dawn News. Too cold to riot when it comes time. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how to the cause they are. Yeah, I don't think, honestly, the way that President Trump's talking in his tweets, and just the fact that he was dancing, and and he was just playing golf the other day. He's got something up his sleeve. That's why I said, I mean, I know some people aren't going to believe it until whatever it is comes down, but for me to believe that it was the other way around, I would have to think that all this time that they've done nothing, that they have literally done nothing to combat election fraud. And I mean, how many times have we heard and seen, I mean, what they've done, what this administration has done to try to protect our elections. So I'm I mean, just think about it logically. They have, in making it more secure, right? They're going to have to catch all the bad people, right? So, they've been setting traps. I mean, let's just think about it logically, folks. They're setting traps, trying to catch people, and then the executive order that President Trump signed about sanctions in the event of foreign interference in our elections.
I'm searching for that Charlie Ward short video, and while I'm doing it, I'm muted because I'm democlogging like a fool.
You're good. You're good.
So, yeah, I have to stay muted for that. I haven't found it yet. I'm still scrolling back. It's deep in my, only 48 hours now, as far as my tweet history goes. I'll be right back with it.
It's all good. Now, but thinking about it, though, they've been setting traps. I personally believe that whatever the Democrats did in 2018, they caught them somehow then. And even before, so President Trump had, it was called the Voter Fraud Commission, I believe, or a panel, something like that. And the Democrats lost their shit over it. And so he disbanded it real quick, and then gave it to the DHS, right? So you have, because it's matters of national security. It was just in the executive order. Let me see if I have that one. I thought maybe I have it.
Did we already do Joe Biden's supporters having a normal day of peace and healing and unity?
Did we already do that?
Yeah. Did we? There's a couple of them.
Oh, no, I haven't seen any of them. No, I don't know.
Okay. You go ahead and do the executive order, and I'll queue up the Normal day of Biden supporters conducting peace and unity.
I'm not going to read the whole thing because we just read it the other day, but I'll give you guys the link. But this was certain sanctions in the event of foreign interference in a United States election. And, this is, by the top, by the authority vested, I'm just going to read this part, by the authority vested in me as president, by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, including the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, the National Emergencies Act, and then Section 212 of the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952, and Section 301 of Title III United States Code. I wonder what that is.
It's Biden, China. And it's also Ilhan Omar. Qatar. Mark my words, folks.
It's Title 301 of the U.S. Code by the authority vested in me as President of the United States. Okay. So, this is the one. I, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, find that the ability of persons located in whole or in substantial part outside of the United States to interfere in or undermine public confidence in United States elections, including through the unauthorized use of election and campaign infrastructure or the covert distribution of propaganda and disinformation, constitutes an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Although there has been no evidence of a foreign power altering the outcome or vote tabulation, digital devices and internet-based communications has created significant vulnerabilities and magnified the scope and intensity of the threat of foreign interference, as illustrated in the 2017 Intelligence Community Assessment. I hereby declare a national emergency to deal with this threat. And then it goes through the whole thing, which I'll give you all the link to. President-elect Salty. It's so funny. Yeah, that's what everybody's doing that on Twitter now. I see it all over the place. And it's so hilarious because it's like they're not gonna, oh, sorry. Why am I giving you that one? Here. Wrong link, sorry. There you go. Like, can I delete my comments? All right. And there's the link for you. Okay. Now, if I could find the other one, that'd be great, but I don't think I could find it this quickly. Did you see this though? I love this Trump tweet. He tweeted it out and then retweeted it again. We will win. He's got something up his sleeve. I cannot logically believe, in my logical mind, believe that they would have done nothing this whole time to combat what the Democrats were going to do. I'm sure they probably already knew it was going to happen. Talking about if there was interference, foreign interference. I mean, our intelligence would have found that out, and there would have been, and FISAs go both ways. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
These people are screwed. They got caught, and he's told us that I caught them all. Let's see what happens. This one, imagine a shoplifter in a store stealing merchandise. Biden Dems the election. Imagine they're still in the store stealing as much merchandise as possible before leaving the store premises. Biden ballots overproduction, middle of the night, overwhelming discovery, etc. Imagine the thief or thieves finally decide to depart the store with all the stolen merchandise in their possession. Mainstream media confident the scam is complete and call the election for Biden. Imagine law enforcement and store security have been observing every move, have all the evidence collected, and then pounce for the arrests. NSA, CISA, U.S. Marshals, FBI, FEC, and other law enforcement. Yeah, a bit oversimplified, but you get the point, right? This is not just about a presidential election, but rather the entire cornerstone of our constitutional republic. Thank God someone called it a constitutional republic.
Yeah, well, that was something I created the other day after reading something about shoplifting.
Oh, you did. That's awesome.
Yeah, I did
great.
that.
I put it in.
I made this. It took me a little time because I had to take a PowerPoint slide and turn it into a photograph. But nonetheless, it was worthwhile. It took all of about 30 minutes or so. I saw somebody talking about shoplifting and equating it to the election, a stolen election. So when you think about the idea is very, very oversimplified, but you get the point, is that really the store owners, in order to curtail shrinkage by shoplifters and thieves, they install surveillance equipment. They have security guards. They have, plainclothes security or salespeople walking the floors of, say, Macy's or some big department store, whatever. Point being is, though, they've got to be able to catch the thieves in the act upon leaving the store premises. And there they are outside the doors, waiting with the cuffs, reading the rights. And that's how it's going to be this election. That's why you've got National Guard in all the contested state cities where a majority of this fraud is taking place. So you'll see the lower level folks who are, telling people to do this and do that and giving the instructions for how to keep the opposition out of the area and not to let them see. And, to the guy who was putting up all the cardboard or the paper covering the windows, hey, I'm just following orders. Well, that's reminiscent of Hitler's Germany in the 30s. I'm just following orders. Just following orders. Let me tell you, folks, those folks are as guilty as the folks at the top. The following orders things doesn't hold water anymore. It hasn't, it never has. So I had to create this little PowerPoint graphic to simplify and make a parable to what this election means. And we're confident that President Trump will serve the second term once everything has been reviewed and counted and reviewed again. And the numbers will flip back to the landslide that he has won by in his favor. And in the meantime, in between time, I'm going to look for that Charlie Ward link that will also explain. He talks a little bit about the quantum financial system and blockchain technology. I'll be right back.
All right. This video here. Unfiltered Americano. So Lil Pump hasn't lost faith. Haha. Trump 2020.
Trump 2020, 2020.
Okay, but what happens if he doesn't lose, though, man? If he loses?
He's not losing.
No? What's the type of response you're getting from a lot of the Republicans showing that you're endorsing President Trump? Right? But what about the hip hop community?
Hip hop. You know, a lot of people are saying a lot of negative stuff, but I don't pay attention to none of it.
Right.
I don't care about that, you know?
That's cool, man. Stand up for what is right. He's over there like, yep, I get all the love, you know? Because MAGA's pretty, you know, we're pretty loving here. You know? Yeah. Freakazoids, that seems like a pretty good kid. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna play this. You'll have plenty of time to look for it. This is 9 minutes. This is Senator Kennedy. His talk to Andrew McCabe today, and it's great. It's fantastic, actually. And so we can play it because it's the judiciary. It's from the judiciary. I'm gonna go ahead and it's about 12 minutes. You'll have plenty of time.
Yeah,
show that after.
That's good. That's good. I found the Charlie Ward. This is good because I fell out after Josh Hawley reamed him a new one.
Oh.
So this is good. I must have missed this one.
All right, here we go. This is 12 minutes, guys. It's totally great.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McCabe, who is responsible for the misbehavior outlined by Inspector General Horowitz in his report about Misfire Hurricane?
Well, it depends on what you're referring to, Senator. If you're referring to the intentional misconduct committed by Mr. Kleinsmith, quite obviously Mr. Kleinsmith's responsible for that. I think from a command perspective, Director Comey and myself and our subordinate leaders are all responsible for the failures in that package that were allowed to go forward. But if you're asking me who is responsible for intentional misconduct beyond Mr. Kleinsmith's activity, I'm not aware that there's been a finding that others were engaged in intentional misconduct.
While you were either director or acting director of the FBI decided to investigate 2 presidential campaigns. One, Secretary Clinton, the other one, then candidate Trump and later President Trump. I want to put aside Secretary Clinton for a second. When the FBI decided to investigate candidate Donald Trump, what questions did you ask? I mean, at some point, somebody came to you and said, "Hey, Mr. Deputy Director, we're going to, just so you'll know, we're going to investigate the Republican nominee for President of the United States." Do you remember when you were told that?
So if you're referring to our initiation of the Crossfire investigation, so the investigation.
Would it be fair to say that the Christopher Steele dossier was the keystone of the investigation?
No, sir, that's not accurate.
Oh, well, how important was it? What word would you use?
It had no importance. We were not in possession of that information when we initiated the case.
Okay, so you're telling me when you initiated the case, Christopher Steele's dossier had nothing to do with your decision to go forward?
That's correct.
That's your testimony today, under oath?
It is.
Okay. At some point, the Christopher Steele dossier became important, did it not?
The Christopher Steele reporting came to us in the middle of September, and it became important to us at that time.
Okay. Now, when you heard about the Christopher Steele dossier, did you ask to interview Mr. Steele? I mean, you're only investigating a candidate for president of the United States after you've already investigated one. Now you're on the second one. Did you say, hey, I'm the deputy director here, I'm responsible, I want to talk to Christopher Steele? Did you do that?
I did not personally speak to Mr. Steele, but our investigative team traveled overseas.
Why not? You're the deputy. This is what I don't understand about this whole thing, Mr. McCabe. You're the deputy director of the FBI. And your people have decided to investigate the Republican nominee for president of the United States after already investigating the Democratic nominee. And at least in part, at some point, it was based on the Chris Steele dossier. Now, you can run from that one, but you can't hide from it. Did you ever call your guys in or gals and say, hey, just a thought, I think I'd like to talk to Chris Steele to see how credible this guy is? Because you say you've never known him. Did you do that?
Senator, in my entire experience of 21 years as an FBI agent, I am not aware of a single instance of the deputy director of the FBI interviewing a source. And
well, how many nominees for president of the United States have you investigated?
I can't comment on that, sir.
Now, but you're telling me at no point you ever sat down and said, wait a minute, guys, this is now all based or substantially based on Chris Steele. I want to talk to this. I want to talk to this cowboy. You never did that.
That is not an accurate characterization of our investigation.
That's what you just said. You said you never talked to him. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
No, sir. I'm just trying to clarify that the Steele information didn't come to us until 2.5 months after we'd opened the case.
Well, when it came to you, did you say, wait a minute, guys, this is my reputation on the line. I want to talk to Christopher Steele.
No, Senator. I sent my investigators to conduct the investigation.
Okay. Do you know who? Do you know who Igor Danchenko is?
I do not.
You have no idea who that is, even today.
I am not going to speculate as to who he is.
Well, he was the subsource that the Steele dossier was based on. So Senator, you're telling me, I want to be sure I understand. You're the assistant director of the FBI. You've decided to investigate the Trump campaign. You get this dossier, which, whether you admit it or not, was the basis for all the FISA warrants. You never sat down and said, I want to talk to Chris Dossier or Chris Steele. If you had talked to Chris Steele, you would have found out that his subsource was Igor Danchenko. That was his primary subsource. Danchenko was not, he wasn't from Russia. He was some guy in Washington, D.C. working for Brookings. He went to the University of Louisville. He went to Georgetown. He was buddies with Dr. Fiona Hill. He was relying on his drinking buddies. Why didn't all of you folks who are running this show say, wait a minute, this is all centered around Chris Steele. We better talk to Chris Steele, and we better talk to this guy, Danchenko.
Senator, it's important that I get this out. So if you could give me just a second.
Sure.
I am not sure that I have now read the report of the subsource interview, and the interviewee's name is still redacted in that report. So I do not feel comfortable acknowledging or confirming or denying any identity that might be associated with that person.
His own lawyers said it was him.
Here's what it looks like to the American people, Mr. McGay. The FBI didn't even try here, the people making the decisions. You wanted to investigate Trump. I mean, this is a nominee for president of the United States. You've already investigated the other one, and potentially screwed up her campaign. And so you get the Steele dossier. You don't sit down, you personally, and Comey, you don't talk to Chris Steele. You don't even ask questions about where he got his information. Had you done that, you would have found that he got it from Danchenko. Danchenko's a jellyhead. Okay, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And it all would have come apart. But you never looked. And it sort of looks like you didn't want to.
Is that a question?
Yes, sir.
So I can't possibly disagree more strongly with the way you framed that question. That while it is true that I never sat personally with Mr. Steele or any of his alleged sources, our team spent a great deal of effort interviewing him, interviewing other people that they thought were relevant, and trying to get to the bottom of the material that he provided. So, no, we were not predisposed to investigating the president. It wasn't something we sought out to do, but we felt that the potential national security threat put us in a position where we were obligated to investigate. That's what we did.
And you expect the American people to believe that?
That is the truth, and I certainly hope they believe it.
General Flynn's been prosecuted for lying to the FBI. You lied to the FBI and you aren't being prosecuted. Don't you think that sends the wrong message to the American people?
Senator, General Flynn's situation and mine have absolutely nothing in common. I never, ever intentionally misled the FBI or the IG under any circumstances. And I think that's probably the conclusion that the DC U.S. Attorney's Office came to when they dismissed the 2-year investigation of me.
But you weren't fired for parking in the handicapped parking spot at the FBI, were you? You were fired for lying, were you not?
I was fired as the result of a deeply unfair and flawed IG investigation, and I am challenging that termination in federal court.
Okay. Last question. Do you have any idea, Mr. McCabe? I don't think Mr. Comey does. Do you have any idea how badly you and your colleagues have hurt the FBI? I mean, the premier law enforcement agency in all of human history. And it was just a handful of you. And now when the average American gets a knock on his or her door, FBI, I need to talk to you. At least half of them are thinking, oh my gosh, is the agent a Republican or a Democrat? They probably know my party affiliation. Do you have any idea how much damage you've done?
Sir, my colleagues and I never took any action to undermine our effectiveness, undermine our oath to this Constitution and the American people and the work that we did for the FBI. I deeply regret how politicized the FBI has become in light of the rhetoric and the relentless attacks levied upon it over the last 4 years. And I have great faith that my former colleagues will continue to do their work and ignore those sort of baseless attacks.
Well, at best, what you and Mr. Comey and the others did, at worst, it was intentional. And I don't know what's in your head or your heart, but I can tell you what it looked like to the American people at the very minimum. An incompetence tsunami. And they're thinking, how did these guys make it through the birth canal?
Yeah.
That's all I got.
You know that deserved.
Bam! Yeah, that deserved an air.
That was the last freaking word.
I
wonder
awesome.
how any of y'all got through the birth canal. Click. That was it.
All right, here's Charlie Ward explaining the beauty of the blockchain QFS. Give me a second here.
You're gonna share it?
Yep.
All right.
Okay. No. Wrong share. There's Charlie Ward. Yes. Don't ask me how that defaulted to my messenger. There we go. Come on, big screen. Where's the little buttons? Come on.
Once you click on it. Once you click on it.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Just to let you know, I've been given consent this morning to tell you something that I've had to keep very, very quiet because I signed an NDA about this, and I can confirm 100% that the blockchain technology was used for the voting on this election alongside the conventional voting system. And Donald Trump won by a complete landslide. I mean, the figures are off the scale. He has all of the hard evidence. This was a sting operation rather than a vote. But I can now tell you that the QFS, the quantum financial system, was actually used, the quantum voting system was actually used for this election. So we actually know the true result, and we know the ones that the Democrats tried to twist. So for those people that doubted it, we now have hard evidence. And over the next few days, there will be a number of arrests and a number of indictments and a lot of things that are happening. But I can tell you 100% that the QFS, quantum financial system, was actually used for this election alongside the old system. So brilliant news, and Donald Trump won by a landslide.
There you have it, folks.
Very interesting. Yeah, I remember seeing that one. Check this out. Terrence. He says, my heart is broken. Right now, I can't stop crying. They won't give me my money after I announced I was the projected Powerball winner-elect. I need your support. Please retweet hashtag give Terrence the money.
So, I just got off the phone with the lottery commission. And they won't give me my money. So, I told them I was the projected winner for the lottery. Like, I was a lottery winner elect. Okay, let me calm down. I told them that I declared myself the winner. And they said they had to certify me. How is that true? If Joe Biden can make himself the president-elect, why can't I make myself the lottery? I don't know what I'm doing. Give me the money. I just put them. Okay. I just got them. I don't know how to pay for this house. I just went out and got a mortgage. I got 2 mortgages. I went out and got a car loan. How am I gonna pay rent center back? I done went out and got all these loans, and they won't give me my money. Somebody tell them, please. Please.
I put that picture in the in the show opener. Yeah, it's freaking hilarious, right? I wonder how they got the tear in his eye. Freaking tear.
He's a good actor. I think he was trying to keep from laughing too hard.
Yeah, I could see it. Hilarious. Here's the link to that. For those who are unsure, he's definitely trolling. Definitely trolling.
Beautiful thing.
All right, let's see here. Man, I'm so over these ads popping up. I've had it. Okay. Code Monkey tweeted out, status reading the 300 plus page Dominion voting democracy suite user manual. Someone named President-elect said probably filled with exculpatory statements for a scenario like this. And he said the software has a lot of options and warnings for many of them. Setting it up properly is a huge undertaking, and probably not many people know how to do it. Noticing many of these types of words in the manual: ignored, omitted, and invalid. Yeah. That's a big undertaking to sit down and read a 300 plus page user manual for Dominion voting systems. More props to you, Code Monkey.
Yep. Yeah, I think Code Monkey is onto greater things. So I'm not so upset about his leaving the administrative duties of 8Code.
Yeah.
Not terribly upset there.
All right. 1 second here. Oh, I think I had this set up to share earlier, but maybe I just didn't get to it. So this was another James O'Keefe post, and he said, we have recordings of the federal agents who coerced this man through a 4-hour interrogation without representation, who stands by his original affidavit regarding backdating ballots. Stand by for recordings doubling down on backdating ballots. This is Soviet-style truth suppression. Listen to this, too. Bloomberg says, for perhaps the first time in American history, the first time in American history, a coordinated effort to taint or overturn a presidential election may be underway. I'm like, for perhaps the first time in American history, you couldn't think, to like the last 4 years of...
Yeah.
And that's what Donald Trump Jr. said. He was like, ha ha ha, yeah, the past 4 years totally weren't exactly that. You people are effing clowns. Here's this other tweet where this last line had my ears perked up. It was a Lou Dobbs quote. I don't care what state you're in. This computer voting system is wide open to fraud and intervention. At Lou Dobbs, true, and wait until you see what's coming.
Blockchain.
Yeah, and so I guess his campaign announced that he would be having Stop the Steal rallies. Did you hear anything about that?
Oh, say again?
That he might be having rallies.
Oh, it's the most brilliant idea ever. And
yep.
And here's why. I read an American thinker about this morning. And here's the thing. You have no mainstream media filter. He doesn't require Twitter, maybe, after the fact tweets and pictures of the tens of thousands that show up to these rallies, which is fine. And there's nothing and nobody, no law, whether this thing is in the courts or not, to stop him from doing that. He has every absolute 100% right to conduct these rallies. So he puts all the goods on the jumbotrons, just like he did with Sleepy Joe and, the best of Sleepy Joe gaffes and the best of Kamala speaking the truth. You know, this whole fracking, no fracking. Yes, we're for fracking. No, we're 100% against fracking. Yes, no. All that stuff comes out. All the vote fraud. Old boy on Instagram with his ripping up Trump ballots and throwing them over his shoulder. And, you know, Mr. Antifa wannabe. I taped myself, videoed myself on Facebook destroying Trump ballots. And then the thousands and tens of thousands of ballots found buried in a garbage dumpster or buried in a field or in a river or wherever. And all the U.S. Postal Service shenanigans. Not to mention the poll watchers being denied entry, which is their absolute constitutional right as volunteers. You know, you got to have, in a two-party system, you got to have one from each party, right? There's your two-person integrity, supposedly, right there. Now, if you've got no Republican poll watchers and all Democrat poll watchers, well, that's the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it? So he goes and does these rallies in every state, and he sends the surrogates out to the destinations for pre-rally, you know, warm-up kind of thing. It gets the jumbotrons out there. There's no fake news media to filter anything. Everybody gets the truth, just like he's been saying at every rally up to the election. This man is relentless working for the American people. He's been nothing but transparent, being under a microscope for the last 4 years and then some, even before he came down the escalator in 2015 to announce. They were looking at him. The numbers are on his side. The American people are on his side. It's just the special interests that he discusses in the amazing production that was done. This is the video that will elect Donald J. Trump president, done in weeks before the election in 2016. That gets played daily on Patriot Soapbox AM and on weekends on the Patriots Rising programs with Lady and Magic and Q Trooper and Honeybee, Sister Girl, and Billy Jim on Sundays. There is no doubt in my mind. This is the way to do it. It is the absolute best way. Word of mouth, show up in person. And you know what? The president loves doing it. He loves getting out there to see the people. He absolutely loves this job that way. Connecting with the people.
Yep.
Rant secured.
Rent secured. Musical interlude. Well, not really. Like we're talking a lot about treason earlier. Not really saying the word, but it is what it is. Treason is what it is.
Now with
mainly, huh?
Go ahead.
I'm going to play a video real quick. But
Sure.
Mainly the part where President Trump says when he's talking about Obama, turns out I was right. Let's see what happens to him now.
We've been living through the this so-called insurance policy because they know we're putting a stop to their pillaging and their plundering and their hoaxes.
And I don't know why President Obama hasn't supported Joe Biden a long time ago. There's something he feels is wrong. Why isn't he'll come out? I'm sure he's got to come out at some point, because he certainly doesn't want to see me for 4 more years. We're not. We think a little bit differently. You know what? I'll tell you. It does amaze me that President Obama hasn't supported Sleepy Joe. It just hasn't happened. When's it going to happen? When is it going to happen? Why isn't he? He knows something that you don't know. And I think I know, but you don't know.
You know, and I think that, look, I believe that the president is literally an existential threat.
Ukrainian foreign minister said on Thursday that the United States ambassador did not link financial military assistance to a request for Ukraine to open up an investigation into former vice president and current Democratic president. Can you believe? Like, we need help to beat Sleepy Joe Biden? I don't think so. The radical Democrats' policies are crazy, their politicians are corrupt, their candidates are terrible, and they know they can't win an election day, so they're pursuing an illegal, invalid, and unconstitutional bullshit impeachment.
Basically what's happening. The Trump administration wants to know when did the surveillance by the Obama administration begin into the Trump campaign? What was the nature of that surveillance?
On Obama and the spying situation, this idea that they were spying on your campaign, you've been asked before about what crime he would have potentially committed. But I remember you talking to
treason. It's treason. Look. When I came out a long time ago, I said they've been spying on my campaign. I said they've been taping, and that was in quotes, meaning a modern-day version of taping. It's all the same thing, but a modern-day version. But they've been spying on my campaign. I told you that a long time ago. Turned out I was right. Let's see what happens to him now.
I'm just curious, Mr. Director, how surprised were you by the findings yesterday, by the conclusions that were drawn? And I'm just curious, did you receive bad information throughout this process, like so many of us did, that there was more there?
The man who, was there and oversaw the launch of the Russia investigation. What do you make of this?
Well, actually, I'm very curious. It's presumably, I guess I'm one of those under investigation.
And you just heard about this?
Yes, I just read the clip on about 20 minutes ago.
Sir, the Constitution says treason is punishable by death. You've accused your adversaries of treason. Who specifically are you accusing of treason?
Well, I think a number of people, and I think what you look is that they have unsuccessfully tried to take down the wrong person.
I love it.
I think we're going to start seeing these booms once all the numbers are tallied, the certification is in. Maybe we'll see action the day after Inauguration Day, or maybe as early as the 14th when the Electoral College convenes. I don't know. I'm not going to predict. Those are important dates, though. And of course,
we'll find out.
Happy Veterans Day.
Happy what?
Happy Veterans Day.
Happy Veterans Day, Tatiana. Okay, hold on. We'll do this real quick. Give me 1 second here. See if I can make this happen. Awkward mama, thanks. Oh, hold on, it's not gonna do it. Oh, wait. There it is.
But there's been a lot of shenanigans. We can't stand for that very much. But there's a lot of shenanigans, and we can't stand for that in our country.
It's totally becoming a party. There are a lot of shenanigans. So cool. Anyway, all right, well, we're reaching, we got 5 more minutes. We are reaching the end of the show, though, so thanks for joining us. Thank you, Tets. It's always a pleasure.
My pleasure, as always.
Here is the link to It's Treason. That's not how you spell treason, Salty. All right. There you go. Look for the next one. It'll be coming out soon. I think I want to work on it now. I think. I was going to go to sleep, but maybe I got a second wind. Or maybe it's the 4th or 5th wind at this point.
Uh-oh. Watch out.
I know. Better be careful.
I'm going to hit the pallets for a couple of hours. Because I'm back on in 3 hours.
Probably should. But there's so many things that can be done. Anyway, so who do we got? What's up, Rooster? How's it going?
Rooster, good morning.
Good morning and happy Veterans Day, Tets.
Thank you. Thank you. Right back at you. Hey, is that a Volvo truck there I see with that band across the grill, that beautifully decorated picture? Is that a Volvo?
Yeah, that is a, if I'm not mistaken, that's like a 2019 Volvo Globetrotter.
Yeah, they're real. That's a real popular truck around these parts.
Oh, yeah. And since you brought it up, I'm pretty sure they got the term correct on this. Christmas tree, not holiday tree. Oh, yes. The transporting of the Christmas trees has begun. I'm glad to see it. So, have y'all been?
Doing good. I think I have something to share for Veterans Day. How about it's a pretty neat little 2-minute video. You guys down?
Do it.
Go for it.
All right. You know what it is, right? You can see it now, right?
Yeah. That's awesome.
Love
That
how
says-
the end worked out.
That says three things. First, it starts off Rooster's At Dawn We Ride show. Second, it says go piss up a rope, Mayor Garcetti and Governor Newsom.
New scum. I'm just kidding. Yeah, both. Both are applicable. All right. Well, everybody enjoy the show with Rooster. Rooster, you have a great show. Thank you, Tets. Thank you, DLive, YouTube, Twitch, Roku, wherever you're listening from. Love you. See you all Thursday. Have a great one.
All right, and I'll see y'all in 3 hours. See you then, Rooster.
Yeah. All right, man.
Pallet time.
I hear you. I've had a very long day yesterday too. I hadn't had much time in the cot myself. If people didn't know, we have a full-blown truck protest going on. And I've been working diligently to get in contact with people to get them on the channel. And the status of that so far is trying to find a time slot during the daylight hours. Ooh, all right. Well, let me gear things straight back out and roll the opener.
So A new exhibition at the recent.
All right. Good morning, everybody. How we're doing? Yep, it's me, it's Rooster. Like I said, we do have what I would call a fully grown truck protest going on currently right now as we speak. Where did my D-Live go? There's my D-Live. No, my D-Live was a casualty of rampant clicking. See how we're all doing. Yes, it is Veterans Day. Don't be surprised if I get it Memorial Day mixed up today. I always do. Let's see who we got. Awkward Mama hanging around. Legacy Q Troll, Seawolf. Howdy, Jensen. Good morning. Top Court 22. Exactly. California is not blue. Neither are several states. Excuse me. Ugh. And Saudi. What's the date? Marcia K. Good morning. Well, we're trying. If I can get, I know T-Jams had said she would give him a spot. I'm just trying to get everything rigmarolled around. I know Thumper. I give him the email addresses to try to get in touch with him. I'd love it if we can get them on. Unfortunately, I got to work a tiny bit today. I got to go pick up my stuff this morning after the show. Then I'll be parked probably somewhere with a big old fat bucket of fried chicken by my way. I don't know if anybody else can back me up trying to get the Stop the Tires 2020 team on the channel. They've been reaching out to some independent media like ourselves. I know from talking with them, they tried to reach out to Red Pill, tried to reach out to, let's see, it was Red Pill they were trying to get on with. They were trying to get in touch with, shoot, I have to pull up the message they sent me. It was a couple of people. Yes, Fox News has contacted them, and you know what Fox News likes to do? I got that story, actually. And there's a lot of videos and a lot of TikToks. Let's see, who else we got? Cable Cat. Six Sticks, Stitzel Sticks. Evan Cloud, the Cloud brothers from Prince Edward Island. Y'all guys going fishing today? Diane 20 Miller, good morning. Yes, the crazy, the absolutely scared to death chicken of my driving. Barbara S., good morning. Control Chaos, TBT 808, good morning. Sparkle Bradley, good morning. Is this the praying medic status that's been going around? Webster Sham, exactly. Your mother trucking roosters in the house. Toe 5. Good morning. Oh. Oh. Easy, y'all, easy. It's too early to get me laughing this much this morning. Praying medic, my friend. I always thought you was a kind man, and now you go post this? When the gloves come off praying medic, you know it got serious. Anthony Tata, General Tata, I do believe is the proper saying. And this was way back on May 20th, a couple of years ago, calling the shot. I don't know. Can't remember who he. Is this just a picture? Oh yes, Brannon. Oh. Oh God. Oh. Easy, people. Praying medic. A couple hours ago, he's burning midnight oil. Oh, Jesus. Our new acting Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, Anthony Tata. Panic in D.C.? Yeah. Original tweet, May 20th, 2018, from President Donald J. Trump. I hear my demand, and will do so officially tomorrow, that the Department of Justice is looking at whether or not the FBI DOJ infiltrated or surveilled the Trump campaign for political purposes, or if any such demands or requests were made by the people within the Obama administration. Well, stone-faced Brennan, Senator McConnell, and Speaker Ryan. If Mr. Trump continues along this disastrous path, he will bear major responsibility for the harm done to our democracy. It's a constitutional republic, you son of a buck. And you will do a great disservice to our nation and the Republican Party continuing to enable Mr. Trump's self-serving actions. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, Gina Haspel paid a visit to Mr. McConnell yesterday morning. And I wonder, was McConnell laying the law down to her? Or was Gina Haspel bringing up the dirt file the CIA probably has on McConnell, try to get McConnell to turn? I don't trust McConnell as far as I could throw the old guy without him falling to pieces. And then here you have, a little bit later on today, the same day back in May 2018, good old A.J. Tata. Might be a good time to pick your poison, firing squad, public hanging, life sentence as a prison. Well, you know what happens in prison. Or they'll take the easy way out. Your call. Treason and sedition, crossfire hurricane, Obamagate. Easy praying medics. Too early in the morning to get me coughing up. Oh yeah, Sparkle Braille. Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen to Biden. I know they'll do insanity defense and they'll say, oh, he's had 2 brain surgeries. Here's my question. And chat, you can put whatever answer you like to this. Knowing what our good friend TMC has taught us about certain neurological wetware, do you think those 2 brain surgeries was the wire biting up? You know, is there one of those spinneroony satellite dishes sticking out of the back of Biden's head? Oh, Evan Cloud. Somebody get an ice cream for Evan Cloud. Come on. Robo Rob. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Heidi Jensen's on board. You know, nothing would surprise us nowadays. Mexican Falcon, good morning. All right, I'll pull up the Linwood tweet. Maybe I won't cough, pass out from lack of oxygen. It's Lynn Wood, attorney at law, 1 hour ago. Time now to rest, comfortable in my belief that real Donald Trump won a historic landslide victory across the nation November 3rd. Please be patient. Biden will never be president of our nation. To the contrary, Biden, along with many others, will be an inmate. Please be patient. Trust Trump. Oh, hey, did y'all catch this overnight? Project Veritas. We may be playing Project Veritas here shortly. I just caught it on the way. Pennsylvania postal worker recants the allegation of ballot tampering. The WAPO, the Examiner, and the Times report. Yeah, about that. Yeah. Apparently, postal worker recants the ballot tampering claim. House Oversight Democrats say, yeah. Well, let's see here. Let's go to the old Veritas. Believe James O'Keefe might have something to say about that. Hang on 1 second. I'll get the share set right.
My name is Richard Hopkins. I am the postal employee who came out and whistle blew on the Erie, PA Postal Service, postal office. I am right at this very moment looking at an article written by Washington Post. It says that I fabricated the allegations of ballot tampering. I'm here to say that I did not recant my statements. That did not happen. That is not what happened. And you will find out tomorrow. And I would like that the Washington Post recant their wonderful little article that they decided to throw out there out of random.
Yeah. So, more fake news. This is actually put out about 7 hours ago by President Trump. More and more people are moving forward to expose this rigged election. And 5 hours ago, GoFundMe removed Richard Hopkins' page he set up in anticipation of using his job. UPS retaliated. He's now doubling down on the statements. The ballots are backdated to the 3rd. And the wire from the federal agent interrogation comes out here, hopefully in a few hours. So basically, this is a letter from the U.S. Postal Service to Richard Hopkins. Basically saying that he's been emergency placed in off duty. Remember, this guy's postal union. He's a union guy. This is written verification that you're placed in off-duty non-pay if status effective November 10th. You're placed in this off-duty non-pay status as per Article 16.7 of the Collective Bargaining Agreement. As per Article 16.7, an employee may be immediately placed in off-duty status without pay by the employer, but remain on the rolls where the allegation involves intoxication, pilferage, or failure to observe safety rules and regulations, or in cases where retaining the employee on duty may result in damage to the Postal Service property, loss of mail or funds, or bold lettering, where the employee may be injurious to self or others. Is that a threat of they're going to try to suicide the guy? You notice it's in bold letters. On November 5th and 6th, your actions may have placed employees and yourself, as well as the reputation of the Postal Service, in harm's way. You'll remain off work until the completion of the OIG and internal investigation. You have a right to file a grievance under the grievance arbitration procedure set forth in Article 15 of the National Agreement within 2 days of receipt of this notice. Stephanie Hetrick, Manager of Customer Service. All right, and I will get a copy of that nice little letter out to D-Live. Y'all can read it. Nom, nom, nom. Yep. Yeah, I know how it is. You know, lie, cheat, steal, you know, whatever they can do. Yeah, Seawolf, he openly said he didn't recant. And now Project Veritas is going to drop the hammer on his head and see what we got going on. They can sit Biden in Ukraine and let them do. I don't trust Ukraine, Diane. Diane, I do not trust Ukraine. Still too much dirt. All right. Speaking of Fox News and their fake news story, let's get to the main event. Let's get to the trucker strike, now ongoing. This was published on the 9th. This is the attempt of Fox News to baffle you with BS, saying this is all about fracking. It's a little bit about fracking, a whole lot about other itself. Headline: Truckers plan strike urging Biden to stop fracking ban. Tout Trump protecting blue-collar workers. No, it ain't got a damn thing to do with Biden except Biden stealing votes. There's a lot of moving cogs in this thing. The group's protest will be taken during Veterans Day on the 11th. Today's just a pretest to see how many people would show up, and I think the whole neighborhood showed up. The main event is Thanksgiving weekend, November 26th through 29th, which is naturally the period when truckers go home anyway for the Thanksgiving break. Here's the story as they say it. A group of truckers plan to strike during Veterans Day on Wednesday in an effort to urge incoming Biden. It's not incoming, it's outgoing. It never got there. Biden administration to avoid implementing a ban on fracking like they care. Quote, our message is simple and hopefully effective. We fully intend to exercise our rights and will not have politicians making crippling decisions that will negatively affect our future and the future of our children. Stop the Tires 2020 organizer Jeremy Rewalt wrote in a Facebook post. We will not participate in the leftist Biden-Harris Green New Deal. We do not support the banning of fracking. The United States of America operates as a capitalistic economy, and oil is the fuel she survives on. Rewalt applauded the President Trump for working diligently for 4 long years to protect the rights and freedoms of all Americans, and very importantly, the blue-collar workers of this country. Blue-collar workers are literally the ones that make the wheels turn, Rewalt said. Without truck drivers, this world would not survive for long. He added that the protest's intention is not to harm anyone and that they do not wish for any companies or private drivers who are carrying any kind of medical supplies or services to participate in the movement. based on what they're saying, if we're hauling any kind of critical infrastructure supplies, food, medicine, stuff like that, keep going. But, anybody else is free to join the party. In addition, the group plans to launch a second Stop the Tires protest from November 26th to the 29th. The Stop the Tires 2020 Facebook group, created on Friday, has gained more than 20,600 members as of Monday afternoon. It's got a lot more since then. Now, this is to baffle you with BS part that they added that has nothing to do. The main thing coming out of the oil and gas sector is some of the guys that are protesting the fracking ban, but mainly trying to keep jobs since a lot of the refineries are shutting down. Planned protest comes as major oil and gas producers, including Exxon, Royal Dutch Shell, Chevron Corp, announced last month they will cut thousands of workers as the COVID pandemic continues to hammer oil prices and fuel demand. If they open the country back up, they'd have fuel to sell. Fracking of the process of extracting natural gas by injecting water and shell rock and high pressure support at least 10.3 million jobs in the oil and gas industry, according to a 2017 report by the American Petroleum Institute. The Institute's report also projects fracking to support an additional 1.9 million jobs by 2035. U.S. Secretary of Energy Brian Brulé told Fox Business Stuart Barnley that abolishing the hydraulic fracking technology could potentially lead to a loss of 19 million jobs. This technology, hydraulic fracturing, has produced a large economic boom we've known in our lifetimes, Burlett said. We're now a net energy exporter in the U.S. The only thing that can't be undone is the economic progress that's occurred since this president took office in 2017. It's been enormous, absolutely enormous. And this article goes through some more according to Biden's website and the American Trucking Association, which represents the mega carriers, which is already bent over, dropped their pants, and letting Kamala have her way with them. I'll drop this out in chat for you guys. Yeah, equitable means getting really cold this winter. I hope y'all guys know how to take two sticks and make a fire, according to these guys. Yeah, Wade, this movie has got interesting. So let me drop this. And let's go to the Stop the Tires 2020 webpage group here on Facebook. And I'm going to immediately give Eli the link to this group. Join up. Let's see what's going on. We have any more announcements? Yeah, we got an announcement. Carol, attention American truck drivers, drop a photo of you and your truck stopped after midnight for your time zone, not before. Please add the hashtag #IStopTheTires2020 and post to all your social media platforms. This could be used on national news to help represent our movement and our members. Share and tag a trucker who plans to stop the tires. Stop the Tires 2020. All right. This is Maggie. This is a message from her husband, Jeremy Rewalt. And they're going to be doing news all day, and I hope we can get them on the channel. Man. But let me stop this. It's only like 14 seconds. Let me bring the share back to the video mode.
Everyone, I can't post on Facebook. They put me in jail. But thank you so much. I'm still here. I'm set up to go live on The Nation tomorrow. For all of you that have helped us, thank you. Everyone, I can't post on Facebook. They put me in jail. But thank you.
Now, why would they want to put a guy like that in Facebook jail? You know? Why? Just why? They gotta be mean. They don't know how to do anything else. All right. 6 hours ago, attention non-trucking Americans. Everyone keeps asking how they can help. Well, we're sorry it took so long, but here's your answer. If you have land that a trucker to stop tires on, if you have a place for a trucker to sleep, if you have a place where a trucker can eat a hot meal, please post it under your specific time zone. Look for the post in the pin section. With this being a nonprofit, these acts will be in support of the movement and truck association associated with the movement at a no cost to them. You know, making a profit off of us, you might not like the result. Also, do not buy decals or pay for stickers with our hashtag. Write on your vehicle to get the word out, just like Cassandra Dudley from Tennessee and Johnny Mito from West Virginia did here. Thank you, Cassandra and Johnny, for your sacrifice as a lady trucker and a garbage truck driver, and for your support of the movement. There's a nice picture with some nice chalk work on the back of the car. And here is some more car chalk, glass chalk work. Hell of a lot better than hashtag BLM painted everywhere. And also, already somebody's tried to infiltrate the movement and try to do a baffle me with BS takeover. They've already had to call them out. You know, there's already been all kinds of hate going on. It's from 3 hours ago. It's like they're staying up a little bit late, trying to get the message out. Got the scorecards up here. After I get my pickup finished this morning, I stopped my tires. I'm going to do my absolute darndest to get them on the channel. Okay. Here's another post from them. Basically, addressing the media in the post here. Stop the Tires 2020 will be addressing our followers, trucker, the media, and the nation in this post. Want everyone to know where we stand and where we go from here as this begun to reach national media attention. Please, everyone, be sensitive to others, no matter how diverse they are from you personally. One goal, one mission. All right. To whom this may concern, while Jeremy is extremely proud of what has transpired over the weekend as a like-minded team, want to be known this movement is controlled and was created for everyone with no mentioning of segregation. I don't know Jeremy Rewald as the face of the movement. Join him is Carol Carroll. Collectively, we have banded together to announce that we're equal partners in this. Carroll, I believe, is Dr. J.C. Carroll. You may have heard him from the lockdowns earlier this year out in California. Collectively, we banded together and announced that we are equal partners in this. Over the course of the last few days, this movement has become bigger than either of us expected. We have worked extremely hard as co-creators to get this movement up and running in the most positive way. We'd like everyone to know that may have been Jeremy that created this physical page. He's not the only one who's facing the movement. We stand together united. We want it to be known that the views of the movement may differ from some of our members. While we are trusting our movement in our page with the mods, this is overly sensitive. We want to make sure it does not take on a life of its own with negative feedback. Yeah, well, you know, we got infiltrators, you know, Apparently it's too cold for Antifa, so they moved to the internet. Want to continue to hold the meeting we attended, shockingly along with our members. We've been completely overwhelmed by the support and dedication that the truck community has shown. We prefer not to call it anything other than what it is. This is a movement to protect 19 million jobs. This is a movement to protect our country. Let us make this extremely clear. While we're a huge group of Republicans and conservatives, our focus in this movement is our blue-collar workers of America. We're extremely grateful for what President Donald Trump has done for the American people. With this being said, of course, we want him to remain in office, but we know change is bound to happen. We're embracing the change, but having a voice needs to be heard by the people, for the people, no matter who's in the office. It's about what our president stands for, about for all of us. Repeat what was stated in Jeremy's original post about our message. We do not support the Green New Deal, the banning of fracking that's associated with the Biden-Harris administration. If you're not aware of what fracking is and why it's important to the trucking community and all communities, I advise you to do real research in your spare time. Also investigate their plans for the Green New Deal. These plans for America will cripple us as a whole and cause for America and cause severe repercussions on our way of living and the way of living our children and their children. 19 million jobs are at stake. Let us take a stand. Hashtag Stop the Tires 2020. Thank you and God bless America. Fine statement, if I had to say so myself. And I think that brings us current on the announcements. Let's hit the old discussion tab and put on your hip waders. Let's see here. Oh yeah, this part here, the trolls got so bad they actually had to lock the posts down. People were coming in and you know how they do. Naughty stuff and post about bringing guns, which is not what it's about, stuff like that. Not about that. It's just peaceful protesting. You know, it's a holiday. We're just parked on the side of a road. We're not hurting anybody. We're just getting a message out. All right. Let's see if we got anything. Fine pictures of people posting out with their trucks. Here's a young man in the sun with a FedEx truck from Toledo. Yeah, well, since we're getting Facebook banned, a lot of people are putting TikToks up. Let me make sure I got the share set up. We can play these. There we go. Some of the long ones I will have to chop them up.
Good morning, TikTok and all of Gorilla Nation. Listen, I've been watching some TikToks this morning, and this goes out to all my truckers. I'm going to jump on this trend real quick. My granddaddy was a trucker. I got truckers in my family as far back as I know. They're also former military. It's the Pledge of Allegiance on the...
I don't know if I can play that one because it's got red, white, and blue in the background. Darn it. But that's Stephen Gorilla from Gorilla Nation. He's another cat I wouldn't mind getting on the channel. Real good patriot, and believe he's former military also. I know I can't play that, ladies, because there's a lot of music in that one. Don't want to hit us with a copyright strike. And yes, they're already picking on Swift. You know, go ahead and drop your trailer and leave, Swift. You always gotta put Swift in here. Let's see some more comments. Somebody volunteering to bring some food for people in Central Coast Cali. All right, people. All right, people starting to park around. Just make sure if you park, please park in safe and legal spots. Don't park on the side of a road or on a ramp. You know, anywhere where you may be considered sitting duck. Somebody asking how many people in Pittsburgh are going to be shutting down. Interesting. Oh, yes. Thank you, fracking. $1.61 gas, $2 diesel fuel. Remember, under Biden, it was $4.50 gas and $5 diesel back in the Obama administration days. Okay, this is Donald Trump. We're going to have to play this one. Music be darned. Yeah. I remember that night, and you imagine how hard it has been on that man. 4, 5 rallies. You know it's got to worry him out, but he gets up the next day and does it again. Here's a video from out in Iowa.
As far as the eye can fucking see. Damn. It's like a fucking movement out here or something. Stop the Tires 2020? Dang. As far as the eye can fucking see.
Yep. Rest area out in Iowa. And you're probably wondering yourself, how can I identify somebody's helping win the movement? Well, they have finally decided on a tag. If I can find it. Let me see. Basically, if you see any trucks going down the road with red handkerchiefs hanging off of them, that is our marker. And here you have a person that's going to be running a flag and a red cloth on their container. More offers from people. More offers from people wanting to feed truck drivers. And of course, you got some people posting Black Smoke Matters. I would watch out for Black Smoke Matters. They're a little bit connected to Black Lives Matters, and you know how them people are. Those fine-looking trucks flying the flags down in Florida. Let's see, any other of the big ones? There we go. I can't play the music. But if this looks familiar to you, this is Washington, D.C. I have to cut the sound off, but I'm going to play it. Well, I said I cut the sound off. There we go. This was D.C. This is where Pam and Radix was earlier this year. This is other spots, people doing the park ins, the slow rolls. You know, it's about people being fed up to the point, you know, you can't stand it anymore. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the Mega Million March out in D.C. Saturday the 14th. Yeah, they've already been having issues. I think whoever set it up originally used Eventbrite, but then Eventbrite come back on them and said it was canceled, but it's not. So there's already a mass distraction and people trying to baffle with BS, you know. Oh, yeah. So, anything else going on? That's just, see anything else. Oh. Yeah, people posting videos about the votes being changed live on the air. We all call that. And that's about all the page. Oh, yeah. We're on the end run. It's getting real and a lot more real about a minute. All right, let's see. More news. Get that out of the way. And going back to the story I started off with, nice little custom painted semi truck starts the U.S. Capitol Christmas tree on its journey to the D.C. Yes, the holiday season is unofficially here. That's nice Kenworth there. I can't make out the company name. Looks like Apex. Nice Volvo. Let's see. Nice Kenworth, excuse me. The 2020 U.S. Capitol Christmas tree kicked off its journey to D.C. this week, marking the unofficial start of the season. Each year, the U.S. Capitol Christmas tree is selected from a different U.S. national forest and taken on a tour through the U.S. as it makes its way to the White House. This year, the tree was selected from the Grand Mesa and Compahgre and Gunnison National Forest in Colorado. But thanks to the COVID, the tour will look a little different. Thanks, COVID. The festive tree semi-truck hauling the capital tree will make stops in 10 different communities for viewing opportunities between November 10th and the 20th. Community stops will offer drive-by viewing. Vomit. Tree will make several stops in Colorado, one in Asheville, North Carolina, before finally arriving at the White House in D.C. Full schedule events can be found there. The tree hauled by a custom decorated Kenworth T680, operated by Apex Transport, will complete its 2,000-mile journey on Friday the 20th. The tour kicks off Tuesday morning with a first stop in Norwood, Colorado, due to the increase in COVID numbers across the state and the country. We continue to make necessary modifications for the health and safety of all communities right up to the point of hitting the road. The tour will look a little different this year, but the tree will still bring plenty of hope and joy. Communities are getting creative by hosting drive-by opportunities. So yeah, the Christmas trees are on their way. Not holiday trees, Christmas trees. Yes, radio stations are already temporarily laying off their people that they can play the Christmas music. Yeah. Yes, Deborah W., I know Thanksgiving comes before Christmas. Beecraft, thank you for the ice cream. I believe somebody was looking for that. There's your ice cream, folks. Now for a little bit of weather. I-80 in Wyoming is shut down again for high winds and crashes. Truckers and news stations are reporting treacherous conditions all along the interstate. Yep, the gates are down across the I-80. A portion of I-80 westbound of Wyoming was shut down to a serious wreck. I-80 westbound between Rawlins and Rock Springs was shut down at 10:53 a.m. on Tuesday for a crash at mile marker 184. The closure comes just hours after Wyoming DOT shut down 80 between Laramie and Rawlins due to the wind. That closure began at 3:30 a.m. and included Highway 30 and Highway 287 between Rawlins and Laramie, reported Oil City News. Here's a photo from a Silver Fox. She's on I-80 now, going through Nebraska, only 3 cities away from Colorado. Prayer for her safety during the storm, and there's a picture of a mobile home laying on an RV laying on its side. Surrounding areas along I-80 also reporting black ice, high winds, and all-around treacherous weather, reported Laramie Live. The Wyoming showed November 10th rode one trucker in a post on Facebook who was in the passenger seat at the time the picture was taking. Yes. There's one truck looks like it got ripped to shreds rolling around. Several other trucks rolled over. A high wind warning for southeast Wyoming will remain in effect until 6 p.m. on Tuesday. Yep, it's that time of the year. That's the reason I don't cover that way. A little too dangerous for my cup of tea. And next we have a video. This is why you never load a trailer heavy in the back. A truck driver's dash cam caught a pickup truck hauling a trailer fishtailing wildly on the road. We drop the share right to pull this up. Yep. Some people never learn.
How's that, Eddie, brother? No, negative. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
No!
Shit.
What happened? Oh! Whoa. No.
With his tractor, I'm stuck behind him.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
I'm going to a 19.
Yep. More likely, he didn't have a stabilizer kit put on there to help with that.
How's that, Eddie? Better? No, negative.
Getting worse.
Oh shit.
What happened?
This fucking Silverado in front of me flipped around with his tractor. With his tractor, I'm stuck behind him.
Okay. Pull over. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you have the proper towing equipment, including accessories for the trailer, including stabilizers. I'll drop that out in chat for you guys. Oh, yeah, Chris Como. Yeah, I guarantee you several of these people are going to get guarantee some, but a lot of these people are going to get talked to by Secret Service here lately. Little crime and punishment. Motorists facing 20 years in prison for fleeing a crash that broke two truckers' arms. A man accused of fleeing the scene of a wreck that left two truck drivers injured has been indicted for alleged failure to stop and render aid. No to law, especially in the state of Texas. The original incident occurred on the 24th in Bowie County. According to the Texarkana Gazette, 44-year-old Glenn Holt Garcia was driving his Toyota along I-30 near the 213 exit when he crossed the line. It struck a man and a woman standing on the shoulder inspecting their semi-truck. The incident left each of the truck drivers with fractured right arms. Police were able to collect a piece of passenger side mirror from the scene of the accident and used dash cam footage from the couple's truck that identified the Toyota's license plate number. Once officers were able to locate Garcia, he told them he had wrecked the Toyota in question on Summerville Road in Texarkana sometime later. Garcia is now facing 2 counts of failure to stop and render aid, each punishable by 10 years in prison. He's currently being held in Bowie County Jail on $50,000 bail. Yep. See somebody on the side of the road, doesn't matter if lights are flashing or not, please pull over. And in case of an accident, don't run. It just makes things worse. Chain reaction crash obliterates a parking lot full of cars. Oh, this can't be good. A chain reaction crash sent a tractor trailer skidding to a parking lot full of cars in New York. God, who's editing the articles for City of Life today? In New York on Monday afternoon. The crash happened on November 9th around 1 p.m. in Bridgehampton. According to the Patch News, 27-year-old Shahib Vadaki Akhavan, I can see where this is going, was driving along Montauk Highway near Corrigan's Automotive when the car in front of him suddenly stopped, forcing Fadavi Akhavan to slam on the brakes. Pickup traveling behind Fadavi Akhavan then rear-ended his vehicle, pushed him into oncoming westbound traffic directly into the path of a semi driven by 30-year-old truck driver Ernest Matteo. The semi and a car collided, sending a big rig skidding off the road and into a nearby parking lot where it crashed into 13 parked cars. Luckily for Daviakoven, suffered only minor injuries and no other injuries have been reported. You know, I was really hoping there was video of this wreck. I would love to have seen it. Oh, boy. New York troopers say truck driver uprooted a tree, causing a large amount of damage. How do you get a tree stuck through the cab of a truck? Let's find out. The New York State Police said a truck driver who went astray due to construction uprooted a large tree and struck power lines on Monday night. Oh, I know how that feels. The incident occurred at 9:10 p.m. on November 9th in the town of Chicago, New York. Oh, that just don't look good. Troopers were called to Trafford Road for reports of damage caused by a truck. The way people get trees shoved through trucks, I just don't understand. An investigation revealed that a tractor-trailer tore north off of Trafford Road on the Councilman Road caused a road construction on Upper Front Street. Once the driver turned on the Councilman Road, the tractor-trailer struck and uprooted a large tree. The tree became lodged in between the tractor and trailer. The driver continued on Councilman Road and turned on the Savich Road, striking numerous power lines and damaging several power hookups to homes in the neighborhood. No injuries were reported, said the New York State Police. Troopers did not indicate whether charges were filed. Following the incident, the New York State Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Unit reminded truckers that tractor trailers over 65 foot in length and 53-foot trailers are limited to roadways that they can travel on because of their size. The troops see commercial vehicle enforcement units aggressive in their enforcement of these regulations to help prevent more accidents like this occurring. Just, I said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. Google Maps is not made for big trucks. I don't even think it's made for cars. Yeah, Mixie, it's a head shaker. All right, now for some good news. Major co-op travel plaza to serve truckers and farmers alike. Hey! A large co-op travel plaza is set up to open in Sheldon, Iowa later this month. The new truck stop and convenience store was announced back in the summer 2018 and is now nearing completion. The travel plaza sits on a 6-acre lot in the northeast corner of Highway 60 Expressway and Highway 18 at the upcoming Sheldon Crossroads North Business Park. About a 6,000 square foot convenience store along with a service shop that will be coming shortly after. We do have a car wash out there as well, said Tyler Boone of Co-op Gas and Oil, who will be involved with the project, KIWA Radio. Boone says the truck stop intends to offer homemade food options along with the Godfathers of Jimmy John's. Godfather's Pizza? Okay. I am no fan of Jimmy John's. I'd much rather have an O'Charlie's. That'll probably come early next year, Boone said. Guys on the road all day that want something different, want something that has that home-cooked taste, whether it's lasagna, meatloaf, or hot beef. We try to mix up and offer something that gives them a taste back home, too. According to serving truckers, Travel Plaza intends to cater to local farmers as well by offering ethanol blends at their gas pumps. As long as it's not biodiesel, we got it covered. We're a cooperative. We're owned by community. A good chunk of our business is agriculture. We're going to offer E15 or unleaded 88 out there at the new site. We're pretty excited for that. Nationwide, out of all the corn produced in the United States, about 40% actually goes into ethanol. So us being able to offer that E15 supports the farmers, supports the area, supports everybody, and offers a little cheaper option. Typically, that unleaded 88 runs about 5 cents less than the standard super unleaded. Once completed, Sheldon Travel Plaza will have a cost around $2 million to construct. We're definitely making a pretty sizable investment in the community, Boone is explained. While we hope to get the support back from the community, I'm sure we will. Come out and check it out. There's definitely value in becoming a member of the co-op, other than the discount you get with our cooperative gas and oil card. That if any cooperative at the end of the year, any savings that we make based on members' businesses is returned. In years past, been a pretty good deal. Continue. We're very excited what this project will not only bring our existing membership, but to the community of Sheldon, increase tourism that will certainly ensue, he said, the Northwest Iowa News. The investment alone won't make these efforts successful, however. We need to combine the continued support of our membership as the support allows us to grow, expand, and prepare for the future. The location is all trying to open Tuesday, November 19th. The current co-op gas and oil location on 2nd Avenue will soon be put up for sale, but its fuel pumps will remain operational until deals made. I always love seeing new truck stops open, especially none of the main brand names. God, I'm tired of cookie cutter stuff. Let's go from one truck stop to another. Idaho truck stop to give truckers free Thanksgiving dinner. The Idaho truck stop will once again be brightening the holidays for truckers out on the road with a free turkey dinner. On Thursday, November 26th, the Boise Stage stop in Boise, Idaho will once again be treating truckers with a valid CDL to a free turkey dinner. That's a way to say thanks, celebrate the holiday. It's a Facebook post about 3 weeks ago for Boise Stage stop. Boise Stage is having its annual Driver Appreciation Day celebration. If you're CDL holder, we want you to come and join us Thanksgiving Day for free food and great giveaways from our wonderful sponsors. We're always welcome to see you. This year marks the 14th year in a row that Boise Stage Stop Street is treating truckers to the Thanksgiving dinner. Way on out there from Boise, Idaho. Deborah W., Georgia Flying J. Oh, I can't stand Flying J's. I reckon it's because that's where I get my fuel at. It's the same stuff every day, nothing different. They're the worst. I'd rather have a myself. It was up to me either a Rudders, a Sheets, maybe every once in a while a Petro. I just can't stand Flying J pilots. They're all cookie cutter. I miss Hess Wilco. All right. Well, Freightways finally got word of the trucker protest. And here's a little newsletter they come up with. Let's see if it's better than what Fox News come up with. All right. Is a trucker strike coming? It's already here. There's been rumbling that a group of independent truckers are planning protests on Veterans Day over the Thanksgiving weekend. Truckie TikTokers, Twitterers, and Stop the Truck Tires 2020 Facebook group, which is 41,000 plus members, even more now. What's the beef? The participants, who self-describes as a huge group of Republicans and conservatives, are upset with the election results and the prospect of a Biden-Harris administration. Their main concern is the Green New Deal and a potential ban on the fracking. Counterpoint, not every truck and TikToker is sold on the deal. Veteran driver and popular TikToker Wayne Craig calls the plan stupid and a very dumb idea. I love my country. I'll be running November 29th. Well, some people can't stop. You know, you have to participate in other ways. Will it happen? It is happening. Well, some owner-operators may go through with it. It's unclear what the impact of the protest would cause. Freightway CEO and founder Craig Fuller said the vast majority of capacity is controlled by corporations and not owner-operators. Fleets are not going to shut down. Okay. Looks like Freightway is skewing this to the I haven't heard about it crowd. Rates too good to pass up. Part truckers will be sacrificing robust rates. That's the truckstop.com national van spot rate. Per mile will hit $2.92 a mile, inclusive of fuel. And lanes like Los Angeles to Dallas spiked 11.5% week over week. That alone may be enough to keep the tires moving. Whoa, but I Betty, bam-a-lamb. Fighting against the COVID saw a huge day Monday as Pfizer announced the vaccine and a 90% success rate in trials. And Eli Lilly's antibody therapy got emergency clearance. Yeah, keep an eye on this, y'all. It's coming. Don't let it fool you. Pfizer's promising new treatment is an mRNA vaccine developed with BioNTech that's currently having a very successful stage 3 trial. The analysis evaluated 94 confirmed COVID cases among the trial's 43,534 participants, according to the New York Slime. The vaccine's 90% effective rate far exceeds expectations from both the scientific community and Dr. Fauci. They were targeting effectiveness anywhere in the range of 50 to 75%. You know what happens to drugs that are too successful, right? And here's a source of the packaging. You have a pot of dry ice on top of the payload, which is about 1,000 doses a tray of the 5 trays a box. And then you have your outer cardboard box. Oh boy, can't stop yawning. The bad. Everything's bad. Logistical hurdles abound, not just on the freight side, but with human behavior as well. Of course, we don't want the dang thing. Pfizer's bed had to be transported negative 94 degrees Fahrenheit, while Moderna's can move at the apparently balmy negative 4. Number of doses need to be doubled as patients will have to take it twice in a 28-day period. Yeah, you got to take the vaccine once every 2 weeks, a couple times. Belamimab, Eli Lilly's monoclonal antibody bamlanivimab, can we just call it Black Betty, received at emergency FDA clearance. The antibody will reserve high-risk patients over the age of 12. As part of Operation Warp Speed, the U.S. will pay Lilly $375 million for 300,000 vials. When will you get yours? Hopefully never. You'll have to tie me down. Mass distribution won't be available for any vaccine until the third quarter of next year, with the U.S. experiencing its 7th consecutive day of 100,000 plus virus cases. The public will still have to do its best to contend with potential lockdowns, masks, and social distancing for the foreseeable future. Hopefully, until after this election will be gone. Only 51% of respondents to a CNN poll said they'd take the vaccine. I guarantee you that's much worse. And here's some other news I'm not going to go through. But I will post this out in the chat for you guys. KD7, United Kingdom's going to be a forced inoculation soon. Army helping giving everyone the shot. Man, oh man. He stopped yawning this morning. Well, time to talk about old good old St. Simon's and the Golden Ray. Chain breaks, the latest kink in the Golden Ray dismantling. Salvage crews are now cutting into the hull of the capsized vessel off the coast of Georgia. Yep. Yep, to cut that ship in half, they actually have to use a chain to cut it. Apparently, they've had an issue. Salvage crews on St. Amans Sound on Tuesday continued cutting the first of 8 huge sections of the marine vessel Golden Ray wreckage. Golden Ray ran aground and capsized while departing from the port of Brunswick in Georgia on September 19th. The roll-on, roll-off vessel, with about 4,300 vehicles on board, has remained on its side in St. Simon Sound since the accident. The dismantling was delayed first by the COVID, an infection among the response personnel in July, then the arrival of the Atlantic hurricane season. In early October, the project was postponed again by what it was described as engineering challenges. The cutting operation finally began Friday, and then the chain broke. That's never good with the chain breaks. The St. Simon Sound Incident Response Unified Command reported that while using the VB-10,000 heavy lift vessel brought in to help take apart the crew, that's the Golden Ray, crews began cutting the bow section late Friday morning, but about 25 hours into the operation, the cutting chain broke. Work has halted while the chain was retrieved and repaired. Though the cut is taking longer than expected, we're gaining valuable knowledge that will guide the rest of this operation, said Tom Wilker, the Deputy Incident Commander for Gallagher Marine Systems, the acting responsible party for Hyundai Glovis. Yes, it's that same Hyundai you're thinking about. The South Korean shipping and logistics company that operated the Golden Ray. The VB-10,000, equipped with two 225 feet tall gantry cranes, arrived at St. Simon Sound from nearby Fernandina, Florida, where it was outfitted on October 27th. The cranes hold a 400 feet of chain that's being used to saw through the hull. Each link in the chain is 18 inches long and weighs more than 80 pounds. The Golden Ray's hull will be cut in 8 sections, each weighing between 2,700 and 4,100 tons. Cutting process was carefully engineered and modeled, but it remains a highly complex operation, U.S. Coast Guard Petty Officer Michael Himes told American Shipper on Tuesday. While our plan called for continuous cutting operations, we may pause cutting if weather conditions or any circumstances at the wreck site threaten the ability for our personnel to operate safely. Himes, Public Information Officer for the Unified Command, earlier told American Shipper that each cut and lift would take at least a week in ideal conditions. Well, it should not pose a major problem this week, according to Nick Austin, Freightways Director of Weather Analytics and Senior Meteorologist. There'll be occasional showers and thunderstorms the rest of the week. Winds could pick up during storms, but otherwise it shouldn't be a problem. Perhaps light to moderate chop in the waters, Austin said. Coast Guard conducted a 7-day hearing in September to determine the cause of the capsizing. No date has been provided for a decision in the case. right. So, yeah, maybe that eyesore down in St. Simon's Island, Georgia will be gone here soon. Let's see. Ricky Blulow out there this morning with the morning news meet. All right. Well, we got some stuff going on in chat. I'll leave that to Deborah W. She's capable mod. Here's some trucking regulation news. It's going to be funny when all these guys have to eat crow about Biden winning. He ain't won yet, dummy. It ain't over yet. Biden props delay request in California arrest rate lawsuit. The Teamsters argue new DOT chief will very likely reverse the USMCA filing made under Trump administration. Yes, the Teamsters in their request to get their union break back from the Trump changes in the rest break rules and the hours of service regulations. Well, I'm not going to say this first part. There's very likely chance his scam will reverse the Trump administration ruling governing California's Bill's arrest break law, according to the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Given that likelihood, the Teamsters argue that the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit, those fine people, should delay oral arguments that are scheduled for next Monday because the case could be moot shortly after Biden. I can't even say that word. Biden's not going to get sworn in. No way in hell. In order to avoid a necessary review of the administrative determination, the court should either delay oral argument or hold this matter in abeyance, or if it does not, it should hold this matter in abeyance after oral argument and allow the new administration a reasonable amount of time to either make another determination or to weigh in as a position on this case. The Teamsters asserted in a motion filed Tuesday. This procedure would allow a complete review based on the current position of the administration as to preemptive effect of the MRB law. Under the Trump administration, the FMCSA in December granted a petition by the ATA, and in doing so, ruled that California could not dictate the work rules for truck drivers by preempting federal regulations that govern federal hour service regulations. California's regulations require truck drivers to stop for a 30-minute break after 5 hours. ATA, along with the Specialized Carriers and Rigging Association, argued that the rule violated federal hour service regulations that require a 30-minute break after 8 hours of driving. They continued that California's MRB laws potentially could require truck drivers to take 2 breaks in an 11-hour driving day when in California. Well, heck, you got to pee sometime. In addition to creating a new level of confusion as which rules to follow, California's laws have led to a number of class action lawsuits by truckers who said they have not been allowed to take their 30-minute break after 5 hours. The Washington Trucking Association petitioned the FMCA to make a similar preemptive ruling on the state of Washington's rule. California, Washington, what the hell? Washington Trucking Association's petition, which the FMCSA published in October 19th for a 30-day comment period, is still pending. The Teamsters, which appealed FMCSA's decision in February 2019, acknowledged that federal appeals court is in favor of postponing oral argument and when they do, the request must be made within 2 weeks of the date of the hearing. In this case, however, the teams was pointing out in their motion that the 2020 election results were not known until Saturday, when the major news services called the election. The motion is being filed at the earliest opportunity after those dramatic changes in the circumstances. Biden ain't gonna win, y'all. Ain't worried about it. Well, there's been a change at the fuel pump since all this mess has started. The Department of Energy EIA weekly diesel price is up $1. Is up a 1.1 cents a gallon. That's the rack price, if I believe correctly. I know diesel fuel I've seen out on the road has gone up at least 10 cents. The weekly Department of Energy Information Agency average retail diesel price released Monday. The basis for most fuel surcharges rose 1.1 cent to $2.38 a gallon. Here's a scorecard for some oil price moves in the recent days. The DOE price from a week earlier, $238.2 per gallon, was the lowest price ever since August 2016. The ultra-low sulfur diesel price on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange between October 30th and November 5th, which will have been the primary building blocks for getting to the retail prices surveyed by the EIA on Monday, rose 6.13 cents to $1.1426 a gallon, up from $1.813 a gallon. But the overall surge in all asset classes Monday, when equity soared, took diesel fuel up as well, rising 7.41 cents a gallon on that day to $1.2167 a gallon. Wholesale diesel rack prices, which will reflect movements of physical markets on top of what occurred in the Chicago Mercantile Exchange price, was sharply higher last week. According to data in Sonar, the ultra-low sulfur diesel Houston price, the key benchmark, climbed to $1.27 a gallon from $1.17 in just 3 days, from November 2nd to the 5th. It fell back to $1.25 on Monday. The price in northern New Jersey made a similar move, climbing to $1.20 on the 9th from $1.14 on the 2nd. Those prices will quickly react to the sharp jump Monday in Chicago prices. Key factor in those moves, declines in inventories for distillate diesel reported by the EIA in its weekly statistical report. Those sulfur diesel inventories in the U.S. are now at the lowest they've been since mid-May. Yeah, keep an eye on the inventory levels because there's already been some fear-mongering about fuel shortages. Which I don't think that's going to happen. Deborah W., some drivers drive 10 hours and take a break. You can't drive 10 hours. By law, you got to take a 30-minute break after 8 hours. The 10 hours is the work drive. It's I hope y'all don't hear that Jake break. Somebody's coming in hard. Woo, that was loud. The rules are you can't work no more than 14 hours before taking a 10-hour break. You can't drive more than 11 hours while taking a 10-hour break. And you have to take a 30-minute break after 8 hours of work. That break can be either off duty or on duty as long as you're not driving. The main thing the Teamsters are fighting is that you can take the break while on duty, which for them will be unloading the truck or trailer. Yeah, I know. How do you take a break when you're working? Let's see. Mm-hmm. Yeah, President Trump's got this. Cybernonymous, good morning, sir. Going through D-Live, see what you guys are all talking about. Battery Man Chump, good morning. Yep, it's 11:11 today. Might be interesting. Stars live on Fox. Nah, I'm not gonna pull up Fox. I would. Let's go. Oh. Anything else? Just watch the weather out there up in the Rockies. It's getting rough here and there and everywhere. I'm going to find us some music for a little bit. I need to go stretch my legs before I fall asleep. See if I can find something or see if anything new is out. Let's see here. All right. We got well, no, I've already played that one, I think. It being Veterans Day, I want to try to find something good. Let's see. 7:30 this evening, the Marine Corps Band is playing their Veterans Day concert. All right. Here we go. We're going to play the Marine Corps Ragtime Band. I don't know if I played this before, but we're going to play it again.
Normally, we would be performing on the steps of the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C., a tradition that dates back to our first summer concert on the National Mall. August 21st in the year 1800. And while we do miss performing for you in person, we want to continue to connect with you through music. So we hope you will enjoy spending time with us this summer virtually. We invite you to join us every Wednesday and Thursday evenings through the end of August at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time online as we play here at historic Marine Barracks, Washington. So now please sit back, relax, and enjoy our virtual summer concert series, live from 8th and I.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Good evening. My name is Gunnery Sergeant Russell Wilson, and you're watching the President's Own United States Marine Ragtime Band, performing here at the John Philip Sousa Band Hall at the Marine Barracks Annex at 8th and I Streets in Southeast Washington, D.C. Thank you for joining us as we transform our band hall into a 1930s New Orleans jazz club. I'd like you to meet the band. On the trombone, from Taylorville, Illinois, Staff Sergeant Scott Ninmer. From Richmond, Virginia, Staff Sergeant Tyler Lindsay. On the clarinet, Master Sergeant Greg Ridlington from Spokane, Washington. From Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, Master Sergeant Alan Prather playing the banjo. From Fairmont, West Virginia, Master Gunnery Sergeant Aaron Clay playing the upright bass. And on the drum set, we've got Gunnery Sergeant Steve Owen from Springfield, Oregon. Blues. Hope you enjoy the program. That was Royal Garden Blues, written in 1919 by Clarence and Spencer Williams. Our next piece was written in 1930 by Sidney Arodin and Hoagie Carmichael, and it's called Up a Lazy River, and it's going to feature Alan, who's going to sing. Enjoy.
Up a lazy river by the old mill run, a lazy, lazy river in the noonday sun. Linger in the shade of the kind old tree. Throw away your troubles, dream to dream with me. Up a lazy river where the robin's song wakes the bright new morning, where we can roll along. Blue skies up above, everyone's in love. Oh, up a lazy river, how happy we could be. Oh, up a lazy river with me.
Thank you. Our next piece That was Tyler Lindsay playing the high notes on the trumpet. And that was Greg Ridlington playing the high notes on the clarinet. Good job, guys. Our next piece is called Creole Bells, and it was composed in 1900 by Jens Bodewald. Thank you. Again, that was Creole Bells. And now I'm going to give the band a minute to rest their chops. And I'm going to play a rag on the piano by myself. It was composed in 1899 by a 12-year-old boy from Baltimore named Eubie Blake, who was born in 1887, died in 1983 at the age of 94. I was 2 when that happened. This is the Charleston Rag. Thank you. Come on back, band. All right. That was the Charleston Rag, composed by Eubie Blake. Also composed a standard in this genre, the Sweet Georgia Brown, which is the theme song for the Harlem Globetrotters. So here is I'll Be a Friend with Pleasure. Thank you for joining us tonight. We enjoyed sharing our music with you, and we hope it brought a smile to your face and a tap to your toe. Please tune in every Wednesday and Thursday for the rest of the summer at 7:30 p.m., 1930 for you military types. And we'll have more small group music for you. Later this month, I'll be strapping on an accordion and playing Irish jigs, so you don't want to miss that. Check it out. We're going to play one more piece for you. It was made famous by a singer named Vera Lynn and was composed during World War II by Ross Parker and Huey Charles. It's called We'll Meet Again. Thank you for watching. Have a good night. We'll meet again. Don't know where. Don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Keep smiling through, just like you always do, till the blue skies drive the dark clouds far away. So will you please say hello to the folks that I know? Tell them I won't be long. They'll be happy to know that when you saw me go, I was singing this song. We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day. I'd like to reintroduce the band to you. On the trombone is Staff Sergeant Scott Nimmer. Staff Sergeant Tyler Lindsay. Playing the clarinet is Master Sergeant Greg Ridlington. On the banjo, got Master Sergeant Alan Prather. On the bass, Master Gunnery Sergeant Aaron Clay. And on the drums, Gunnery Sergeant Steve Owen. And again, my name is Gunnery Sergeant Russell Wilson. It's been a pleasure to play for you. Thank you. But I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Keep on smiling through, just like you always do, till the blue skies drive them dark clouds away. So will you please say hello to the folks that I know? Tell them I won't be long. Happy to know that when you saw me go, I was singing this song. We'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day. But I know we'll meet again some sunny day.
All right, that was United States Marine Corps Ragtime Band concert. Figured I'd play something long for you guys for Veterans Day. I'll drop that out in the chat for you guys. Add to your collection. What's going on today? Hey, Red Rob, good morning. Wounded Patriot, be careful dancing that quick, man. You may hurt your neck. Yep. Let's see. Hello, good morning. Rona got me. Good morning. Let me see what you guys are sharing. All right, yeah, we already talked about that from Project Veritas about the Richard Hopkins is getting a run around. They're saying he recanted, but he didn't. Yeah, well, you can't be serious all the time. You'll pop a blood vessel. Let's see. Speaking of Twitter, let's get out there and see what everybody's sharing this morning. Good old Ron DeSantis, Florida. Beware the double-edged sword in this. But he's drafted an anti-mob legislation that will expand Florida's stand your ground law. Let's pull this up from the Daily Mail. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to allow armed citizens to shoot suspected looter riders who have targeted business and inspection of state stand your ground law. Ron DeSantis has drafted anti-mob legislation Jeez, at all the ads. Allow armed citizens to shoot at suspected looters engaged in criminal mischief that disrupts the business. The expansion comes in response to looting and violence that erupted across Florida and the U.S. this past summer amid protests against police brutality. It will also make it a third-degree felon to block traffic during a protest. Drivers who claim to be intentionally killed or injured protests to block traffic will be immune from prosecution. Hell, that's the Hobbs Act. DeSantis pledged September to crack down on violent and disorderly assemblies that occurred after the death of George Floyd. Yeah. It's everything. It's see, okay. Draft version of the law states this can include someone suspected of burglary within 500 feet of violent or disorderly assembly. This legislation also includes measures that will make protesting that sees traffic block class as third-degree felony. And immunity will be granted to drivers who unintentionally kill and injure protesters or block traffic. Oh, boy. Let me get it out to you guys. So Ron DeSantis is bringing in the roadkill rule. Let's see. this one. Good old Portland, Oregon. Portland City Commissioner demanded $18 million cut to the police budget. It said most 911 calls were unnecessary, phoned cops on her Lyft driver over argument about open windows. Portland Commissioner Joanne Hartsley called the cops on her Lyft driver, Richmond Frost, after he canceled her ride on November 1st. She refused to leave the vehicle until he called another ride as said she felt unsafe, but told her he couldn't. Frost claims he canceled the ride after a run-in over where Hartsley was being picked up and after she was angered about leaving the windows open. He also called 911 3 times after she did and said she wouldn't leave the car after he dropped her at a gas station. Hartsley had a new ride by the time the cops arrived. The commissioner called for $18 million cuts to Portland police and said most 911 calls were unnecessary. These idiots. Portland City Commissioner is currently pushing to carry out an $18 million cut to the city's police department. Said most 911 calls were unnecessary. Called the cops on her Lyft driver earlier this month. This following a dispute about an open window. Joanne Hartsley had allegedly angered the driver, Richmond Frost, refusing to roll up the windows, despite it being recommended policy from the company to keep them down due to the corona. It followed annoyance over a mix-up about where she was being picked up, all culminated in the driver canceling the ride and said Hartsley could find another car. He attempted to leave the commissioner at a Chevron gas station, but refused to leave the vehicle and placed a call to the cops. Frost also made a 911 call, and officers were forced to arrive at a gas station shortly before 10, in spite of the fact Hartsley had argued that many 911 calls were unnecessary. That police response was often not needed. Look at that. I tell you, some people you can just tell they're bad news. Good old Dr. Fauci. I can't wait for him to be yoked up and thrown in the back of the pad. Some other stuff. Oh, Lindsey Graham. Can't wait for him to be gone. Get somebody new in there. Yeah. You know, if they recount South Carolina or wherever Lindsey Graham's from I'd actually there's some other stuff going on. Fox News. Actually, hang on a second. I got something I want to pull up. I don't know if y'all guys have seen this little chart yet. Let me see if I can find a picture. A chart come out of the election night ratings. If I can find it. Let me do a screen share off my phone. Yeah. Funny. Fox News got their butt whooped by CNN. What does that tell you? Feel bad for Greg Gutfeld, but man, the most Fox had was at noon with 3.3 million. That's not even half of what CNN had. Their most. That's telling you how far from grace Fox has failed since they've turned their back. And now there is big rumor going around that Don Brazil is interim news director of Fox. I looked around and looked around. I can't get it confirmed, but that is what people are saying. I'll tell you. Oh, yeah. Wow. Let's see if anything else I can dig up. I don't think there's any new Trump tweets. I'll have to check. Nothing yet. So, why the hell they recommended George Conway to me? Get that out of my homepage. Jeez. Oh, yep. It was like all the fightings mainly in Pennsylvania about the election. They know if they lose, they know if they lose Pennsylvania, it's done for. It's going to be an interesting news day, I think. Diane, K87, I still think it's McCain's, the no-name's wife, Nancy, whatever her name was. I think she's still got the dirt file on Graham. Because when they really start digging into what happened with USAID and all that, I guarantee you Graham is going to get himself caught in the vice. Do I think we may hear Trump on alert on phones? I don't think we'll have to get to the point where we'll have to have the EAS, the emergency alert system, go off. I think that I don't think we'll fall that far. I do believe we will get my fellow Americans message. I got a feeling with whenever they flip Pennsylvania in the courts, and all the news refuses to acknowledge it. Well, we will get my fellow Americans. Not Nancy McCain, Cindy McCain. Well, that shows you how much I'm worried about that. I have not liked Britt Baer a day in his existence. He just looked like he would be a good drinking buddy for Anderson Cooper. You know, it might take the EAS system, but it's still gonna. We would need irrefutable proof. They're gonna have to declass something about this and straight up show. You know, show to the world Dominion connected to Hillary, and something, an order direct from Hillary about using Dominion or something like that would be outstanding. There's a lot of people leaving Facebook. I was at my friend's house yesterday, and she was like, "Are there any other alternatives?" I'm like, "Yeah, there's Gab and there's Parler and different stuff." Which I got a feeling, I wouldn't be surprised if stuff comes out and, maybe Facebook or some of this stuff gets the censorship turned back against them. Rumble, that's another thing. Morning, Whiskey Peddler. What's the price of bourbon today? Let me see. I got a half hour to go and nothing really to go back over. Trying to find out stuff. Oh, geez. Oh, yeah, all those weird ballots, just had Biden. They didn't have no down ballots. It was just Biden marked. I mean, did they not know that would flag up something unusual? Like the Lincoln Project is starting to dox truck lawyers. Good old ex-General McChrystal's nice little side job. Oh, Andrew McCabe, that's another one I can't stand. A praying medic with the 18 USC 115 treason, sedition, and subversive activities. Oh, man. Eastern Mariah, yeah, it's currently going on right now. Now, unfortunately, I can't do much today. I gotta at least pick my load up, then I can park for the rest of the day. The mainstream media is already trying to say that the strike is about fracking when it's more than fracking. It's about the election and the issues coming off the broker protest earlier this year. Yeah, you can't fix stupid. That's one thing. Some of these DMs you can't fix. You just have to deal with them and make sure they don't hurt themselves or hurt others. Well, the problem is we can't drop the hammer too early, because if we do that, they'll just get away. But you gotta make sure everything is ironclad and they can't get. Actually, Wounded Patriot, I'm waiting for somebody to do a meme that's like the letter Q has been removed from Sesame Street or something like that. Yeah, Fox News ain't credible, but Sesame Street is. Yeah. American Soul, that's what goes on. People get overly stressed out, and people need to take a breather. Step back a bit, take a day off. Oh, Tom Fenton's awake this morning. Let me pull him up. Tom Fenton, the pause in counting is evidence itself of fraud. It should be result in a rejection by state legislator and obtaining results. It goes back from a Jim Hoff Gateway Pundit tweet 17 hours ago. Why did 6 battleground states with Democrat governors all pause counting on election night? How was that coordinated? Oh, yeah. Just a bunch of fraud waiting to be turned over. Yeah, it's Linwood's big tweet from 15 hours ago. I think everybody saw that. Anything new coming up? Oh, yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. March for Trump DC had an event page on Eventbrite, but looks like it's been censored. Or Eventbrite's canceled, but it's not canceled. Looks like it's November the 14th at noon at DC. James Carwell says woke people need to take a nap after down ballot losses. Maybe they figured out the whole Antifa thing is not working. Here's 7 hours ago from Ann Vandersteel. Breaking news, Michigan Judge Kenney orders a hand recount by an independent commission in the state of Michigan. Ooh, that's going to be interesting. I just wonder what they're going to do with all the ballots that got thrown away. It's a mess. Anything else new coming in? John Basham about 6 hours ago. Twitter has labeled the South Dakota Republican Party's official website as potentially harmful and will not let people link tweets to anything on that site. Twitter's action has attorneys at GOP asking questions about the legality of the move. Yeah. Good old Twitter. All right, Reuters, 5 hours ago. Scam artist Biden's transition team is considering legal action of General Services Administration's delay in recognizing. Yeah. Well, don't be surprised, all these naysayers. Praying medic 5 hours ago. Kayleigh McEnany was the perfect press secretary for Trump's second term, but the White House press pool is going to need a better mental health plan. I think we'll have an entirely different White House press pool coming in next term. I don't think a few of them might actually be in jail. Uh, 56 minutes ago, another glitch, this time in Wisconsin. Now, this is election night data from all states show millions of votes switched from President Trump to Biden or got lost using Dominion and other systems. Already it's been flagged by Twitter saying it's disputed and you can't retweet it. Shame on these people. I got about 20 minutes left until Patriots AM comes in. Let's go to everybody's favorite satire site, Red Dawn News. I've heard he had some new videos out. Location: Washington District of Commune. This is a commune. From the BLM Plaza, New People's News. State-run news of new socialist Biden administration for re-education of American peoples. Accept, share, believe, watch. Let me make sure I got the share set for video, and we'll go through, see what the production team at Red Dawn News has come up with.
如果说企业是创新的主力军，那么政府呢，就应该是创新的后勤兵。企业创新需要政府来提供平台，创造环境。在河南，由政府引导建立的创新平台，想法变成创新的。
Yeah, I'm not getting audio. What's up?
主力军，那么政府。
Did I do something, or have they already? Huh.
Okay, weird. Let's see what's going on. Is it just me not getting audio, or what?
府呢，就应该是创新的后勤兵。企业创新需要政府来提供平台，创造环境。在河南，由政府引导建立的创新平台，就正在把创新从想法变成现实。
Are we live? Are we on? Oh, hold on. We're wearing this all day. So here we are down in historic Black Lives Matter Plaza, which has been, as you know, located in Washington, D.C. since, I believe, the Civil War, when Lincoln first made it. Right now, as you can see behind me, people are celebrating the fact that we have free and fair elections in this country. They're definitely moving to, they are all here wanting nothing more than every legal vote counted, which is a nice change of pace for every other election we've ever had. The red, oh, the flag, yes, they're everywhere. They seem fairly new, but we're waiting for them to burn them because it is oppression. So we'll look forward to asking some questions and understanding better what's going on today down here again at historic Black Lives Matter Plaza. Okay. Can always do a few. Got it. Go ahead.
You're not secretly Breitbart, are you?
What's that?
You're not secretly Breitbart.
No, if I was secretly Breitbart, then I would tell you that I was secretly Breitbart. I promise you, I'm not Breitbart, okay? I'm not.
Oh boy. Well, yeah. Oh. I don't know what was going on. For the first bit of it, I couldn't hear anything. I don't know if I lost my Zoom on my phone or what was going on. Little flower during the McCabe Senate questioning, Senator Klobuchar in Washington kept pushing the Biden administration. It was ridiculous. I'm not surprised. Mythical Mustache, good morning. Yeah, Deborah W. Yeah, well, they don't recount by hand. Probably found the bottom of the dumpster. Let's see. Rookie, it's a masked Mario Tanuki. Rookie Tanuki. Oh, is that China's main reporter, dude? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's China's main reporter, dude.
就应该是创新的后勤兵。企业创新需要政府来提供平台，创造环境。在河南，由政府引导建立的创新平台，就正在把创新从想法变成现实。
Are we live? Are we on? Oh, hold on. We're wearing this all day. So here we are down in historic Black Lives Matter Plaza, which has been...
Ain't that the same one? Come on, boss. You got to put some numbers on this. Oh, here we go.
En nombre de decenas de millones de seres humanos que mueren cada año de hambre o enfermedades curables en todo el mundo.
Say a list and we should do this. What is the thing that you agree with? Because Congresswoman Cortez is saying that we should turn around and hold people accountable, people who supported Trump, that we should capture tweets. Those are obviously personal information. What's the difference in your eye?
Well, I think my opinion is that if it's public, then it should be held accountable, and if it's not public, then it shouldn't be. And if they're publicly saying these things and then trying to deny it after the point, then they should be held accountable.
So calling for what things? Like, for example, if somebody were calling for violence against a future sitting president, would that be a line, or do you think you see a different line? Do you think just people who supported him in general?
I think that people who supported him with very strongly should be held accountable.
So only those that supported him strongly. No, that's understandable. Yeah. I get it.
I think that there's no chance that our country's going to go forward with Trump, and I think that there's systemic racism in our country, and Trump is never going to talk about that. He's never going to face it, and I think that Biden isn't perfect, but he's the best chance we have for a new future.
And I've been hearing the lesser of two evils a lot over the last couple of days. Is that sort of how you feel?
Well, I don't think Biden is per se evil, but I think that he's not perfect. Like, he has some key issues that I don't necessarily agree with, but I think he's miles better than Trump. Miles.
Fair enough. So why are you wearing just Sharpie?
I'm just trying to be out here and be happy.
Well, we can tell that you're a Boxers guy, so that works out for everyone. So, reporting live, thank you very much, and have a good evening. Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Let me drop the share before I die laughing. How in the world? We all know we know who the cameraman for Red Dawn News is. How in the world does he not die laughing? How? Yeah, give the clown, get that boy a sandwich. Yes, little flower. God, thank God for giving us a brain and not cooking it. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I'd be done broke character, and I'd be done broke character. I couldn't be. God. Oh, and see, this is what I want. This is what I want out of Red Dawn News. This is what I want from Red Dawn News. I want the camera, a person with a camera taking a picture of the camera person taking the video. You know how they love to do that big boom out the scene? Whenever, yeah, never W. I couldn't. There's no way. Yeah, little flower. If I was that stupid, my dad would have done the same thing. Just throw me in the creek and make another one. Just, God. I'm scared to look, see if they put anything else up. I don't know if I can make it without falling out laughing. I'm scared to look, y'all. Let's see, it's November the 8th, so I think that's the first one. Oh, yeah, okay, that's the first one. Okay, there's that one. Yeah, I think that's it until they upload some other stuff. Yeah, I think that's all the Red Dawn News we have up currently. Yeah, buddy. See, anything new on the tweets? Got about 10 minutes left. We got the Senate hearing today for Nate Symington to the was that Federal Communications Commission, I believe that is? FCC? It's getting about to be coffee time. See, I don't think there's anything new. Oh. Let's see, yeah, we can do a little bit of weather while I'm waiting for everybody else to pile in. Yeah, y'all remember that drunk car, which I unfortunately will probably be in. Also, we got a cold front coming in, bringing in cooler air. Oh, man. Yes, you can see the cold stuff is starting to run into Montana. Well, looks like yeah, got a lot of flood advisories out from I-75, basically. And of course, little bit of the Thousand Lakes region of Florida, Land of Lakes, whatever they call it. I haven't been down that way in a while. Oh. Yeah, Bill de Blasio's daughter opened her mouth again. Did it ever play? They trying to wipe it? Let me see. May have to swap the share here. Yeah, this is Bill de Blasio's daughter.
Why do you think this is so special? Why do you guys have it so? Well, for me, it's really special because now we have the first Black Asian female president in office, elected, and Joe Biden was able to steal now. He was able to win. Sorry. I don't understand here. No, he was able to win the election. Sorry. I don't understand here. No, he was able to win the election. Yes. What does it mean to you?
And if you don't know who that is in the yellow hat, that was Georgia House candidate 5, Angela Stanton King, standing right next to her. As witness, the Bill de Blasio's daughter saying they stole the election. Oh, what is it about these kids and running their mouth? And I will get that out to you guys. Yep, Bill de Blasio's bug-eyed, God knows doing what daughter. Lord help to the girl. Oh, man, I'm beat. I got to go about an hour up the road, pick up my freight for today, and then I'm parking it. Sound. Let me reload my D-Live. I'm thinking I'm like 5 minutes behind you guys or something. Yeah, Patriot Shoals, shame on the mess. I don't know what it is about my D-Live. It's weird. On my phone, whenever I minimize the screen, it'll bring itself back up. Then when I try to close it, it won't let me close it, and I have to hard stop it on my phone. I don't know if anybody else on Android has problems with D-Live. And that's a Chris chip off the old block. Yeah, the whole family tree or whatever is entirely messed up. Well, it looks like I have been joined by a couple of lovely ladies. Let's see, Lady Red, White, and Blue is joined in. I see Honeybee's here.
Good morning, Rooster.
Yay! My shift is over.
Yay! It's Trump Day.
It is Trump Day.
Yay!
Every day is Trump Day.
Every day.
Yes.
How you doing, Rooster?
Oh, I'm worn out, but I'm making it.
Good, good. Sit back and relax, because the AM crew's coming in.
Yay! I can eat coffee now.
Coffee. Yep. Make some for everybody.
All right.
All right. Take care, Rooster. Thanks. Have a great day.
Have a great day.
All right.
Be safe.
All right. As always, thank y'all.
All righty.
All right, Miss Lady RWB, get us going.
Yes, ma'am. Here we go.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof to the night that single banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, afternoon, evening around the world, Patriots. It's top of the hour.
You're listening to We the People, Patriot Soapbox, 24/7 live stream.
Q-Storm coverage 24 hours a day on YouTube.
We are researching topics of Q Intel information, the storm, and related news. You can find Q Intel at qanon.pub.
Below the YouTube video, you will find links to more sites of interest. Our live stream is a research think tank group, and some topics discussed may be disturbing or sensitive to many viewers. The content discussed and researched on this server is for entertainment, research, and information archiving purposes only.
The views expressed by those you hear speaking and see typing on this live stream belong only to those espousing them. None speaks for any other. Each person speaks for himself or herself. No individual speaks for We the People, Patriot Soapbox.
Please continue to expand your knowledge by researching the topics we discuss. Don't just take our word for it. The Anons of this live stream wish to address anyone associated with the QAnon movement in any capacity via any media or medium, and hereby state:
We do not approve of any form of vigilante justice. Violence and passing judgment are not in any way part of this platform.
We denounce all forms of violence, fraud, and bullying under any and all circumstances.
As patriots, we seek freedom, justice, transparency, and spread truth as a voice for those that cannot or will not speak for themselves.
We want to thank everyone for listening and participating in our live stream chats, and then in the Discord, social media, and chants.
We also want to remind YouTube and Gab Patriot Chat, if you have a question, please use 3 question marks at the beginning of your question so that we can easily spot it. If you have breaking news, please name the source.
And if you notice a new Q post, please give us the number and date.
We give a shout out to our mods in live chat and thank them for all the volunteer hours they contribute to help this channel thrive.
And a shout out to each of you, our listeners and subscribers participating in the chat. For all the contributions you bring this channel, we simply could not do this without all of you.
We are grateful for your donations.
And you may make donations from the links in our forums. Thank you for your support.
Finally, we want to recognize all who have served honorably and in any capacity for freedom and service to others.
God bless everyone.
There's some confusion when it comes to Veterans Day and Memorial Day. Veterans Day is a day to thank and honor everyone who served in the military. Memorial Day is a day to remember and honor military service members who've died during their service to this country. The history of Veterans Day comes from Armistice Day, which was declared November 11, 1918, the end of World War I. It was primarily set aside to honor veterans of World War I, but after World War II, in Korea, Congress changed Armistice Day to Veterans Day. Memorial Day was originally known as Decoration Day, a day set aside to remember all Americans lost in the Civil War. In 1868, families decorated the graves of 20,000 Union and Confederate soldiers at Arlington National Cemetery. After World War I, Decoration Day was renamed Memorial Day and extended to all service members who died in all American wars. Both of these holidays recognize service members for their patriotism, willingness to serve, and sacrifice for this country.
was cold for a Tuesday in June. I was walking down 23rd Street as I usually do, right past 7th Avenue. There was an old man on the corner standing proud. I noticed his shoe was untied and his cap read World War II, I survived. And till this day he thinks back. All the lives cut short by the war of wars to end all war and save the world. I shook his hand and thanked him. A warm feeling of courage and accomplishment came upon me, as at that moment I had realized I had just met a true American hero. You're my soldier boy, a man amongst men. You're my soldier boy, a man amongst men. You're my soldier boy, a man amongst men. Quick, deal with overseas conflict, rhetoric, politics, protests, and lunatics. Liberal degenerates talking shit, man, they're full of it. Won't take it anymore, wanna burn the flag or let it touch the floor. Why don't you do us all a favor? Instead of talking shit, wrap yourself inside it, get the gasoline, I'll ignite it. Hence every May Day, like any other day, ain't about the paydays, courage and bravery, the peace of in harm's way. Unsung heroes defeated the Nazis, outflanked the kamikazes. Man, you ain't in it for the fame, the paparazzi. You're the reason we say what we say, and I thank God every day you boys are on my side. Soldier boy, a man amongst men. You're my soldier boy, a man amongst men. You're my soldier boy, a man amongst men. The crime you're accusing me of is duty, codes, and honor. Your Honor, and I'll spend my time defending America from all who will harm her. In D.C. or Botswana, ain't no prima donna. I'll eat brunch in Samaya, Baghdad, or Tijuana. No hot tubs and saunas. I'm in this one to win this one, like any other one. Give me my mission and consider it done. This ain't a vacation. Cancel all reservations to foreign destinations. And here's a revelation. I pledge my allegiance to the United States, not the United Nations. Following this great tradition, mission after mission accomplished. Tyranny abolished, use polish. Retreat's not an option. It's a liberation, not a conquest. And to the novice, the enemy's been completely demolished. A man amongst men. You're my soldier boy. A man amongst men. You're my soldier boy. A man amongst men. And to all those brave souls who gave their lives defending this great country, a moment of silence. A moment of silence. Having breakfast at Tiffany's, crowds of people nonchalantly proceeding so blissfully to Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. As the enemy's closing in on me, Lucifer has no sympathy. Strain close deep inside of me with God and the foxhole fighting right beside of me, along with the memories of loved ones I miss. I leave my legacy like William Wallace and Spartacus. Preaching up against Napoleon and Roman Centurion. Ain't never been a gambling man or a historian, but I bet my last dime you wipe the floor with them. Avoiding landmines every day is that the 4th of July. It ain't glorified on the silver screen like G.I. Joe, Rambo, true heroes unseen. Camouflage and army green, he don't fall good deeds, he just keeps on repeating on and repeating on. You're my soldier boy, 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 you're my soldier boy. Well, I find myself walking that same walk every day, wondering if I'll ever see that old man again. just so I could tell him how much he inspired me. I wrote this song for you.
Very nice. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and happy Trump Day.
Happy Trump Day and happy Veterans Day. Whoop, whoop.
Indeed. Yeah. All right. Good morning, lady.
Good morning, honeybee.
And good evening, Tetsuyama. I'm good.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good morning. Good morning and happy Veterans Day.
Happy Veterans Day. Thank you for your service, Chief.
That was absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, thank you.
So, say we get the chat checked in.
Let's do it.
I'm at a loss for words, honestly.
Oh, we love our veterans. Love, love, love.
Hi, lady, you got YouTube?
I do. Yes. Oh, I do. I was okay. Scrolling. All right, let's see who we got in YouTube live chat. Let's start off with Sue Harrison. Good morning, Gummo. Let's see who else we got. Dee Dee Hagen. Good morning. Let's see. Scrolling. Let's see. Tetsuyama. Doing double duty. Let's see. Scrolling, guys. Not too many participating. Drummer Dave, good morning. Good to see you. And Q-Joe, hello. And good morning. Let's see.
Before I'm too old, put something interesting into the into Demo's live chat. Something about Dr. Shiva and his presentation on TGP on the election must see and share. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to go see what
it is. Yeah, he put it in live chat. Well, I don't know if you're watching YouTube live chat, but I just stopped on here. I was going to say before, and then he started. That was awesome. Well, good morning and thank you.
I'm looking for it. So
okay.
I don't know TGP is an acronym for, but we'll give it a shot.
Let's see what we can do, or you could drop the link in there for us to look at. All right, continuing with Dog Lounge TV. Good morning. Let's see. Who did I miss right here? Okay. Honeybee is out there too doing double duty. Wade T is out there. Shadow Boxer, Minuteman. So good to see our chatters out there. And that's it for now. Over to you, Honeybee. Thank you.
Did you get Q-Joe?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, good. All right. So over in the D Live, we've got Antho Chris, Easter Mariah, Mystic Mustache, and Thora. Let's see. Top Quark 22, Evan Cloud, Spa La Land, Hippie Flower.
Spa La 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 La. Love it.
Patriot Shoes, Vinny from JCNY. And Fluff for you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all of you. And to everyone who's on the platforms listening but not in chat, glad to have you. Hope you are staying safe out there doing what you're doing, whether you're at home or on the road, working somewhere. And all right, so it is Wednesday, the 11th.
Trump Day.
11/11.
And I just want to say something real quick. I'm sorry, Honeybee. It's in my heart because to all of those who have served and to those who continue to serve, thank you for your service. Happy Veterans Day and God bless.
Amen.
Amen. And Twitch, done with Twitch for another couple days, so we'll see what happens. We do have a number of folks who are subscribers out in the Twitch. like Navy vet 2K20 QSMX pilot, host here at one time, Arc of Info, True North Patriot, Shane 38558, Rick Mulo, our very own. And we look forward to seeing you all back on the Twitch in a couple of days when this thing is finished. There's only a 7-day suspension. So we'll see you back shortly. And I'm still looking for that presentation.
Dr. Shiva?
Yeah, on Dr. Shiva's YouTube page, I'm looking for it.
Okay.
So maybe before I'm too old, I can be more specific.
This might be it. Is it the MIT PhD analysis of Michigan votes reveals unfortunate truth of U.S. voting systems?
That could be it. And he's got about 2 or 3 hour-long presentations, give or take a few minutes.
Well, I've got the link that's coming out of YouTube. I mean, not YouTube. It's off of Twitter, but I'll drop that. Okay, there it is in YouTube and in DLive. Now, yeah, I did see something about it.
I'm going to go ahead and copy that for y'all, so you can visit that on your own dime.
Yeah, and there it is in Zoom. Yes, very interesting stuff what I read. I certainly don't have a grasp enough to try and relay it and summarize it, but check it out. He's got several things on his page in regards to that. So let's see what happened last night. Let's see. Oh, you see why everybody, all the blue checks are upset with Pompeo this morning?
Oh, it was perfect trolling. Just absolute magnificent trolling by our Secretary of State. And Twitter was on fire overnight, I got to tell you.
Here we go.
There will be a...
Let's see. Volume here.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this one.
A smooth transition to a second Trump administration. Right. We're ready. The world is watching what's taking place here. We're going to count all the votes. When the process is complete, there'll be electors selected. There's a process. The Constitution lays it out pretty clearly. The world should have every confidence that the transition necessary to make sure that the State Department is functional today, successful today, and successful with the president who's in office on January 20th, a mid-afternoon, will also be successful. I went through a transition.
So what he says here at the very start.
There will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
And of course, within minutes, William of Ockham, Thug Life.
They just went crazy,
I have that here somewhere
right?
too.
Well, there is a tweet that came in about 7 minutes ago now from General Flynn.
Ooh.
Here we go. Can you guys see that?
It's coming. There it is.
Would you mind?
Let's see. Let me just
Thank you, honey.
make my screen there bigger. Okay, he says, God bless our veterans. Never forget their sacrifices and what they gave each of us every day. The ability to breathe the fresh air of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Amen.
Amen to that. Thank you, honey. Thank you, honey bee.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, going back.
And God bless you, General Flynn. Thank you for your service, and we're praying.
Oh. Something I had disappeared. It's now unavailable. Thanks, Jack.
Yeah. Jack. Ask me no more questions.
Right. Okay.
I said this last night, and I'll say it again. Jack, you are breaking new ground. You're not only censoring, but you're also evidence tampering.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't kidding.
Yep.
Here's a nice graphic for the day. You are here. We're about to see Biden line go down, down, down.
All I see is Jessica Starr in 4x4 boxes, the same picture, screaming at the sky.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Anyway.
So here's a surprise. This is Indie News. Philadelphia finds another 2,000 ballots a week after Election Day. 92% of them going to Joe Biden. So I wonder how many more are yet to come in. There's going to be votes coming in until Easter.
Oh, don't say that. Please don't.
Well, of course, none of them will be valid.
Right.
It won't matter by then. The ones that got slowed up in the mail from overseas, you know, like China.
Did you guys watch the hearing yesterday with McCabe? I can't stand that man.
McCabe, what a slime.
Oh, man. The one when Ted Cruz was, oh my gosh, that was so good.
Asking him about the Logan Act.
Yes.
He was trying to push McCabe to saying that it was not wrong for Biden to be talking to somebody, a foreign agent. In that way.
I had the clip.
Yeah.
Part of that clip of
it wasn't my idea.
He's like,
of Ted Cruz. Man, that was awesome.
He's like, well, you don't want to admit that because it's exactly what you got Flint for unconstitutionally.
You know, he was his body language, very uncomfortable was he. He's like, you know,
I'm not gonna project it. I'm not gonna theorize. I'm not gonna answer you. Let me alone.
Imagine you're in your own home. You're in some sort of, internet meeting. I'll assume that they were using some sanctioned version of Zoom or Skype. I don't know. Sanctioned. It has to be government approved, of course, for them to be doing that. And you're sitting at home and you're just sitting on your own steaming pile of feces.
Ew.
From the people who are asking you questions and drilling you because you know you're guilty as sin.
Yep. 100%.
That's what the body language was like.
Right?
Senators Kennedy, Cruz, Hawley, Marsha Blackburn. Oh, man, they were just all outstanding.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. What was the lady senator's name again? I'm sorry.
Marsha Blackburn.
Blackburn, man, she was awesome. She was awesome. How long have you known Christopher Steele? About 2 decades.
Oh, and she had me when she said something about, well, this is my time, and I have only a couple of minutes. One more question here.
It was awesome.
Awesome. So here's something I liked seeing last night. If I can get this to share. Here it is. Oh, that's in the way. Kevin McCarthy. Pelosi won't have votes to retain House Speaker posts. If only. Okay. says, all right, Rep. Kevin McCarthy of California predicted Sunday that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi won't have enough votes to retain her top spot in January, declaring that it's time America got a Republican Speaker of the House. Amen. In an interview on Fox News Sunday Morning Features, McCarthy hailed GOP election wins in the House and Senate. They said in the House, Republicans would lose 15 to 20 seats. Every pollster said that. Speaker Pelosi and House Majority Leader Rep. Steny Hoyer, they also said we would lose the Senate and legislators as well. What happened? We didn't lose one incumbent. We won every seat except one open. We won 28 of the 29 most competitive seats. We didn't lose the Senate. We didn't lose one control of any legislature. Actually, Republicans gained 3 new legislatures, and we've had the most competitive presidential race in our modern history. That's why every vote should be counted, every recount go forward, and every challenge should be heard, he said. Pelosi, he predicted, won't win back her speakership in January either. To become speaker, you have to have 218 votes on the floor, he noted. When Pelosi went up for that vote 2 years ago, there were 15 Democrats who voted against her. 10 of those Democrats will be coming to Congress. Those 10 vote against her again. She will not be Speaker of the House. We are close enough now that we can control the floor, with a few Democrats joining with us, he declared, adding, I think it's better for America the sooner a Republican becomes Speaker.
Ain't no doubt. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye, Pelosi.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Felicia.
Ooh, Antho Chris. Bye-bye, you pig loser. That's not nice. I'm just kidding.
I know what I want for Christmas and New Year's and the first week of January.
All he wants for Christmas is
some silver bracelets for Nancy Pelosi.
Yes, yes,
How
yes.
nice. Before I'm too old, have a great day. Hugs back.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, let's see what else. Okay. Did that. Oh, there's the William of Ockham. Polls: 70% of Republicans say 2020 election was neither free nor fair. Surprised it was only 70%. Okay. Oh, here we go.
I think that number will climb. The American people won't forget.
No. Biden's Texas political director implicated in massive mail-in ballot harvesting scheme in Harris County.
Boom.
Boom. This comes out of the TennesseeStar.com.
But sir.
Right? A Biden campaign operative in Texas is attempting to rig the 2020 election with the help of others in a massive ballot harvesting scheme, according to 2 private investigators who testified under oath that they have video evidence, documentation, and witnesses to prove it. With the help of mass mail-in ballots, the illegal ballot harvesting operation could harvest 700,000 ballots, one Harris County Democrat operative allegedly bragged. The investigators, a former FBI agent and former police officer, claimed that Biden's Texas political director, Dallas Jones, and his cohorts had been hoarding mail-in and absentee ballots and ordering operatives to fill them out for people in Harris County illegally, quote, including dead people, homeless people, and nursing home residents in the 2020 presidential election, says Patrick Howley of the National File. While law enforcement agencies are reportedly investigating these potential crimes, nothing will be done about it until well after November 3rd, 2020 election, the former FBI agent said. Dallas Jones was appointed by Biden's campaign, by the Biden campaign's Texas political director in late August. drop the link. What's that? I'll drop it in the Zoom chat.
So a shout out there on YouTube chat live. We got sort of the spirit. Bob Smith, good morning. Once Upon a Time is out there. 281 Apple. And Velvet Elvis is out there, and Epic Anon. Good morning. Good to see you all.
Indeed.
People on Roku, good morning. Facebook, good morning. Glad you're with us.
Good morning.
Oh, did you guys see? I have something from POTUS that was, hang on, let me see how many hours ago this was. It was a retweet, I believe. Oh, come on, get out of the way. It was 10 hours ago. And I would like to share this retweet. And before I do, I'm going to attempt to read this. And it says, a brave patriot. More and more people are stepping forward to expose this rigged election. And this was a retweet from our POTUS. And give me a second here and I'll share it real quick. All right. Here we go. I don't know if you guys have seen this or not, but here we go.
My name is Richard Hopkins. I am the postal employee who came out and whistle blew on the Erie, PA Postal Service, postal office. I am right at this very moment looking at an article written by Washington Post. It says that I fabricated the allegations of ballot tampering. I'm here to say that I did not recant my statements. That did not happen. That is not what happened. And you will find out tomorrow. And I would like that the Washington Post recant their wonderful little article that they decided to throw out there out of random. My name is Richard Hopkins.
Lynn Wood, clean up on aisle 3. I'm glad to see that. I had not yet. I had seen the post or the article about him recanting. I mean, it's the top thing under, on Twitter right now under their banner. But, yeah. Getting kind of hectic. Let's see where they go.
Kinda, sorta.
All right, let's see. It's 7:38. I do have a 5-minute video to play before American Thinker, I suppose. Courtesy of Scout.
Absolutely. Got to scour the thinker.
Well, I'm not going to read any article on this, but apparently Biden-tied Truman National Security Project filed a false statement with IRS, claimed on 2017 form its directors had no business relationship, when in fact Hunter Biden and Sally Painter did have such relationships through Burisma. Okay, wait, that's not what I thought I was clicking on. Anyway, big trouble with the IRS and the Biden family now. Surprise, surprise.
Right.
Ooh, here's the one I've been looking for. Okay, did y'all see that Mark Zuckerberg sent $350 million to election judges in key states?
What?
Is that, let's see, maybe some election interference in the highest level?
He's going down. I'm yelling timber.
All right.
Hubba, hubba, hubba. Someone's in trouble, and his name is Mark Zuckerberg.
Zuckernuts. That's what
For the
Magic
record,
calls
state your name as you place your hand over that Bible. State your name, please.
Oh, but wait, it's not a satanic Bible. Oh, did I say that out loud? Oh my gosh.
My name is Mark Zuckernuts.
Oh boy.
Oh Lordy.
I need to work on a Mark Zuckerberg.
Yes, you do.
Senator.
When I was human.
When I'm here at Facebook, we believe in Facebook. When we're doing things like this, we believe in flat out lying through our teeth, and we always try to improve our.
That sounds like McCabe to me. Sorry.
All the idiots. Oh my goodness.
All the idiots.
Nazi censorship platform.
Okay.
I'm working on it. I'll work on it.
You work on it, and I know you'll get it. You'll do it.
All right. Out of LSR Radio, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what I think is a very important and worthwhile little signing ceremony here in the Rose Garden. I am pleased that I'm going to sign a joint resolution and a proclamation designating July 17th, 1981, National POW-MIA Recognition Day. The brave men and women who fought for our country should all know that America does remember, and is grateful, and will always be proud of their courage and honor on the battlefield. And it's fitting that we pay this special tribute to those who so heroically endured the hardships and torture of enemy captivity, unusual in any war in our history, because it was the longest period that American fighting men have ever been held in captivity. Just the thought of the terrible pain that they suffered and endured should be seared in our memories forever. And let us remember, too, that 6 years after American involvement in Vietnam in the war, we still don't have a full accounting of our missing servicemen from that conflict, an accounting that was guaranteed in the Paris Peace Accords that brought the fighting there to an end, an agreement which has been violated. Recently, there have been reports that Americans are still being held captive in Indochina.
Wow. It took all that time. It took a sorry.
No worries.
awesome.
That was awesome. And these are the men and women that stand in the gap each and every single day. Thank you for your service, protecting this republic from enemies, foreign and domestic. Thank you for your service, and God bless. That was very moving. Thank you, honey.
It really was. Thank you. All right. Well, that takes us up to 7:45, which is about time for our American Thinger.
And the link's already out there in all the chats, so don't worry about putting it out there. It is out there.
Sweet.
Here we go. For today, I've chosen some current events that we all can relate to. Dateline 11 November 2020. This comes to us from J.B. Shurk, S-H-U-R-K. Nobody believes this election farce. Nobody. I object to the way the Democrats stole this election. This was just a straight up smash and grab job. No creativity or panache whatsoever. Shouldn't the Hollywood party be capable of putting something together that's a little more, believable? So here's the premise. We're going to run an Alzheimer's patient who's been repeatedly humiliated by scandal in his party's presidential primaries since 1987, who thinks he's still running against Bush and Dukakis, and who can't remember what office he's campaigning for at any given time. We're going to cover his face in a black mask and give him challenge voters to parking lot fistfights. Okay. Sounds like a funny gimmick. No, it's a drama. Think King's Speech meets Forrest Gump. Every time he says something inexplicable, he'll blame it on, let's say, a childhood lisp or the Russians. He'll campaign exclusively from his basement, and only then to remind people to be afraid of the Chinese-made virus that's somehow the fault of European white imperialism. You're kidding. That's it? Oh, wait. Oh, and he'll constantly promise to hike gas prices back over $4 a gallon at the pump. So he loses in a rout then? Oh, no. Americans will find the 80-year-old so charismatic and so hip that he'll receive more votes than any presidential candidate in American history. Wait a second. So you're saying that the Republicans will play the stupid party in this script? Stumble over their own feet and lose to a dimwit? No. All the Republicans will be big winners in the House, Senate, and in state legislatures across the board. Even their presidential candidate will receive almost 10 million more votes than during his previous winning election. But our guy is just a compelling candidate that Americans in a handful of battleground states will be drawn to vote for him in numbers never seen before. It's kind of like the ending of Field of Dreams, you know? The people will come and all that stuff, you know? Except our guy really won't know whether he's in Iowa or the afterlife. Oh, and he'll have a coked out son who's a national security nightmare in the pockets of the Chinese communists and forever losing his laptop in strip clubs overseas while in a blacked out stupor. So the son goes to jail then, huh? Oh, no. He becomes the attorney general. Really inspiring stuff. All that purported Hollywood talent and George Soros money at their disposal, and the Democrats managed only to produce a political heist so freaking awful and incoherent that Yealy, Battlefield Earth, and Highlander 2, The Quickening, look Oscar-worthy by comparison. George Lucas and Howard the Duck are somewhere watching this mess together and saying, that just doesn't make any sense. This is what you get with Chinese financing, though. First, Matt Damon shows up at the Great Wall, and then Joe Biden receives 10 million more votes than Obama did in his last election. The Chinese live action we're being forced to watch has decided that Biden was always the big vote getter in 2008 and 2012, and that Obama just rode to the White House on the Delaware Stallion's coattails. Clearly, something has been lost in the translation. I can't decide whether Democrats think we're all stupid as Chris Wallace, and will find the statistically impossible outcomes in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania somehow believable if the Soviet-like press repeats the lie enough, or whether they're asserting their dominance by just strutting right out in the open with no fear, taking long drags on their cigarettes and declaring, that's right, we're not even going to pretend anymore. No matter how mind-bogglingly many votes Trump receives, we'll just keep dumping anonymous single-entry ballots for Biden right out onto the table until you choke on the network narratives saluting our victory. When we promised hope and change, we meant Pravda and Gulag. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. My confusion doubled when the new Soviet party dragged out Bush, Romney, and the ghost of McCain to bless the Biden miracle in the Rust Belt. Those family clans took to their knees so fast in deference to the great and magnificent Joe that I wondered whether castration was the price for their survival. Old George marched a lot of Americans off to fight 2 wars after they stood by him during his own election nightmare 20 years ago, but didn't seem to bat an eye before cutting down over 71 million Trump voters at the knees and choosing obedience to the DC machine over loyalty to his battle-hardened voters. The no-name holdovers have been nothing but gleeful and spiteful about working hard to deliver Arizona to the socialists. And, of course, miserable Mitt Romney never misses an opportunity to mistake his sinful devotion to himself as peculiarly divine. Bush, No Name, and Romney never voted for President Trump. They never lifted a finger to help President Trump, and they made it pretty clear that they never really held as in much esteem either. So trotting out the old guard from the pre-Trump era to vouch for the authenticity of this election made about as much sense as watching Trump overperform in Democrat precincts throughout the country while losing in Democrat cities that hauled in twice as many votes as voters registered. Shouldn't George Bush recognize fuzzy math when even professional statisticians are scratching their heads at the voting anomalies that produced a Biden lead? Unexplained and unsupervised ballot dumps at 4 a.m. that came pouring out of the kind of rollable luggage more common in shady drug deals than first world elections don't inspire much confidence. Neither does the word of a crew of leftover Republicans who left liberty-loving Americans long ago to join forces with Globalism Incorporated. Sadly, the Republican leaders sandwiched between Reagan and Trump have had more in common with our Democrat overlords than they ever did with us. And when they demand the Republicans treat this election theft as something legal and democratic, they just sound like a bunch of witless wimps who believe that that type of read my lips republicanism still works on the masses. It doesn't. Outside their Lincoln Project fan base and the socialist appeasers of the corporate world, nobody is buying what these idiots are selling. Either the Democrats are so pig ignorant as to who we are that they thought we'd be impressed with election integrity endorsements from the Republican equivalent of the New Kids on the Block reunion tour, or they just want us to watch as they make fools of our former leaders and force them into acts of submission. Whatever the reason, none of this can be good for America. Reports of computer software glitches designed by companies controlled by Democrat power players, 200% Democrat turnout in some areas that magically appeared in the record after Trump's expanded share of the minority vote had elevated his totals from 2016. Likely, illegal ballot harvesting ran amok. Ballots being backdated by the United States Postal Service. Easily documented out-of-state and dead voters showing up in the returns. This kind of in-your-face election fraud goes beyond the Democrats' usual more subtle electoral dark arts. They ain't hiding anything anymore, folks. In 2020, nothing is on the up and up. Reality is being replaced with Pravda reality before our eyes, and Americans are noticing. Either the Democrats' ability to craft Hollywood propaganda as truth is coming to an end, or they're so certain that they will hold power forever that they no longer need to pretend reality is a constraint at all. So there you have it, folks. There's your American Thinker 511 from JB Shirk. The link is out in the chats. It is now the top of the hour, 8 a.m., and it is time for Lady RWB and the good news.
Thank you, Tetsuya Yama. That was a really good. Always. You bring it, dude. You bring it. Thank you. Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Patriots worldwide. Thank you for sticking around and listening to PSBAM. In this segment, like Ted's mentioned, it is the good news segment, which is designed to encourage you to to give you strength and to strengthen your faith through God's word. And this is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Thank you for being here, folks. And today I do have a word from the book of Psalms, chapter 1. Chapter 1, New King James Version. And it's the way of the righteous and the end of the unholy or wicked. Wicked. All right. So let me get started here. Verse 1 says, "Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked." Who comes to mind there, folks? Let me read that again. Let's see. Blessed is a man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked. I think of Donald John Trump. He didn't give in to the establishment. That's why I say that. All right. Continuing. "Nor stands in the path of sinners." We're all sinners, but anyways. "Nor sits in the seat of the scornful." Verse 2, "But his delight is in the law." Think about it, folks. "But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law he meditates day and night. He shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that brings forth the fruit in its season, whose leaf also shall not wither, and whatever he does shall prosper." Thank you, Jesus. Those are really good words right there, folks. "And whatever he does shall prosper." Verse 4, "The wicked are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind drives away." Therefore, verse 5, "Therefore the wicked shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous." Verse 6, "For the Lord knows the way of the righteous, but the way of the wicked shall perish." Ooh, man, there's a lot in there, right? These folks on the left, I really feel sorry for them. They don't know what they're doing. Well, I'm sure they do, but, I feel for them because the wrath of God will come upon them. You don't want to be on that list of in God's wrath, and it's coming for them. And that's a good segue for this. Where did it go? Here it is, I think, right here. All right. And I'm going to be reading as I do every week, so you could be reminded of God's promises and what's coming, and to encourage you and to make you happy and thankful to the Lord God Almighty for this is Psalms 94. You guys should know this one by heart because I read it once a week. And I do so in order for you to be encouraged through God's word. These are promises that he's given to us. We just need to stand on these promises, folks. All right, Psalms 94, and this is a New Living Translation. All right, verse 1 says, "O Lord, the God of vengeance, O God of vengeance, let your glorious justice shine forth Arise, O judge of the earth, give the proud what they deserve. Verse 3, how long, O Lord, how long will the wicked be allowed to gloat? How long will they speak with arrogance? How long will these evil people boast? Verse 5, they crush your people, Lord, hurting those you claim as your own. They kill widows and orphans and murder. Repeat, they kill widows and foreigners and murder orphans. Verse 7, the Lord isn't looking, they say. And besides, the God of Israel doesn't care. Think again, you fools. When will you finally catch on? Is he deaf? The one who made your eye or your ears? Is he blind? The one who formed your eyes? Verse 10, he punishes the nations. Won't he also punish you? He knows everything. Doesn't he also know what you are doing? Verse 11, the Lord knows people's thoughts. He knows they are worthless. Joyful are those you discipline, Lord, those you teach with your instructions. You give them relief from troubled times until a pit is dug to capture the wicked. The Lord will not reject his people. He will not abandon his special possession. Remember that, folks. Verse 15, my favorite. Judgment will again be founded on justice. Thank you, Lord. And those with virtuous hearts will pursue it. Who will protect me from the wicked? Who will stand for me against evildoers? Unless the Lord had helped me, I would soon have settled in the silence of the grave. I cried out, I am slipping. But your unfailing love, O Lord, supported me. Thank you, Lord. When doubts filled my mind, your comfort gave me renewed hope and cheer. Can unjust leaders claim that God is on our side or on their side? Leaders whose decrees permit injustice? They gang up against the righteous. Don't we feel that, folks? They gang up against the righteous, which is you and I, folks, and condemn the innocent to death. But the Lord is my fortress. My God is the mighty rock where I hide. Verse 23 says, God will turn the sins of evil people back on them. He will destroy them for their sins. The Lord, our God, will destroy them. Thank you, Lord. Those are promises, folks, that we need to remember. Stand on those promises, claim it, and say, Lord, thank you. Thank you for what you're going to do to these people. These people that are evil and wicked, that are trying to take down our republic, trying to steal our freedoms from us, folks. Anyways, I digress. All right. And finally, I love this one too, because it's out of Isaiah 54:17. It says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. I repeat, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. And every tongue which rises against you in judgment, you shall condemn. Think about that, folks. Think about Donald John Trump. Think about General Flynn. Think about Julian Assange. I mean, all these people that have been wronged by the people on the left. So, Let me go back. And every tongue which rises against you in judgment, you shall condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord. And their righteousness is from me, says the Lord. He's about righteousness, folks. So therefore, God is so good, folks. We just need to be in his word and claim these things and stand on his promises. That to me is so encouraging. It just brings me peace. Yeah, I listen to all the news or get on Twitter to catch up, because I really don't listen to the news if I don't have to. I just go on Twitter. And of course, I listen to POTUS. Not listen, but read his tweets and retweets. But folks, we are in the battle of our lives. We are. And, that's why we need to put on the armor each and every single day, folks, because this is evil stuff. Evil stuff, as I remind you each and every single day. And it's not to scare you, but for you to be informed through God's word. I mean, if not, if you don't know this stuff, I mean, Scripture says that men's hearts will fail them for the lack of knowledge. And that's why I'm here saying, da, 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 da. Guess what the Lord has to say about this, that, or the other. That's why I am so humbled to be here with you all, to encourage you in what God has done and what he's going to do. But we need to seek him each and every single day. Seek him and keep that focus on him. Because without him in our lives, folks, oh Lord, I don't want to imagine that. But without him in your life, everything falls apart. It does. We were made. Listen to this. I was like tripping when I saw this. Oh gosh, probably, let me see, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, 9 years ago. I think it's been 9 years or even longer, because I'm thinking about when I was in choir. Anyways, we were made to worship God. All of us were made to worship God. That's in his word as well. But I saw this video, and everything, even the trees, the birds, the grass, anything that is living, it says, everything that has breath, praise the Lord. But also the birds, the grass, I mean, they breathe, nitrogen, oxygen, whatever, everything. Just think about whenever I hear the wind or whenever I hear the birds, I was like, oh my gosh, they're praising God. It is so cool. But anyway, I just want to encourage you, because God is good. No matter what your circumstances, praise him, worship him, and you'll see what God is going to do. Trust me when I tell you. Been there, done that. So now going back to this evil world and putting on that armor. We need to put it on, folks. That's all there is to it, to get that protection, that power that God gave us, that tool he gave us. Because we wrestle not against flesh and blood. You guys should know Ephesians 6 by now. But it is so crucial and important for you to know this at this time, and this, for such a time as this, folks. So just remember that when you put on this armor, make sure that your heart is right with God. Confess your sins to him. He will forgive you. Remember, Satan, the liar, likes to talk in your ear and say, oh man, you think God's going to forgive you because of what you did? You know, remember what you did? Yes, he will forgive you. If you truly are sorry, he will forgive you. Oh, Lord, thank you. Anyways, let's put on that armor, shall we? Let's do it. Here we go.
Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places. Therefore, take up the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, to stand. Stand therefore, having girded your waist with truth, having put on the breastplate of righteousness, having shod your feet with the preparation of the gospel of peace. Above all, taking the shield of faith, with which you will be able to quench all of the fiery darts of the wicked one. And take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, praying always with all prayer and supplication in the Spirit, being watchful to this end with all the perseverance and supplication for all the saints, and for me, that utterance may be given to me, that I may open my mouth boldly to make known the mystery of the gospel, for which I am an ambassador in chains, and willfully so, that in it I may speak boldly as I ought to speak. Amen.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, please. Father God, I ask now for an impartation of your Holy Spirit. May the fullness of the Spirit of Jesus rest upon President Trump, that he be anointed with wisdom and understanding, with your counsel and might, with knowledge and fear of the Lord. And accordingly, may President Trump not judge by what he sees with his eyes, or decide by what he hears with his ears, or lean on his own understanding, but may he recognize your prompting and move according to your guidance. I ask that you give the president supernatural discernment to know who is trustworthy and who is not. Bring into the light all deception and intrigue. Expose and reverse the plans of those who would harm President Trump and this nation. In the name of Jesus, I break off all voices and influence that do not come from you, Father God. May your truth and peace surround and reign in the White House. God, you have raised up President Trump to govern at a time when there is a resurgence of oppression. Only you, Lord Jesus Christ, can anoint him to have victories over strongholds and to establish justice for the needy. Give him strength and courage to persevere in the constant battle that surrounds him, and refresh him. Father God, I see that you have such a tender heart for President Trump. Draw him close to you. I ask now for an impartation of hunger for you, so that he may love you with all his heart, soul, mind, and strength, and delight in knowing you. And if he came in whispering your name, may he go forward shouting your name. In Jesus' name, in the name of my King, I bless you.
Oh, Father God, wow, it's another day, and we humbly come before you. We humble ourselves before you, Lord, and giving you thanks and praise. Oh, Lord, you're an awesome God. You are holy. You are sovereign. You're a provider. You are a healer. You are the way maker. What is impossible for us is possible with you, Lord. Lord, right now, we would like to lift up our veterans to you, Lord. We honor them today, Lord, and thanking them for their service. You know, the men and women who gave of themselves when they were called upon to serve and protect our republic, standing in the gap against enemies, foreign and domestic, Lord. Lord, bless them for their unselfish service in the continual struggle to preserve our freedoms, our safety, and our country's heritage for all of us. Lord, we honor them today. We respect them. We thank them. Lord, thank you so much. And those that are still serving, Father, those that have been deployed, I lift them up to you as well, Lord. Giving them that supernatural shield of protection. Father, keep them out of harm's way. Bless them in a special way, Lord. Bless their families as they're away from each other. And Lord, I continue to lift up our POTUS to you. Lord, just continue to give him the strength. We know that he is courageous. Oh, Lord, thank you so much. For you knew when you were knitting him in his mother's womb what a great person that he would be. Yeah, we all have our flaws, Lord. But Lord, you put him in this position for such a time as this. And he is righteous as we are righteous. Because we bring truth, Lord. And that comes from you. The law comes from you, Lord. And people on the left, they don't believe in the law. They just believe in what they want to believe in. And they want us to think like them. Lord, I say enough is enough. In the name of Jesus. Lord, just bring forth truth. Take the scales off of their eyes, Lord. Open their ears to see and hear the truth. Lord, we thank you for your word. We thank you that you are the God of vengeance and that you will repay, that you will take care of these evildoers and you will destroy them. We are standing in your word, Lord. And we thank you also that no weapon formed against us shall prosper. Oh, Lord. Let us not be anxious about anything, but just keep our focus on you, Lord. Yeah, there will be distractions, but Lord, let us keep that focus. Otherwise, we start to sink. But thank you, Lord, that you can pull us out. We just say, Lord, help me, and you are right there. And Lord, Father God, I thank you for your son, Jesus, who shed his blood, who gave of himself. He is my hero. He is my hero. Thank you, Lord. Because of this sacrifice, we have an everlasting life when we come to know him. Thank you, Lord. Oh, Father God, here's another thing. I am lamenting to you right now. This election, Lord, these fools, Lord, we know that things are being exposed. And Lord, may justice be done In Jesus' name. Lord, and we're giving you the victory right now for Donald J. Trump's second term. Thank you, Jesus. And Lord, I thank you for this platform, Patriot Soapbox News Network. Yes, we bring the news, but we also bring the good news, which is really important. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for Pam and Radix. Father, provide for them, give them peace, and heal their bodies. And bless little Ree. She is such a joy when she reads your word, when she's on with her mama, Radix. What a joy. Thank you, Lord. And Father, I just thank you for the volunteers of this channel. Father, just give them strength. Give us all strength, Lord. Give us all peace. But I thank you for these volunteers that put countless hours so the truth can be brought forth, so people can understand, so people can wake up to the truth, what's going on around them. Bless them in a special way. Guard their hearts and minds. Guard our hearts and minds worldwide. And Lord, once again, Lord, we thank you and give you the victory in Jesus' mighty, powerful, wonderful name, whom we give glory, honor, and praise. Amen.
Satu, amen. Keep it here, Patriots. Our veterans commemoration continues.
Your bags and shut the door. You crossed the sea to fight a war. You didn't know just what would happen to ya. Stepped in the dirt, boots on the ground, and gunfire was the only sound. And to yourself you whispered hallelujah, hallelujah. Every day and every night, you walk the walk, you fight the fight. You never saw the end in sight, now did ya? The tears are washing a haze of red, the blood, the mud, too many dead. Your weary soul was crying hallelujah, hallelujah. To help you hear a shot, you know you're in a deadly spot. You never thought the day would come, now did ya? Your brother falls down to the ground, the enemy is all around, and from your lips you scream a hallelujah, hallelujah. Done. You have the strength to carry on. You thought it'd be much better back home, did ya? You try each day, keep pushing through, but the battle lives inside of you. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Powerful stuff. Thanks, Tats.
Very powerful. Very powerful.
You as well. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Hey, I want to give a couple of shout outs in YouTube live chat. We still have Bob Smith with us. Crow for Freedom, good morning. I want to give a shout out to Mother Goose and Papa Goose. Good morning. Much love, hugs. And Point Man, we have Point Man in the house. Good morning. Let's see who else we got here. Scrolling. Pimp Daddy. Good morning, and thank you for your service, sir. And let's see, we still have Dee. Oh, we got Dee Dee Bender. Good morning. Red Rob, good evening. Good to see ya. Let's see who else we got out there. I think, Old Norwegian Woman, good morning. So glad you're here. She says, good morning to the AM crew. Have a blessed day. Yeah. That's nice. Good blessings to you.
And over in D-Live, we have Hippie Flower and Half Right. Red Rob's out there as well. Drummer Dave. Dear Man 8820. Good morning, good afternoon, and evening, y'all.
Yeah.
Mog and American Nun. American Soul. Good morning.
And we got Magic. Good morning, Magic. And Earth Garden Living is out here. Good morning. All right.
Princess in Pants. No, Princess Shiny Pants. There it is. Glasses would help. Good morning, Princess Shiny Pants. Okay, well, shall we get back to a little bit of news?
Let's do it.
All right, let's see. What have we got here? Back to the list. Okay. I presume we haven't had any Trump tweets. I haven't heard my notifications or yours.
Coronavirus. Nope. I don't see anything as of yet.
Okay.
When I say yet, let me see. Nope. Well, there was one at 8. No, actually, no. 8:36. So that would have been 2 minutes ago.
Okay, well then let's do that. Real Donald Trump. Click. Buttons. And there he is. Okay, 2 minutes ago, he says the fake pollsters at ABC, Washington Post produced a possibly illegal suppression poll just before the election, showing me down 17 points in Wisconsin, when in fact on election day, the race was even, and we are now preparing to win the state. Many such deplorable instances. Oh, so many. In fact, someone dropped a link in chat earlier.
And there's another Trump tweet as well.
Refresh.
Or maybe, wait. Maybe you read that. Let me see. 17 point. Never mind.
Okay.
Never mind. Sorry.
Never minding. Smoke Clear, good morning. In the YouTube chat. And
we know who that is.
Yeah, we do. All right. Now, let me get back to these tabs. I had something up and ready for this moment, and of course it's gone now. So, we'll have to go for a plan B. What is plan B?
Plan B is drumroll,
okay,
please.
Let's see. Here we go. Let's do this. Share screen. All right. So someone sent me this yesterday. This is a link. The Donald.win is the website. And this is somebody who's, was watching what's going on with the election, just started doing some digging. For example, the Gateway Pundit article on the system glitch. So basically, he's got some links in here about the company, digging into the Edison data. So there's a link about election assets 2020. Okay, so this person here, I guess who's writing this, edit big update. I made a script to run through the data and gather all instances where votes were switched from Trump to Biden. Lost votes means that the total amount of votes counted decreased by that amount throughout the counting. I've only done states that use Dominion voting systems so far. He had a couple other edits, reordered the states and this and that. But basically, what he's suggesting that he found was this whole list from all the states. And according to him, his process discovered in Pennsylvania 220,000 plus switched votes and over 941,000 700 some thousand lost votes for Virginia. But anyway, if you want to take a look and discern for yourself, see what you make of it. Maybe compare it to the final outcome, see if he was right, who knows. Let me stop share and drop that link. So here's a question. Do you think it's going to take going to the Supreme Court and waiting for their decision, or do you think these recounts and such are going to put him over the top? Will they happen before the Supreme Court? Who knows? Trump said yesterday we should expect good results next week as they come in. And I guess it's Thursday. I can be patient. It is Thursday, right? No, it's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
Correction. It's Wednesday. It's wishful thinking, I guess. Good morning, little flower. Good to see you. And Sassy Gal, Easter Mariah. Okay. So, Tets, how are things in the future?
We haven't had dinner yet in the future. Nothing to report until after the show. No, that's true. What can I say? Well, maybe some roast beef on rye. I don't know.
Ooh, that sounds good.
So apparently the Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick is offering $1 million towards rewards for evidence of voter fraud. There is so much. The on Hannity last night, did you hear about Kaylee coming on? She showed up with, I think, 230 some pages of sworn affidavits of, stuff in the lawsuits. Am I right?
I didn't see her on Hannity, but we played the presser overnight, post Insider Insights show in the following 2 hours of the MAGA Mullet, the closing hours. We did play the presser, and we did have all those Trump administration folks explaining what was going on, and she had that binder with her of the 234 or 238 sworn affidavits before a notary, and if that's not evidence, I don't know what is.
Yeah. So I just dropped the link into the chat room or in the Zoom chat, and it is a link to, it's called the Paste, the site's Friend Paste or something. It's basically just a collection, found 100 lines of voter fraud in markdown format. Okay, so yeah, this is someone, I believe in DLive, posted it earlier. The name, I've forgotten who it was, but we appreciate it. And it is basically just a list of all of these fraud cases that are going to be taking place. Well, 100 of them or so, or instances, or coronavirus. Okay. Lots of links to articles, to everything that's going on all in one place here. So there's Tommy. Oh, I guess I should be sharing. That'd be good. Okay. So I'm sure you can't actually read it in this size it is, but you can see that it's a very extensive list of links. So if you want to keep track of those, there they are. We'll put the link into the chat room. Into the, Here goes for YouTube. And DLive. So Judge Jeanine is gone from Fox.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Wow.
And I heard someone say Tucker wasn't very good last night. I wonder if they got to him. I didn't watch, so I don't have it, but anybody else see that or notice that? Do you think he or Hannity or
they're going to be next?
Yeah, do you think they're going to be next? Or you think they're going to just run? Like, get me out of here.
Right. If that happens, I think CNN's done. Or Fox is done.
Fox is done.
I hope they take Jack Hibbs' advice.
Right? Start a news network.
Okay. Getting messages.
I mean, just the few of them alone. Gutfeld, Waters, Ingraham, Levin, Hannity, Tucker,
Judge
Jeanine. They would bury Fox with just those personnel alone.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I have a letter from Barr. Wait a minute. Let me make sure. Sister Girl sent this over to me. I'm going to share it. Letter from Barr. Yes. Okay. So, and it has something to do with the arrest and such. And now my tabs are going crazy. Okay. Here we go. Get this in the browser without all the ads. That would be good. Okay. So, here we go. Let's see if I can read this. Okay, I'm going to try. November 9th. This is dated November 9th. Office of the Attorney General. All right, memorandum, United States Attorneys, the Assistant Attorney General of the Criminal Division, Civil Rights Division, National Security Division, Director, Federal Bureau of Investigation. From Attorney General, subject post-voting election irregularity inquiries. Last week, our nation once again demonstrated the strength of our democracy as more than 140 million Americans cast ballots to select their leaders. I want to thank each of you and your teams of your extraordinary efforts to ensure that all Americans could exercise this most fundamental of rights with confidence and in safety. Now that the voting has concluded, it is imperative that the American people can trust that our elections were conducted in such a way that the outcomes accurately reflect the will of the voters. Although the states have the primary responsibility to conduct and supervise elections under our Constitution and the laws enacted by Congress, the United States Department of Justice has an obligation to ensure the federal elections are concluded in such a way that the American people can have full confidence in their electoral process and their government. The Department's general policies with regard to election fraud investigations are contained in the Justice Manual. These policies require, among other things, consultation with the Public Integrity Section's Election Crimes Branch in some instances. Those policies already allow preliminary inquiries, including witness interviews, to be conducted without BCB consultation. Okay, in instances in which they are consulted, the ECB's general practice has been to counsel that overt investigative steps ordinarily should not be taken until the election in question has been concluded, its results certified, and all recounts in election contests concluded. Such a passive and delayed enforcement approach can result in situations in which election misconduct cannot realistically be rectified. Moreover, the ECB practice has never been a hard and fast rule, and case-specific determination and judgments must be made. While most allegations of purported election misconduct are of such a scale that they would not impact the outcome of an election, and thus investigation can appropriately be deferred, that is not always the case. Furthermore, any concerns that overt actions taken by the department could inadvertently impact an election are greatly minimized, if they exist at all, once voting has concluded, even if election certification has not yet been completed. Given this, and given that voting in our current elections has not concluded, I authorize you to pursue substantial allegations of voting and vote tabulation irregularities prior to the certification of elections. Okay, I think that's the only page. Well, oops. So that was his actual words on this process, that he's going to have them look into it all. That. So, Lady Tets.
I'm here.
For a second, I thought I was floating out in space by myself.
No.
Where did they go? All right.